It was July 2018 when 36-year-old Tiphaine Veron of Rennes, France, would begin packing for her upcoming trip to Japan. It was a vacation she had planned for exhaustively, and the intent for the school assistant for children with disabilities was to spend 3 weeks alone going all over the country. Her flight would actually land in Tokyo on July 27th, where she would spend the night, no doubt resting after traveling half a world away. But it was the next day that her journey would really begin, as she would soon make her way to Nikko, about a 3-hour train ride north, where she was spotted on surveillance camera between 4 and 4:30 p.m. entering her hotel for the night. It was here she would also share pictures with her friends and family on WhatsApp. Now, unfortunately, her trip was ill-timed because she just happened to be there when a typhoon was hitting Japan and East China. Because of this, and because it was getting late, she decided not to go out that night and just stayed in the room, for which she had booked for 2 nights. She would tell her friends and family that she was disappointed since she had planned to see the temples as soon as she arrived. The next morning, though, she would continue on with her plans. First, heading towards breakfast at the hotel around 9 a.m. Her itinerary listed visits to several temples, as well as other points of interest in the city. After breakfast, close to 10 a.m., she would leave for the day, and it's the following day that our mystery would truly begin, because at 10:30 that morning, hotel staff noticed that Veron still had not checked out from her room, so they would go to see why she had not left, and they found all of her belongings untouched, which included her passport. Yet, Veron was nowhere to be found. At this point, they didn't really know what else to do, so they called the police. Once detectives arrived, they began trying to retrace her steps from the previous day. After talking to other guests, they soon made an odd discovery. As mentioned, she went towards the diner of the hotel to have breakfast about 9 a.m., and detectives were not only able to confirm that, but they had an exact time, which was 8:41 a.m., because apparently another guest at the hotel snapped a picture of her while she was eating breakfast. Why this person done this, I cannot find, but it is a photo where she does not seem to be aware it is being taken. Of course, maybe it was just a small part of a much bigger photo. In any case, 5 other people would confirm seeing her there. One of these stated she mentioned being torn over going to Buddha Park or a museum, while another witness stated she mentioned Buddhist temples or a lake, but was unsure due to the heat. Likewise, I mentioned that she had left for the day around 10, but we actually have an exact time for that too, because one lone witness would see her leave, and that was the hotel manager, and he put the time specifically at 9:53 or 9:54. This would prove crucial later on when investigators discovered another startling fact. Veron's cell phone was found pinging in her room for quite a while after the manager allegedly seen her leaving. However, with little else to go on, they would notify the French embassy, who in turn notified the family. They would be in Japan within a few days, speaking to the police and trying to get Veron's story circulating. Interestingly, it was during this point of contacting the local press that they began to hear that there were several other unsolved cases in Nikko, very similar to Veron's disappearance, something that did not bring them any comfort. But it did have an explanation, which we will return to. Over the next few days, a search was organized by the police, which encompassed a hiking area, where they assumed that she had went. This, however, found no clues. 2 days later, Veron's younger brother was able to hack into his sister's account, where they began going over the data. They found that, contrary to the hotel manager's claim, she was in the hotel until 11:40 a.m., or at least, that's when her phone finally disconnected from the hotel Wi-Fi. With the case at this point seeming to hit a brick wall, detectives would soon go to her room and use luminol to see what they could find, and it would reveal marks on the wall. Although, what these marks were exactly has been disputed over the years, and strangely, because Japanese investigators were not convinced it was blood, they never bothered taking a sample. With the case not moving forward over the next month, French authorities would decide to open their own investigation. Although, as you might imagine, what they had to access was very limited. But the fact that France had to open their own goes back to all those similar unsolved cases in Nikko. See, it wasn't just Nikko. This is Japan as a whole. When it comes to things like this, Japan is a whole lot different than most Western countries. If you or a loved one disappears in Japan, is not really investigated unless there is clear evidence of crime. So you can see how this presents opportunities to someone who might not have the best intentions, because theoretically, if person A murders person B and can hide the body and hide signs of a struggle, and it's not captured on camera, well, the case is pretty much closed. In fact, about 100,000 people vanish every year in Japan, and most of the disappearances are barely investigated, if they are at all. Now granted, a lot of these disappearances are voluntary. It can happen due to shame or societal pressures, but a lot of them are involuntary, and police really don't investigate it too much. The only reason that they had followed up onto this one was because the French government kept pressuring them to, and it would remain this way for a few years, with Veron's family flying over as often as they could to mount their own searches along with volunteers, while the Japanese police would do a few half-hearted searches of their own. The case would remain cold for the following year, with hardly any movement, but that's what brings us back to a key clue that we discussed prior. Remember when her little brother hacked her Gmail account and got access to everything? Well, one thing they could never access was the geolocation data for the day that she had disappeared on, and they knew it was connected to the Wi-Fi until 11:40 a.m., but between 12 and 6, her location stopped reporting. Well, the phone company, after being petitioned by the family, had an answer for this. They were able to conclude that her phone was not put into airplane mode, nor turned off, and the battery had not died. Instead, it was intentionally broken, or had the battery removed, submerged, or it had been set in a safe for that entire duration. There were no other options. It had to be one of those things, which certainly throws another twist into this already weird case. The investigation again, though, would come to a stop over the next couple of years, when in July of 2021, 3 years since her disappearance, Japanese authorities now had a theory. Due to the typhoon hitting Japan at the time, the water level would have risen, and Veron had simply gotten swept away by a flooded river. This conclusion was odd to say the least, because a simple search of the data revealed that could not be the case. In fact, the family's attorney would get into contact with a Japanese hydrologist who stated that the typhoon had no impact on Nikko, and that the city had a small seasonal storm that night, but nothing that would cause flooding. However, it would be the following year when a Japanese judge finally closed the case and offered no explanation, which of course greatly upset the family. But it was reopened the following year, after pressure from France, who by this point was just asking to investigate it themselves, since Japanese authorities didn't really seem to be that interested. They declined, and still would not turn over any information to French authorities or the family. And that is pretty much where things stand today. The case is still cold after all this time. We have theories, however. As mentioned previously, the Japanese officials kept insisting that she most likely had some kind of accident due to flooding or wildlife. Yet, by now, this theory was basically ruled out. However, they also had a thought that she came all the way to Japan to intentionally disappear, or maybe end her own life. But considering how excited she was to finally be able to travel to Japan, a place she had dreamed of going to for years, it seemed unlikely. She was excited, as evidenced by the multiple messages to family and friends. Not to mention, no body or personal items were ever found in the area that would denote that. The main theory now, however, at least what her family and French authorities believe, is foul play. As we mentioned early on, Nikko was no stranger to disappearances. In fact, right after her disappearance, a skull would be found nearby at a railroad, which at first was thought to be Veron's, but was later ruled out. Then, within 2 weeks, 2 women were found in a parking lot with slit throats. This was followed by another unidentified body that was found at a nearby river not long after. In total, the time between when she vanished in 2018 and the year of 2022, 15 bodies were found in the region, along with 33 victims of assault of a sexual nature. That wasn't all. A local shrine that Veron had planned to visit had a sign that warned about a man who liked to physically touch women as he posed as a guide. This was confirmed by several witnesses on Instagram, documenting that a groper had lingered around in the area. Detectives actually knew about this guy, but claimed he had not been spotted there nearly a year prior to her disappearance. However, he can't be discounted, considering her sudden stop of phone activity. The hotel manager has also obviously being looked at quite closely, considering his statements about her leaving at 10 flies in the face of the fact that her phone was in the hotel room until at least 11:40 a.m. There were also eyebrows raised when 2 separate female travelers reported almost being abducted from the same hotel by 2 men. With all of this data, plus the fact that her phone shut down abruptly, suggested foul play, although it is uncertain how it was pulled off in such a busy tourist area. Others think she never left the hotel to begin with, considering that is where her phone last pinged, and the luminol evidence, along with the hotel manager's incorrect timeline, it could suggest a cover-up, while Japanese authorities still believe she suffered an accident out in the park, maybe due to a seizure, since she did have a history of epilepsy, although she was actively managing it with medication, not to mention a body was never found. What is it about Antarctica that feels so eerie, so foreboding? Is it the intense cold temperature that could kill you quickly without the proper clothing? Is it the desolation, knowing you're most likely going to be alone? Or is it the scarier possibility that you might not be alone? Interestingly, starting with some of the earliest explorations of the barren landscape, many have documented a weird presence which seems to follow, or at least watch people as they move about. It's a pretty common phenomenon, and it's called the third man factor, which describes traumatic experiences where an unseen presence provides support to a person. Some of the more famous encounters involve long-distance sailors, shipwreck survivors, mountaineers, miners, and in our case, polar explorers. In fact, it takes that name from the account of one of those very men, Ernest Shackleton, who was crossing the mountains of South Georgia Island in 1916 after losing their ship the Endurance in the ice. It was him and 2 other men trying to reach a whaling station so they could hopefully go back and rescue the rest of their shipmates. This journey involved a treacherous climb and was done on very small rations and no sleep, plus barely any equipment. It's in these dire conditions that Shackleton would record that perilous journey. Many times he would state, it felt like there were 4 men marching, not 3, and when they had finally reached safety, he relayed this to 2 other men who strangely stated they too had experienced the same feeling of some invisible companion helping them. This, however, was just the beginning of this strange presence of Antarctica. If we fast forward to 1980, you get another famous encounter, when 4 members of the expedition set up their base camp to wait out the winter. The radio operator was a woman named Virginia Fines, who had spent numerous hours running the radio, which was about 160 feet away from the main living quarters of the camp. One night, she would call to her husband and say, "There's something here." She then told him she felt some disturbing presence was following her when she left the hut. Other times she reported hearing a whispering of indistinguishable words from close behind her, which is a similar account to what many other polar explorers would report. This would only get stranger when another team would fly in later on to dismantle the base after the expedition, and one member would report that the empty hut felt like there was an aura inside, and after sealing it up, he stated he would never want to go back. Then we have Apsley Cherry Garrett, who penned maybe the greatest true adventure story ever, The Worst Journey in the World, about his survival of the ill-fated Terra Nova expedition, and he would write, "The whole place is very eerie. There is such a feeling of life about it. Not only do I feel it, but others do also. Last night after I turned in, I could have sworn I heard people shouting to each other. I thought that I had only got an attack of nerves, but Campbell asked me if I had heard any shouting, for he had certainly done so. They would eventually reason that what they heard had to be seals, even though the screams did sound human." It got stranger though, as Apsley would record that about 2 hours after they turned in for the night, something began to knock on the window. After about 5 or 6 knocks, someone quickly lit a candle and they all rushed outside to look, but nothing was there. This, the men reasoned, probably was just a dog wagging its tail and hitting the window. It is also worth noting that Sir Edmund Hillary, the first man to reach the summit of Mount Everest and make it back alive, would camp at this same hut on his expedition in 1958, and he claimed when he had opened the door to enter the hut, he seen Ernest Shackleton himself, who walked towards him and invited him in. There have also been accounts of actually seeing an entity, which is described as being a male figure. This happened in one expedition at the Argentinian base, where the men reported feeling a strong sensation of being observed at night. So, these are creepy accounts, but what to make of them? Well, it's no surprise that most scientists think it comes down to nothing more than psychophysiological stress responses. Just imagine the extreme cold you would deal with. Now on top of that, imagine being hungry, dehydrated, sleep deprived, and suffering from sensory deprivation because all you can see for miles is white snow. That could easily trigger hallucinations, and it's possible that the brain creates this third man as an imaginary companion to help us in this life-threatening moment. Another thought is that they could have been suffering from electromagnetic and infrasound effects. Infrasound specifically, coming from low-frequency vibrations in ice and wind, could cause anxiety or give the illusion of movements or voices, especially if you are already stressed. Or maybe there is really something supernatural about Antarctica. February 2022, Victorica La Pampa in Argentina would be the site of this next very strange mystery. It comes from a local newspaper in the area and told the story of 3 residents who were traveling home to the neighboring province of San Luis. The people were a married couple and their son, who was also an adult, and it's here in the pickup truck, driving through around midnight, that they reach a road arch on the border of the province, and suddenly, they began to see lights appear all over the night sky. At first, they were confused, but they thought it must be a reflection from the lighting of the agricultural greenhouses, which the local area is known for. But as they moved forward, they soon realized this could not be greenhouse lights. A minute later, as they moved along, they were stunned to see that they were now driving along an avenue in their hometown where they were heading. They stopped, obviously, because they were perplexed. They had almost driven the entire route back to their home, yet their GPS said they still had 16 miles to go, and 16 miles is the exact distance between the arch where they saw the lights in the sky and their home. It wasn't until they drove a few more blocks that their GPS finally reset, but the question remained, how did they make it 16 miles from that arch to their hometown in a 1-minute drive, only to see that the GPS had glitched? Interestingly, none of them discussed the event at first, and they didn't until the next morning. Apparently, they just suddenly remembered it, as if they had been in a coma the night before and forgot everything. But they now realized that somehow they teleported all the way home, although they weren't sure how. The family did agree to speak to the press, of course, only if the papers agreed to keep their names discreet. But what are the theories? Was this really some kind of time glitch, or something more mundane? Well, obviously, it's most likely true that the GPS did malfunction, and that's probably all. It just lost connectivity with the satellite, or something like that. Maybe even froze up at the border arch and regained signal back in town. And if someone is solely relying on the GPS for orientation, it can feel like some kind of time loss event happened, especially if you're driving at night on something as monotonous as a long stretch of highway, which can put you in a trance-like state, rendering you into a brief microsleep which might feel like 1 minute of time. Of course, the supernatural theories is why I made this video. Some people believe that it was a legit time slip, some kind of wormhole, or something to that effect, instantaneously transported them 16 miles away, close to their destination. Of course, others speculate that they could have been abducted. Don't forget about those bright lights they had seen. That would also explain how they forgot everything from the night before. World War II, the North African Campaign, plays home to this next bizarre mystery that to this day remains classified. Collected over the decades are pieces here and there from hundreds of witnesses who gave their accounts. It would all start when a group of pilots were sent out in Lockheed P-38 Lightnings, big twin-engine fighters. They had just been deployed out over the Mediterranean in what was then controlled by the Germans, and it was not going to be an easy patrol, because they did run into the enemies whom they engaged in a battle over the sea. After an exchange of gunfire, the pilots disengaged and headed back to base to refuel, but not before they came back together in the air counting one another on the way, making sure everyone was safe. Unfortunately though, it appeared as if one plane was missing. The pilots began doing safety calls to one another, trying to figure out who had crashed, because it was possible that the man could have parachuted safely out and was floating in the ocean, or maybe even the plane had coasted back to land. Regardless, a rescue crew would need to be deployed, but none of the pilots remembered seeing what happened to the other plane during all the chaos, and no one could see any pilot or plane down in the water below. And since they were running low on fuel themselves, they had no choice but to go back to base, where they compared notes, debriefed with intelligence, then told their superiors about the missing pilot. Without any idea of where to go, they simply had to wait. They gave him enough time to burn what fuel could have been left, and then everyone began to worry. But they figured, we'll give him 2 more hours, just in case. Although they widely conceded it would be a miracle if he showed up after that. And he didn't. The men hoped and prayed that another base in North Africa would soon call in and tell them that a damaged P-38 made an emergency landing there, but those hopes too were dashed. The men had to face the facts. This unnamed pilot wasn't coming back, something they would experience throughout the war. But this time, it would be different, because something unexpected happened. As the sadness came over the camp, the air raid siren went into full alert. The guns were manned, pilots ran into the fighter aircraft and jumped in, waiting for their officers to give the clear to ascend and engage. Apparently, radar had picked up a single aircraft coming in very fast at a low altitude, which certainly meant it was a fighter. Unfortunately, the nationality was unknown. Finally, the anxious men hiding in place saw the aircraft buzzing in. It was making a shallow descent, and the men recognized the sound of the engine. It was the unmistakable roar of the P-38. Had their friend made it back? They couldn't be sure, so the base stayed on high alert, since the pilot had not activated his IFF signal, which would identify him as friend or foe. But the base would fire up flares into the air to try and get the pilot to indicate his intentions, but he did not respond. By now, everyone on base had came back outside to look up into the sky. What was going on? Were they in danger? The officers, still unsure, would not give the signal to fire. But around the midpoint of the airfield, the fighter started to stagger. It jerked about, and then everyone below got an unsettling feeling when they seen the plane begin to come apart in the air. There was no explosion or any fire whatsoever. It just seemed to be coming apart. Then, the body came out and started to fall to the ground. A chorus of men screamed up, "The chute! Pull the ring! Open it!" The body continued to fall, however. But then, a sigh of relief came over the men when they saw that the chute had come out and extended, and the body slowly fell to the ground. As the men cheered in joy, then, as it hit the ground, the jeeps and trucks quickly drove over to the scene to retrieve the pilot where the plane crashed. But they were struck with something that completely blew their mind. The pilot was dead. During the engagement with the Germans, enemy fire had ended his life. Even crazier, an autopsy revealed he had been dead for hours, and somehow the aircraft made it back. But it's still not over. The absolute craziest part of the story was the fuel tank was completely empty, and I mean bone dry. Mechanics theorized the plane somehow remained in the air for hours after all the fuel had been used. So what gives? Well, let's start with where this account comes from. A book called Ghost of the Air, written by a man named Martin Caidin. The book documents real accounts of pilots who have experienced strange phenomena in the air. Caidin himself was a pilot and an expert in the aeronautics field. He was a prolific writer, and his most famous work, Cyborg, is what the $6 Million Man franchise was based on. But in the case of our mystery, he claimed he tracked this story down in the late 1950s. After hearing rumors about it for years, he was eventually given access to the classified files under the agreement that they never left the vault. But he was allowed to take notes. At some point, when he went back for another visit, the files had been removed and he never found them again. So for theories, let's start with the obvious. The whole account was a lie by Martin Caidin. First of all, you gotta remember, even though he did write many scholarly military and aviation books based on fact, he was better known for his fiction writing. And there's also the fact that he claimed to be a psychic. and he had the ability to move things with his mind, which might cast doubt on this story. But if it did happen, then there's just a few theories. It's possible that one of the engines shut down while the other one ran on low-grade fuel or mist, and he was able to keep the aircraft aloft on minimal power, long past the empty reading, basically coasting on fumes. Likewise, although there was not an official autopilot command, the aerodynamic trim tabs and a locked cockpit control could have caused the aircraft to fly straight and level until drag finally tore it apart. Of course, maybe this was a real account of a ghost pilot or some kind of other supernatural occurrence. Imagine you are on vacation, you've had a great day at the beach, and spent the night on the town before coming back to crash at your immaculate room. You turn the TV on for a little background noise before you try to get some sleep, and you grab the remote and start going through the channels, and you come across something odd, a channel that is complete static except for a face in the middle. Would you be creeped out? That's the dilemma this anonymous poster from the paranormal board of 4chan faced. And before we go any further, I guess now is a good time to credit Pixels After Dark, the channel that originally documented this one, after he browsed the paranormal board looking for weird mysteries. The poster in question had been staying at a Super 8 hotel, and upon channel surfing, he came across a channel 73, which didn't exist according to the hotel TV guide, because the hotel's TV only went up to 68, but it was here he found 73, which was static filled, except for a faint creepy face surrounded by a glow, along with a watermark in the corner which read, Plus TV. He recorded the incident and uploaded it online, where it then prompted a lot of speculation, obviously. He reminded many people of the movie Ring, or even things like the Max Headroom incident. A lot of commenters focused on the watermark itself, Plus TV, which they believed suggested a now-defunct Finnish channel, while others believed it was an Asian broadcast channel and the image was just a frozen frame from a transmission long ago. Interestingly, all other channels near 73 displayed normal static, and to show it wasn't a hoax, he would post multiple videos and images from different angles. Of course, this was 4chan, a site notorious for trolling and lying, so many of the commenters began to suggest that was exactly the case here. The uploader simply connected a laptop to the TV via HDMI and then played a spooky custom clip. Or maybe a hotel employee pulled off a prank on the guest. Yet, the most logical theory was TV piracy, just like the Max Headroom incident. A local pirate broadcaster hijacked an unused frequency to test their setup, and then embedded a static-filled screen with a faint image or symbol. It would go unnoticed unless you were flipping through the channels at just the right time. On the morning of March 29th, 1973, Ottawa, Kansas, a woman on her morning commute to work would call police to inform them that there was an abandoned sedan parked on the side of a country road. The woman, probably not thinking much of it, could never guess that she had just drove by one of the most infamous, brutal, unsolved crimes in the history of Kansas. The confusing story actually began about a day and a half prior, on the night of March 27th, when a 19-year-old, Steve Avery, of Viola, Kansas, was looking for a way to get to Lawrence, about 80 miles away. He had promised his friend and Vietnam War veteran, 23-year-old Gary Longfellow, that he would go testify on his behalf in a paternity suit the following day. But Steve's wife, Diane, refused to let him take the only vehicle that they had, which prompted a fight between the two. Why she did not allow him the vehicle is unknown, but it could be because the two had a small child at home and she didn't want to be stranded there just in case. In any event, Steve would do like a lot of people did in the 70s and chose to hitchhike to Lawrence, where I guess he intended to get a room and go speak on his friend Gary's behalf the next morning. The record isn't exactly clear on his plan. What is clear is this would not be the easy trip that he envisioned. After a night of hitching rides, he would find himself now walking about 40 miles away from his destination when a terrible storm blew in. Steve would do the only sensible thing and find a payphone and called his mother, 60-year-old Hazel Avery, and he asked her if she could travel to where he was, pick him up, and take him the rest of the way. Hazel, of course, would do it since the weather was so bad, but her being older and it being a very stormy night would call Gary, Steve's friend, and ask him to ride along. Now again, as I mentioned, this story is a little bit confusing, as I'm unsure why Gary wasn't with Steve in the first place, considering he was going to speak for him on his behalf anyways. Seems like a pretty big favor to do for a friend who was just sitting at home waiting. Regardless, Gary agreed to accompany Hazel to pick up Steven and take him the rest of the way. They would leave by 10:30, and we know this because they were seen by witnesses. Not to mention, Hazel called her sister to let her know the pair were leaving. What happens next is where the mystery comes in, because although this would have been a trip which should have taken 3 hours or so, Gary's father began to worry when it got up late into the night and his son had still not returned. So he would call the police to report the 3 missing, and he would also get the family members to go out and look for them. It was also at this time that the Avery family were made aware of the situation, and they too would begin a search. But for the first day, not one clue was found, and this is when we go back to the beginning of the story, when our driver would call in and report the abandoned sedan sitting on the side of the road. That's when things got dark. Once police arrived, they found the car of the Avery family, and inside, all 3 were deceased. They were knelt down on the floorboards with their heads in the seats. Hazel in the front passenger, Steven in the rear passenger, and Gary on the rear driver's side. All 3 had contact wounds, which indicated a gun had been placed on their heads when the trigger was pulled. In total, there were 7 bullets recovered. Steve shot twice, Hazel 3 times, and Gary twice. One of his was the most curious, because it was at the bottom of his foot, so it was speculated that he had tried to run or possibly kick back up at the shooter, although there was no real way to know. Finally, detectives and the coroner came to the conclusion that all of this had happened sometime between midnight and 6 a.m. the previous day. The murders were brutal and senseless in their own, but what detectives found next was even more disturbing, or maybe I should say, what they didn't find. That's right, a motive. To this day, there's never been one uncovered. First of all, investigators could find nothing that had been stolen. All of the valuables were left in the car and on the victims. This includes jewelry. And on top of that, there were no signs that anyone had been sexually violated. But what about any enemies? Well, there were a couple of problems with this theory. First of all, police could not find anything sketchy about Gary or Steve, or heck, even Hazel for that matter. Neither of the young men had a criminal record, and by all accounts, they seemed like good young men. Police did, however, found that Steve had 1 or 2 people that didn't like him much, but there wasn't anything that indicated those people were involved, nor had they planned it. Speaking of planning, that was another major problem with this theory. Detectives deemed it very unlikely that any of this could have been planned, for a couple of reasons. For one, no one other than Hazel's sister and Gary's father knew that the 2 were even driving back to pick up Steve, because he had intended to hitchhike all the way there, and he had only changed his plan once the heavy rains came in. So for someone to have been waiting on all 3 is a non-go from the start. There were also no other tire tracks in the area, so the car wasn't ran off the road by anyone, although a county road grader had came through the area before the car was found, and it's possible tire tracks were covered. But it was also possible that this other person was just invited inside the vehicle or somehow commandeered it. But why? Again, that's the issue with this one. Police had no idea, but they were convinced of one thing. They believed this was a professional hit, orchestrated by someone. Whoever done it had pulled off similar crimes before, although they admitted it still leaves the issue of how they captured their target that night, whomever it was, because Gary and Hazel were not even supposed to be out there, and Steve should have been hitchhiking and potentially riding with random drivers. None of this made sense. But you're probably wondering, what about the paternity suit that Steve was going to testify at? Could that woman have been involved? Police thought that immediately, but after a brief interrogation, they realized she had nothing to do with it. In fact, even though Steve could not testify in the defense of Gary, Gary still won the paternity suit, which basically stated he was not the father. Although the professional hit theory was seriously considered, they did look at a random killer theory, like Maybe they had picked up a hitchhiker of their own. Detectives even considered Henry Lee Lucas and Otis Toole, but again, they were too ruled out. Rumors helped fill in the blanks, with some people claiming that it was over an unpaid gambling debt, another tip the police could not find any evidence on. Now, making this case even more convoluted would come over 3 weeks later, when on April 18th, the badly decomposed body of a young man with a bashed-in skull was found in a drainage ditch around 30 minutes north of the abandoned car. An autopsy revealed his time of death was about 3 weeks prior, meaning he died very close to the same time that the Averys and Gary were killed. Was it related? Police were not sure, and they couldn't even identify the victim. Actually, it would take over 50 years when in April of 2025, the remains were finally identified as 16-year-old Jimmy Dollison, who had been reported missing by his family in late 1972. Was he an accomplice or a witness that knew too much and was killed? Or was he just randomly targeted by the same killer? Or was it totally unrelated? That's still being looked at today. If it was a random hitchhiker, it's thought that the other three seen him walking through the storm and felt bad for the person, since Steve had just went through the same thing a few minutes ago. So they pulled over and gave him a ride, and then this person got violent for some reason, pulled the gun on them, kept everyone under control until he drove them to this isolated location and seemingly murdered them for the thrill of it. The American Southwest is littered with ghost towns, former bustling communities usually set up around a resource, such as an ore, which is mined to exhaustion, leaving the townsfolk to just up and abandon them. Many of these today are tourist sites, while others have simply been forgotten, but a few of them have been completely lost. That's where our mystery begins today, and it involves a strange town that may or may not ever existed. Our story begins in 1893 and revolves around the Oklahoma land run granted by the government that year. And if you're not familiar with that term, it was basically an event in which land restricted from settlement was opened up to potential homesteaders, and they were all sold on a first-come, first-served basis. This was the fourth largest land run in U.S. history and was a 60-mile wide piece of land south of the Oklahoma-Kansas border, known as the Cherokee Outlet, since this was the land that the U.S. government had promised to the Cherokee after forcing them there. It's here our mystery lies, because on that same year of this land run, a reporter from Kansas, who remained anonymous, would pen a curious article about one of these communities which had sprang up in northern Oklahoma. And what may be a shock to some, many of these people vying for this land were women, about 20% actually. In fact, the first our brave anonymous reporter from Kansas would stumble up on would be a community known as Bethsheba, or Bathsheba. According to him, this town was made up of nothing but women. That's right, the sole 33 citizens were female, and they were there because of their overwhelming desire to be away from men, for a varying of reasons I imagine. In fact, men weren't even allowed to visit the town, and none of the citizens would speak to this reporter who had to keep his distance. He only learned about it from a farmer who lived several miles away. As mentioned, the town was made up of 33 women, although 12 of these would leave after the first week, and another was kicked out for bringing a razor, which the leader of the community deemed a masculine product, an idea that could subvert the whole town. And this leader apparently was motivated in part due to finding out her husband had a whole other family in another state, which he was able to visit since he was a traveling salesman. This might be why that even the farm animals had to be female, as the article would even note that a stray rooster was sacrificed when it wandered onto the land. The journalist covering this knew he had a splendid story, that if he could just somehow get one of the women to talk to him, or perhaps infiltrate the community, he would have a story that might go nationwide and make him famous. There was one problem. The town was guarded by a female police chief that had already fired at him once when he got too close, but it was too irresistible not to try again. So he would make the journey back the following week, hoping to get an interview. When he arrived though, he was stunned to see that the settlement was gone. All there was an empty prairie. He eventually would go on to interview a man living nearby in a sod house, and he told him that the women had spoke to his wife before they had left and said they were lonely, afraid, and there were some major disagreements about how the town should be run and the future of the community. He stated he got up the next morning and noticed the entire area had been abandoned, and that's the mystery. Where was this town, and did it really exist? Well, there are a few issues with the story. The original article was printed in 1893, and, as you know, in that era, yellow journalism was all over the place, and the fact that the Kansas reporter wanted to remain anonymous gives some doubt to the claim. Actually, the story didn't get modern-day recognition until it was uncovered by another reporter, Robert E. Cunningham of the Daily Oklahoman, in 1961, who had researched the archives. This brought focus back onto this unique story, and another journalist would begin his research on it, and he eventually found a woman who claimed to have actually visited the community almost 70 years prior. She claimed the original idea spawned after one woman got her claim, which gave her 160 acres, and she decided she wanted to do a woman-only area, and the story spread like wildfire, causing many women to want to join her. But that was also the cause of its downfall, because instead of a united front of women arriving at the same time with the same goal, you had women showing up randomly at different times, and there was just no real cooperation. However, it's worth pointing out that this elderly woman the journalist found wished to remain anonymous, so her claims are unverifiable. Likewise, many have pointed out that there is just not one artifact found anywhere that actually shows this community once existed. Plus, they've only found that one article from the 1890s that documents this, and on top of that, the women wouldn't just show up and abandon it. It was worth too much money, and someone, maybe that first woman, would have sold it. That should be documented somewhere. And then there's the obvious town name, Bathsheba, a woman in the Bible known for her scandal. Could it be this came from a journalist who, as many men felt at the time, feared women having total independence? However, if it was real, it could be the reason that it was never found is because it was really just a transient camp. During the chaos of the 1893 land run, groups of single women would camp together briefly for mutual protection, and it's possible this reporter stumbled up onto an assortment of tents of nothing but women who threatened to shoot him if he got close, only for that community to be gone just a few days later, which would explain everything. What we do know is the settlement was said to be somewhere between the towns of Perry and Enid, which sat about 45 miles apart. It was the 4th of July weekend in 2019 when 25-year-old Chance Englebert of Wyoming made plans with his wife to take their 3-month-old child a little over 200 miles away in Gehring, Nebraska, to visit Chance's in-laws. The visit was a much-needed mental break for the young family, as Chance had recently just lost his job, but luckily, he had found a new one that he would be starting the following week. While there, they intended to stay with his wife's grandparents, and on the 6th, a Saturday, he would go golfing with his father-in-law, along with his sister-in-law's boyfriend. After some time on the course, he would call and check in with his wife, Bailey, and told her the three were having a good time and had been drinking, and they would be back in a bit. However, this would all change not long after, because Chance would call his wife back again, and this time, he asked her to come pick him up. Apparently, there was a comment made to him about his new job, which he didn't appreciate. What this comment was, and who exactly said it, his father-in-law or his sister-in-law's boyfriend, is unknown. But Chance was pretty upset and just wanted to leave, so his wife went towards the golf course and picked him up. Here's where things would get a little bit chaotic. Chance, by this point, just wanted to wrap the weekend up early. He was aggravated and just wanted to go back home to Torrington, Wyoming, and relax until his new job started on Monday. Bailey, however, refused, and this started an argument between them. She would end up taking him back to her grandparents' home. As soon as they pulled up, Chance got out of the vehicle and started walking away. Bailey at this time thought nothing of it, because she stated she thought he was just walking to cool off, something he did when he would get angry. But after a few minutes, she would call to check on him and see if he would come back. But he didn't answer. She called and called again before finally walking after him. But she couldn't find him. A few hours and many phone calls later, Chance would finally answer her phone calls at 7:46 p.m. and told her he was walking towards Kimball and then hung up on her. Now it's worth noting, Kimball was south and the opposite way of his home in Wyoming. It was also a 15-hour walk. This was only made more confusing by the fact that Chance had been calling his friends, whom he was asking for a ride, and told them he was walking north towards Torrington, Wyoming, about a 12 hours walk. The last friend he reached out to was a man named Matt Miller, who took his call at 8:46 p.m., and this would be the last official time that we know someone spoke to him. His aunt, however, would receive a strange text from him just 20 minutes later. The text read, "I'm," which was followed by a neutral face emoticon, and then a word spelled IBDESEREALLYG. His aunt was confused, like anyone would be, and she replied, "You are what?" But Chance never replied. Meanwhile, his wife and family were starting to get worried because a severe thunderstorm was rolling into the area. Bailey and her grandparents waited for the storm to blow through and drove around town looking for him. They believed he probably sought shelter in a local store or maybe an abandoned building, but they couldn't find him. The next morning, Bailey's family, along with Chance's family, started calling law enforcement, who soon launched a wide-scale search for him. They brought in helicopters, dogs, and even conducted water searches with divers. Over 2,400 acres were searched, and not one clue came up. However, while there was a physical search taking place, investigators began trying to run down exactly where it was that he had been, and they got lucky because they found out around 10 p.m. he was spotted on camera walking past a business in Terrytown, Nebraska, only about a mile and a half from Gering, where Chance had walked away from earlier. It appeared as if he was following the GPS on his phone. After this, there was no more video evidence, but tips continued to pour in. People in both Wyoming and Nebraska claimed to have seen him, with one woman in Casper, Wyoming, telling police she had an interaction with him at Walmart. When police reviewed up to 6 hours of video footage from around the time she claimed to have seen him, they could not find him on the video, and they haven't found him since. Police actually ran down several leads and tips, and performed numerous searches, executed search warrants, pretty much everything you would hope could be done, and there's just never been one clue pop up. And while they haven't found a sign of foul play either, they have been quick to point out they can't rule it out. But just because law enforcement has ran into a dead end in their investigation doesn't mean the family has given up. They would hire a private investigator who uncovered an interesting lead on his own. A store clerk said a man matching Chance's description came in and got into a tense conversation with another man in the back of the store before purchasing a drink and tobacco and exiting the store between 8:30 and 9. That store was about 2 miles away from where he would be seen on camera around 10 p.m. This also went along with the tip that came in, which stated there were 2 women in their mid-20s in an obvious state of panic trying to flag down traffic. This is important because this was around the same time and area that Chance was last seen in. The women, who seemed to be looking for help, eventually got into the truck with someone and they left the scene. This was actually called in by 2 separate witnesses. Police believe they may have seen something happen to Chance, yet these people have never been found, nor have they came forward. Today, theories are divided, but most lean towards the thought that he simply got disoriented during the storm and fell into the North Platte River nearby. If he was stressed out and tired, or distracted from following his GPS on his phone, he could have fell and drowned, and the body was just never found. Others think the man arguing with him in the store was responsible, and that the girls, who were seen panicking, witnessed what had happened and never came forward. Of course, the theory you're waiting on is his in-laws were responsible, and there is a lot of rumors that point to that. Like for instance, some reports claim it was more than an argument that he got into with his in-laws at the golf course. Some say it was a full-fledged fight. Numerous podcasts have covered the story, and they bring up many claims, like his wife Bailey asking for a death certificate almost immediately, or asking about insurance payouts. However, other sources dispute that, and say it is nothing more than rumor mongering. What can't be disputed was both families did not like each other, and that ultimately could have led to Chance's demise. May 4th, 1984, in the small rural town of Westby, Wisconsin, 3 teenagers walking along a country road would make a horrifying discovery. There, off the highway, was the deceased body of an older woman, a body that hadn't been deceased very long at all. Of course, they rushed home, and the police were notified and were quickly on the scene, and an investigation began. The woman was somewhere between the ages of 50 and 63, 5'5" to 5'6", and around 150 pounds. Her hair was graying and had been styled in a perm, but most disturbingly, the woman's hands had been removed, no doubt to eliminate any chance of fingerprinting her, which obviously pointed to a homicide. In fact, that was more than obvious, as the woman's face was unrecognizable due to the extensive blunt force trauma. She had a broken jaw and eye socket, as well as having sharp force trauma to the left side of the head near her ear. Police began looking for an ID and couldn't find anything on her, but because of some other things they found, they could have never believed this woman would go on to be unidentified for over 40 years. For example, the 4-inch abdominal surgical scar that she had, or the upper dentures that she wore, which had been found broken at the scene. These dentures, which had 2 teeth missing, had specific numbers inscribed, which detectives believed to be serial numbers, but not serial numbers which linked the teeth to one specific person, although they couldn't track them to a dentist either, which really would have helped. The perp had also taken the time to remove the brand labels from all of her clothing, although her clothes did have distinctive buttons that had unique stitching. Near the scene also lay a man's watch, which ultimately led to nothing either. With no new leads and really nowhere to go, police went to the media in hopes of getting the story noticed, and perhaps someone could come forward with any kind of information. And they got a hit, because not long after this showed up on the news, a couple called into the police to report something suspicious which they had observed. While driving along this desolate road around 9:45 p.m. the same night the body was discovered, they seen a 1982 yellow Datsun on the side of the road near where the body was found. Walking around the outside of the car was a man. When he seen the people coming, he quickly rushed back to the driver's seat and drove off. Once the witnesses gave the police the exact location, they went out to investigate, and there they found tire tracks which indicated the person had made a quick U-turn. Because of this, investigators believed the couple interrupted the man when he was trying to dump the body, prompting him to take her to the next location, which also led to speculation that he had killed her somewhere else, and that kind of went along with another theory that the police had. Since her body was just dumped along the side of a gravel road with no attempt to hide it, the suspect was probably panicked and just wanted to get out of there. They also believed neither of them were local. In fact, within the past few years, pollen taken from the Jane Doe's clothing has pointed to her coming from Arizona or New Mexico, most likely a city there. Why they were in Wisconsin, however, has not been speculated on. And as far as how the two knew each other, well, detectives were pretty sure this wasn't a random attack by a stranger. Instead, this was personal, and the two knew each other extremely well. Due to the extensive damage, it was suggested that the attacker lashed out in rage over something that occurred between the two. But not what you're thinking necessarily. Instead of this crime being spurned by romantic jealousy, the theory presented most often was it was a close relative or caregiver that did it out of anger, perhaps because he felt burdened he had to take care of her, or maybe it was all for financial gain. This could be why no matching local missing report was ever made, since the suspect would continue to draw benefits and avoid suspicion. It would also explain how the suspect had such easy access. Of course, maybe none of it was planned, and the person just snapped in rage, delivering a savage beating, then panicked, and everything afterwards was just trying to cover his tracks. In this theory, the suspect would be an intimate partner. In the 4 decades since her body was found, investigators have ran down over 4,000 leads, and they still have nothing. In recent years, they have made several attempts to get the case back into the media, hoping that someone could provide that one clue needed to find resolution, while DNA research began in 2023, which hopefully will ultimately lead to a name. September 2000, Calgary, Alberta, Canada, is an odd place to start a mystery that would occur in Nevada, but that's exactly where we find 28-year-old truck driver Trevor Angell. Trevor was a Canadian citizen whose primary route saw him making deliveries to different parts of the western United States and bringing goods back to Canada. But Trevor, who had been driving for a few years by this point, was beginning to get tired of life on the road, which was in no part motivated by the fact that he now had a small child at home along with his wife, both whom he desired to spend more time with. He would contemplate for a while about his future employment and would inform his wife and family that after this last trip to Los Angeles, where he was to deliver a load of meat and then return with bananas from the US, he was calling it quits. This was going to be his last ride. With that said, on September 20th, he jumped in his truck and headed off. The next day, he would arrive in Los Angeles after 25 hours of driving and would then offload the goods and get the return shipment to take back to Calgary. But on his way back, though, he would come up on a small Nevada border town called Primm, a place he was familiar with and stopped every time he came through, because Trevor liked to visit the casino and hotel there. And it wasn't just him. This was a place where a lot of truckers would stop and drink, gamble, or just rest. It's the following day, though, that took an interesting turn, because Trevor would call back home to his wife and tell her some alarming news. He would say he hadn't slept in 4 days. This, of course, led his wife to encourage him to try and lay down and get some rest. Now, whether he did or not is unknown, but it would be later that same day that Trevor's parents got a concerning phone call as well. This time, it was from representatives of the trucking company that Trevor worked for, and they wanted to know why Trevor wasn't answering his phone, and if he was okay, because their company GPS indicated he was still parked in Primm. Was Trevor still asleep, or just gambling it up and didn't care because this was his last ride? No one knew for sure, but 3 days later, when Trevor had still not came home or contacted his family, everyone got worried, and he would be reported as missing to the police. Detectives, for their part, at least knew where to start, because his company truck was still sitting in the same exact parking spot it had been the whole time. So they went to the casino, where they found the truck, opened the door, and looked inside. There sat Trevor's wallet, which still contained his credit cards, ID, but no cash. More concerning was there were no signs of Trevor. This was perplexing, but police would begin trying to trace down his movements over the past few days, and they would start back at the 22nd, when he had last called his wife and told her he had not slept in 4 days. Turns out, multiple people saw Trevor gambling at the casino that day. Investigators would discover something else as well. Up until 4 a.m. the following morning, Trevor's debit card was used a total of 9 times, withdrawing all the money from his entire paycheck. Detectives and his family were no doubt concerned now for his safety. Had someone hurt him and stole his debit card and wiped out his money? Well, there were problems with that line of thinking. Like, why was the debit card still found in his wallet? It makes it seem like Trevor took all the money out himself. That looked even more so the case when investigators found a waitress who had served Trevor breakfast at 10 a.m., just 6 hours after his bank account had been cleared out. Here, Trevor ordered oatmeal and then paid for it with pocket change. That wouldn't be the last sighting, though. It would be later that day when another witness would see him walking around in the parking lot, looking disheveled and disoriented. He also clutched his stomach and was asking passerbys for help. After that, the trail went cold for about a year. It would be in December of 2001 the witnesses in Texas would call in and report seeing Trevor. However, these sightings were never confirmed, and it's unsure if he actually got to Texas. In any event, that was 2 decades ago, and he's never been seen again. So what happened? Well, much has been made about Trevor telling his wife he hadn't slept in 4 days, although some sources state that he had actually told another trucker that on the radio. Regardless of which, it has led to much conjecture that Trevor was on meth. In fact, if you remember, he drove 25 hours straight from Calgary to Los Angeles, probably very difficult to do without the aid of some kind of stimulant. Then, there is the witness who had seen him clutching his stomach. and asking people for help in the parking lot. It seems like Trevor may have suffered some sort of medical event, maybe all the sleep deprivation, plus possible drinking for the casino, which he was known to do, and the stimulants triggered some kind of collapse. Or maybe he was hallucinating, leading him to wander off into the desert and die, and his remains were never found. Although it seems odd that he seemed perfectly fine that morning when he ordered the oatmeal, which has led many to suggest he was targeted by someone at the casino or in the parking lot. Maybe when he appeared disoriented, someone realized he was a vulnerable target and took advantage of it. They robbed him, killed him, and then disposed of him somewhere in the desert. However, there should be video footage of the parking lot, considering this was a casino. Not to mention, why would the perp put his debit card back? Finally, some believe that he walked away to start a new life. In fact, police detectives would officially state that. They believed he left by choice, taking all the money from his ATM and walking away, leaving his old life behind. And those sightings in Texas was proof of that. And it could be that he had just felt embarrassed after losing his entire paycheck to the casino. Maybe this was an ongoing problem. Maybe it was going to cause issues with his wife. And if that is the case, then the man walking around clutching his stomach wasn't Trevor at all, and it was just a confused witness. It was 1980 when a 20-year-old Theresa Greaves and a friend would leave their home in New Jersey in hopes of settling down in Utah, more specifically, Salt Lake City. As a teen, she had met some missionaries from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and began attending church meetings. It was there she would befriend Bo Colosi, the friend that was moving with her across country. It was Theresa's wish to move closer to the church in Utah so she could immerse herself in Mormon culture, although that was a secondary reason. The main reason was Theresa was a huge music fan, but you could say she was a super fan of Donny Osmond, maybe obsessed, and it was here that she hoped she could get closer to him, and perhaps even befriend him. In fact, she ran the Osmond fan club for a period of years. The two would drive across the country and found an apartment to rent, and Theresa soon began looking for jobs. It's unsure what she did for the first year, but we do know by the following year, she settled into a job as a housekeeper. Her friends would later report that she spent much of her time at a nearby TV studio that the Osmonds were operating, hoping she would see them and could snap off a few pictures. It was after this that Theresa lost her job and would spend the next couple of years applying for different positions and even moved out and in with another woman looking for a roommate. Many of the jobs that Theresa applied for were live-in babysitters, and she interviewed with quite a few people, mainly doctors. But it's on August 5th of 1983 that things got strange. She would call her grandmother back in New Jersey, the woman who had raised her, and told her she was going for an interview in Salt Lake City. As she lived in the area's suburbs, she would board a bus and head towards State Street. This was the last time anyone spoke to her. Theresa's new roommate was not worried at first when Theresa did not arrive back that night, assuming she had went to a friend's or perhaps even a boyfriend. But when she did not return within 2 days, the roommate would contact authorities to report her missing. The problem was, just 2 years prior, when Theresa had lived with the other roommate, she had left the apartment one day with 2 men from South America who didn't even speak English. She had apparently met them at a dance club that was visited often by students from BYU. The old roommate, in that instance, had also reported her missing when she didn't return that night. However, after she filed the police report, Theresa arrived home unhurt. This most likely played a role in the new missing report, since police no doubt thought, well, she will be back just like last time. But she didn't come back, and detectives did follow up on it, and found that Theresa had actually told her roommate that same day she left that she was meeting a couple in Salt Lake City who had a business opportunity for her. Detectives were able to track down one man that Theresa had spoken to that day, a doctor who had interviewed as a potential live-in babysitter. He stated she had called him around noon, and he informed her the job had been given to someone else. He also had no idea where she called from or where she went, and it's unsure if this was the job opportunity that she was allegedly going to speak about, or if she had another interview somewhere else. Investigators would also search Theresa's room and found the only thing gone was her purse, a a pair of heels, and her high school class ring. The case seemed to be going nowhere, so they tried tracking her down via a financial trail, like looking at her bank activity, which revealed she had deposited $98 that morning. After that, everything stopped. Police next went to the post office, where they opened her P.O. box and seen an absolute ton of mail. This had to throw police for a loop. When they began opening them, they seen that it was mostly letters for the Osmond fan club, and all of the letters seemed to reveal an outgoing correspondence with Theresa, although she always responded to the letters using an alias, Risa. Now detectives knew the search net was going to be even wider, and since this was 1983, looking for each one of these people was going to be time-consuming, but that's just what they did, contacting everyone from the Osmond fan club that had ever written Theresa. It took time, and after a lengthy investigation, they could safely rule out every one of these pen pals. After this, the case went cold. It was like she had just stepped off the bus inside the city limits and vanished. Actually, police weren't even sure she made it there, or even made it to the bus. That's how cold the case was, and it would remain that way for years. Her grandmother stayed in touch though, asking for updates over the next decade, but nobody had seen Theresa. Her grandmother eventually passed away in 1997, and police lost contact with the other relatives, but detectives themselves did pick up the cold case in 2012 and looked again, and just like before, they ran into a dead end. There was just nobody that had seen her since she left that morning, and Theresa had apparently not moved somewhere and started over, but they would eventually get an answer, because on February 5th, 2015, 32 years after Theresa walked out and went to a job interview, a man walking his dog would come across a skull setting up against a tree on a hillside next to the highway. He was later identified as Theresa. What had happened? Investigators still don't know, although they've had some ideas over the years. Interestingly, they called on fans of the Osmonds to look through any old fan club mailers and see if there was any correspondence with Theresa and what it revealed. However, that led to nothing. They then turned to a man already in prison for another murder, Douglas Lovell. He was on death row for the murder of Joyce Yost in 1985, which he had done to silence her after he sexually violated her. Her murder occurred just 2 years after Theresa's and just 30 minutes away. However, he would only state he didn't believe he knew anybody named Theresa, and detectives could never find that crucial link that he was responsible. Police then began to suspect an elaborate criminal syndicate could be the guilty party. Apparently, one was being ran out of the Utah State Prison and a halfway house in Salt Lake City. He was ran by a convict named Ronnie Lee Gardner, who worked with a man still unidentified to this day, known only as the Old Man, who would fence stolen property. The third man was a lifelong felon responsible for a ton of burglaries, Daniel Olson Ranquist. He had actually burglarized homes in the area just 2 days after Theresa was reported missing, and one witness even placed him coming out of the brush where Theresa's remains were eventually found, and that occurred right around the time she was reported missing. However, he had been deceased for years, and Ronnie Lee Gardner was executed in 2010, while the Old Man was never identified, although detectives still haven't been able to prove conclusively the two events were linked. But it is possible Theresa's class ring, which was missing from the remains, could have been stolen and sold to a pawn shop, and if it ever pops up, he would be a crucial link to finding out what exactly happened, since police would have a paper trail. And there's also the possibility that so-called job interview was nothing more than a scam, with a person potentially waiting to harm her when she arrived, possibly a sexual predator, or even someone that just wanted to rob her, or it might have been nothing other than an opportunistic stranger who had nothing to do with these theories. Instead, he just happened to see her getting off the bus. July 22nd, 1629, in a frontier outpost in what is now Albuquerque, New Mexico, a man known as Friar Alonso de Benavides was awaiting the arrival of the man that would take his place as custodian of the Franciscans. He had been superior of the Franciscan missions of New Mexico since 1622, and it was their sole goal to try and convert as many natives as they could to Catholicism. He had served the faith well and was now ending his term, to be replaced by someone else who would continue the cause. That man's name was Friar Perea, and he showed up to the remote outpost where the two men met and began to converse. Friar Alonso would give Friar Perea the basic gist of the day-to-day operations, and they would begin the transition of duties. And it's here Friar Perea would give Alonso a letter that had came from the Archbishop-elect of Mexico. And it was a curious report. According to this letter, a woman named Mary of Jesus of Agreda had made contact with a tribe of indigenous peoples in New Mexico called the Humanos and Tilos. What is odd about this, you might ask? Well, Mary was still living in Spain. See, she was actually the superior at a community of nuns back in Agreda, and since 1620, she had claimed she had been visiting New Spain via an ability called biolocation, something we have discussed on this channel before. Biolocation is the alleged psychic ability, or in this case, miraculous ability, to be in two different places at the same time. According to her, and witnesses that vouch for her, she would go into a trance and would be teleported, or she sometimes said, transported by the aids of the angels to settlements of these two tribes, who were in New Mexico. It's here at these settlements the Blue Nun, or as she would come to be known, the Lady in Blue, would minister to them, all the while never leaving the monastery. Interestingly, she gave very descriptive reports of New Mexico. During her prayers, she would go into her trance and see bronze-skinned men and women in the wilderness of what is now New Mexico and Texas. She would note they used jawbones and teeth of animals to fashion their weapons. Their food was primitive, and for light, they used wooden torches. She knew she had been sent to bring them the Word of God, and she would visit over 500 times in that 9-year period, using this spiritual teleportation. She was even able to speak to them in their own language, and she even healed the sick. As she began to gain converts, she urged them to contact the local Franciscan friars, where our man, Friar Alonso, was at, and asked them to construct new missions for other tribes. Safe to say, she had created quite a stir back in Spain, and if not for her close relationship with the king, she probably would have faced the wrath of the Spanish Inquisition. Now, the Archbishop had sent Alonso this letter, and in it, he wrote that he had not heard of a tribe called the Tilos, which Mary claimed to have visited, but he had heard of Tejas, which were on the far reaches of New Spain in what is now Texas. He assumed Tejas was the Tilos that she had visited, but the Humanos, that was an exact match, because there was a tribe known to be traders, farmers, and bison hunters called the Humanos who roamed New Mexico and Texas. Friar Alonso was dumbfounded by all of this news. He couldn't believe the story of Mary's alleged travels. Actually, they had never even heard of Mary of Agreda, but Friar Alonso had his own story that was going to shock Friar Perea, because just recently, a delegation of 50 Indians and their chief had just set up camp nearby the mission, and their name was the Humano. The delegation had came 500 miles from the east, probably somewhere in Texas, and they had told the Spaniards that they had been visited by a woman who dressed in blue. She taught them about her faith, speaking in their own language, and had converted many of them. They told her they wanted to be baptized so they could live as Christians, so she urged them to go find the local missionaries. Even more interesting was Friar Alonso stated that the Humanos had been coming in increasing numbers to request missionaries since 1620, the first year of Mary's teleportation to the southwest. At the time, there wasn't enough friars, but this year, the Humanos had become convinced, more than ever, that the Franciscans could now fulfill the request. Then, another friar who had worked under Alonso, a man named Juan de Salas, stated that since 1626, the Indians had been telling him about the Lady in Blue, and since he had spoke several Native American languages, he probably didn't misunderstand them. However, he had blown off the stories from the Humanos, thinking they had probably heard about Christianity from other Native American tribes. But when the Spanish showed the natives a small painting of another nun from a convent who wore the same clothes as Mary, the natives stated that it did look like the woman in the portrait, except Mary was young and beautiful, which Mary was, unlike the woman in the painting. They also stated she had came to them from the sky. The Spanish knew they had to investigate further, and they traveled the long distance back to the village, where they met with many thankful Umano villagers who had already built crosses and altars because the lady in blue had told them to. For several days, the friars baptized the Indians, and they taught them prayers and healed the sick. With this evidence, Alonso went back to Spain, where he would inform the king and the pope of the news, and would even meet with Mary herself. And Friar Alonso, after spending many months interviewing her, stated her detailed knowledge of New Mexico was legit. And that brings us to the mystery. What did the Umano tribe really see? Before we get to that, I do have to note that all of the people in this story were very real, even Mary, and she did cause quite a stir in her time. And it was also documented by the missionaries that had met the Umano that no group of Indians that the Spanish would ever meet knew as much about Christianity as the Umano. They were said to have been very knowledgeable about the scripture, so much so that it shocked the Spanish. But having said that, what about theories? Well, the first one is sort of a hybrid theory. The Umano were coming to the Spanish more and more and had been asking for baptism and to be taught Christianity. And meanwhile, Mary really was a mystic who claimed to have had these abilities, but the whole thing was just a coincidence, and neither were connected to the other. A lot of skeptics would even claim that the Umano's real drive in this was protection from the Apache, which once they converted to Christianity, the Spanish would be obligated to protect them. The part about the woman in blue may have came from the Umano traditions, but the friars, who were in need of more converts, just rode with the story of Mary, which influenced the king to keep funding their mission in the Southwest. Of course, this theory doesn't really explain how the Umano knew so much about Christianity, or how Mary had even heard of them. That's why so many believe this was a true miracle, that God had used Mary to reach the Umano and spread the word. But I'll let you tell me in the comment section below. February 1st, 2012, a woman named Gina Vendegna of Honolulu, Hawaii, was out working for a charitable cause. She had been going around the Liliha neighborhood looking for old cans and bottles that she could collect and give to the elderly in the area that were in need of some financial help. The cause was noble, and it often led to Gina not only looking for cans to pick up, but led to her oftentimes digging through trash bins. And it's in pursuit of these recyclables that she came across something she did not expect. She would see a clear Ziploc bag containing what she thought to be ginger root. It had just begun to dry out. Gina thought she was pretty lucky, because she had been wanting to plant ginger in her garden, so she stuck it in her purse and went on collecting more recyclables. Later that evening, as she returned home, she would reach for her purse and pull the ginger out to inspect it more, and what she found horrified her. What she thought was ginger was in fact shriveled human fingers, complete with fingernails. Gina couldn't believe it and was absolutely shocked. She began to shake nervously as she went through the neighborhood and began to talk to friends who all assured her that it was most likely monkey fingers, in hopes that Gina would relax. But Gina couldn't relax. She knew better, and she would head to the nearest police station. The veteran officers couldn't believe it either, and they too were a little bit disturbed. In total, there were 6 digits, some whole, some partial, and they still had soft tissue attached. They appeared to have been preserved in some way, since they did not smell bad and were in such good condition. Most likely, they had been kept in ice. Maybe most interestingly, though, was there were no pieces of a thumb. The story would get creepier, however. After forensic testing was carried out on the fingers, it revealed they belonged to a child between the ages of 2 to 5. Unfortunately, they couldn't determine the gender or ethnicity, although some sources would go on to suggest it belonged to a girl between 2 and 4 years old, while others suggested it was a boy 3 to 5 years old. The Honolulu Police Department would begin to cross-reference the remains with their missing child cases throughout the state, but curiously, there were no matches. They then thought, well, maybe this was the fault of a sloppy hospital, so they began calling emergency rooms looking for children that had just been treated for traumatic finger injuries. But that too led to nothing. And if this whole ordeal wasn't creepy enough, it got worse, because obviously detectives went to inspect that garbage bin, and they would be particularly disturbed to see that it sat right next to a children's playground. This really upset the community, which is not a surprise. The police began to look for a suspect, but it was hard to do so when they couldn't even find the child that it had belonged to. They would of course interview Gina, the woman who found them, but she was cleared quick. Crazily enough, there's not much on this one. It's never really been followed up on, and the case never got closure. But we'll take a look at a few of the theories. One of the more interesting ones is that this child had to have the fingers amputated for some medical reason, and the family chose to keep them. I know that sounds strange, but it is a thing some people do. Like, there are instances of people keeping their amputated leg, but it's possible a family decided to hold on to the fingers of their child as a keepsake, and after a while began to feel a little bit unsettled about it and threw them away. The problem with this one is the 2 whole fingers and 4 partial don't really stick out as a medical amputation. Sticking with the medical theories though, it's also possible that it was just a mishandled medical disposure. Maybe it was part of a cadaver specimen, which would explain how they were so well preserved. However, things like this are usually regulated very closely. Finally, I put the darker theories last, which I don't really need to go into. October 30th, 2004, Hood River, Oregon. 48-year-old Kimberly Forbes was talking with her daughter right before bedtime about her plans for the following day on Halloween. Kimberly would tell her she was actually having breakfast with a female friend who just lived about 3 miles down the road. After that, she intended to drive to Portland about an hour away to do some shopping, and then return home. It was just before the winter season, and Kimberly wanted to go ahead and stock up on some things for the upcoming weather, and this was the perfect weekend to do it. During this time, her daughter, who some sources cite as a teen, while others cite she was an adult, would not hear from Kimberly. And it's worth pointing out here, that due to spotty records, I'm unsure if they lived together or not, but just reading between the lines seems to suggest they did not, which might be why, when her daughter didn't hear from her, she was not alarmed. But it would be the following Monday, when Kimberly did not show up for her job as a bank teller, that her daughter and everyone would know something was terribly wrong. After her daughter was notified that she did not arrive, she promptly reported her missing to the police, who then opened up an investigation to try and track down where she had been over the past weekend. And luckily for them, they knew exactly where to start. Kimberly's female friend that she went to have breakfast with on Saturday. Detectives would soon catch up to this friend and found out that Kimberly never showed up, and she didn't think much of it, figuring that Kimberly just got busy. Now investigators realized how dire the situation was. They had no leads, and it had been 2 days since her last confirmed sighting. To make matters worse, they couldn't find her vehicle either, which soon gave worry to the thought that maybe she ran off the road and into a waterway, and the SUV just hadn't been discovered yet. Well, that was actually not the case, because it would be close to 3 weeks later that her vehicle was actually discovered. But it was not in Portland, where she said she would be going. Instead, it was found in a neighboring city of Gresham, where she would have passed very close to on her way to Portland. More specifically, it was found in the parking lot of a Mexican restaurant, and what investigators found made it much stranger, because the rear passenger window had been broken out and a woman's clothing was found inside and outside the vehicle, along with some food containers and credit card receipts. The detectives didn't really know what to make of it, but obviously they had a bad feeling. This only increased when they opened up the car door and looked down the driver's side, which revealed the driver's seat had been pushed back quite a bit further than Kimberly would have needed. Now her family, along with the police, feared an abduction, although they did wonder how one could have happened, considering this had occurred between her home and the 3-mile drive to her friends. Police would comb the vehicle for clues, trying to uncover any little thing that could help, and they got lucky, because inside the car were fingerprints, which did not belong to Kimberly, nor anyone that would have ridden with her. An even better break would come along because these prints were on record, and police had their man. Easy enough, right? Well, this guy was a local to Gresham, and police were very interested and very confident that they were close to finding out what happened to Kimberly. So they brought him in for investigation, where he claimed he had nothing to do with her disappearance. Instead, he just broke into the car and stole some of the items from within. What these items were, police didn't disclose, But it didn't matter, because the disappearance of Kimberly was more important. But even after they continued to grill him, he stuck to his story that he had nothing to do with her. In fact, he claimed that when he found the car, it had already been broken into. Police would eventually ask him to do a polygraph, and he passed. With that, and the fact that he was fully cooperative, he was ruled out as being involved with her disappearance. And you might be thinking that a passed polygraph means nothing, but it wasn't just that. Police actually had another lead that did confirm his story. Apparently, the car had been sitting at this same restaurant since at least November 5th, as confirmed by the first witness who seen it. So between that day, when it was first spotted, and when the police were notified 2 weeks later on the 19th, several people had walked by the vehicle, and detectives traced down as many of them as they could, and, drawing from their accounts, investigators knew that the car window had been busted out and robbed after it had been parked, which only contaminated the potential crime scene even more. So now police were back at square one. No real leads to speak of, and they didn't really know where to go next. Soon, they would even learn something about Kimberly that breathed new life into the investigation. Being 2004, a time way before apps were abundant on cell phones, people would sometimes look for love online. Kimberly was such a person. As detectives would learn, she had many online relationships in the past, and she had even met one of these previous online boyfriends. Could this hold the key? Detectives wondered, so they would get her computer and began searching the hard drive on it, in hopes of finding anyone online that she had talked to previously and planned to meet. This too, however, led to nothing. They could not find any evidence that she was going to meet someone from online, and in the 2 decades since, no other clues have popped up. Her credit cards have never been used, and her cell phone was turned off and never found. So there's many important unanswered questions. Has she even attempted to get to her friends that morning? There are hardly any places that she couldn't have been abducted on such a short route. Or was she taken from her own property? And more importantly, who and why? Well, it should be of no surprise that once again, the unsolved mystery community focuses on their favorite boogeyman, Israel Keyes. But this time, they might be right, as there are a few coincidences that could make him fit as a suspect. For one, he was living in Nia Bay, Washington at the time of Kimberly's disappearance, and that's about a 6.5-hour drive. And if you know the story of Israel Keyes, you know he would travel huge distances just to pull off the murders, so it wouldn't be surprising. But the big coincidence is, Kimberly's car was left about a mile or two away from Keyes' sister's home. However, most dispute this theory, and instead suggest the most simple theory that someone known to her was responsible. Maybe they even persuaded her to take them for a ride somewhere, and then the person dumped off the car far away. Although detectives couldn't find any enemies, or anyone that had some kind of obsession with her, it's still the one that makes the most sense. If it wasn't that, then most likely it was just a random carjacking or abduction. Can an arcade game be cursed? Or maybe just one specific arcade machine? That's the question many gaming fans have been asking themselves for the past few decades. When it comes to a game called Berzerk, an arcade game that debuted in 1980, which was cased in a black cabinet and emblazoned with orange and yellow marquee denoting its title. The game at its core was a multi-directional shooter where you play a character trying to escape randomly generated mazes that are controlled by evil robots. And of course, if you are zapped by one of these robot lasers, or touch the wall of the maze, it's game over. Not to mention, a living smiley face known as Evil Otto pops up randomly and chases the character. The backstory of the game itself is not that important. Instead, we have to go to Calumet City, Illinois. More specifically, the Sherwood Forest Plaza shopping area, where a store once stood called Friar Tuck's Game Room, a medieval-themed arcade. And it's on April 3rd, 1982, that this mystery would begin, because a teenager named Peter Bukowski, 18 years old, or some sources say 19, would head off to Friar Tuck's, where he and a friend hoped to spend the evening playing Berzerk. The arcade sit a mere 2 miles away from his home, but considering Peter made other stops at his girlfriend's, his friends, and then back to his own home, he would go a total of 4 miles before he would reach the arcade about 8:30 p.m., according to the October 1982 issue of Video Games. And this walk was even more strenuous due to the fact of the snow which had accumulated on the ground days prior. Now Peter was a good gamer, and within 15 minutes of play, he would put his initials in twice in the top 10 on the Berzerk screen. He got tired of the game soon, though, and turned around, took 4 steps, dropped his quarter into the second machine, and collapsed. By 9 p.m., this 18-year-old, who seemed to be in perfect health, fell over from a heart attack. According to Kat Despera, who documents the horrible night on her blog, which can be found in the description below, would cite that upon walking into the arcade, Peter was already having shortness of breath, but wanted to stay and play. He thought he was just winded from walking through the snow. Regardless, he was rushed to the hospital and was pronounced dead about 9 p.m. The next day, one newspaper headline read, "Video Game Death," although the autopsy would go on to state that Peter's heart had unsuspected scar tissue that had been there for at least 2 weeks, caused by a genetic condition which had gone undetected, and the doctor suggested that the stress of the game triggered his already weakened heart. After this, the media crews flocked to the Friar Tuck arcade to film the games, especially Berzerk, and also interviewed other players, much to the chagrin of the owner, Tom Blankley. Now, we all know this was just a terrible tragedy, and Berzerk could never be the cause, but you really gotta wonder about it being cursed when, 6 years later, on March 20th, 1988, 17-year-old Edward Clark Jr. would find himself in the shadow of the Berzerk arcade machine. He had came there with friends and had been playing Battlezone for a while before checking out Berzerk, the same exact machine that Peter had played at the same exact arcade, Friar Tuck's. He seen a couple of quarters on the glass and decided to use them to play. And for those that don't know, lining up quarters on a cabinet was a way to hold your place in line. It's a form of arcade etiquette. But Clark proceeded to play when another boy popped around and said, "Hey, that was my quarter." This boy's name was Pedro Roberts, 16 years old, a local teen who already had a bad reputation, and interestingly, the quarter didn't even belong to him, but he claimed it did anyways, and Clark must have knew that, because he refused to give him the quarter back, or to leave the game. Pedro was growing more frustrated and gave him an ultimatum: give him the money back, or else. But Clark just continued to play. For reasons known only to Pedro, he began a fight with one of Clark's friends. Now, if you think an arcade or a quarter is a ridiculous thing to fight over, well, there were rumors that the beef between these two teens really boiled down to an argument over a girl. But of course, that was just rumors. Regardless, once Clark's friend got attacked, he stepped in to defend him, and the fight was now on between him and Pedro, until the scuffle was quickly ended and the owner tossed Pedro out of the arcade. He then told Clark to wait 10 minutes before he left, and then to go the opposite way so there would not be a follow-up altercation. After the long wait, Edward Clark walked out the door and promptly ignored the owner and walked into Pedro's direction. Unfortunately, Pedro assumed that's what would happen, and he was hiding in the alley waiting, where he jumped out and stabbed him in the chest and ran. Miraculously, Clark survived and told his friends he didn't need an ambulance, but soon he was near the point of collapsing, and they rushed him to a hospital where he was pronounced dead. Pedro was soon apprehended and was convicted 2 years later, and was sentenced to 11 years in prison, but served only 3 and was released on early parole, largely because the court ruled that it was self-defense. This is 2 separate tragedies that are linked not only to the same exact game, but the same store and the same arcade machine. Granted, it's most likely just pure random chance, but one has to wonder, is Berzerk cursed? Death of Brittany Murphy. December 20th, 2009, 8 a.m. The Los Angeles Fire Department would respond to a request for medical help at a residence home that would soon make headline news. Upon arriving, they were met by 2 people who quickly ushered them in and back to the bathroom, where a woman was found collapsed on the floor. The firefighters immediately began trying to resuscitate this young lady, but to no avail, so she was hastily transported to a nearby hospital, where she was pronounced dead at 10:05 a.m. due to going into cardiac arrest. This woman's name was Brittany Murphy, the actress who was involved in several prominent roles, such as Ty Frazier on the hit film Clueless, and of course, her voice acting as Luann Platter on King of the Hill. Safe to say, this was big news, and the public was obsessed with the case. What could have happened to this beloved 32-year-old who seemed to be in good health? Well, this is one of the most controversial and confusing mysteries in Hollywood history, with multiple theories over the years. But let's go to the autopsy first, which was performed the day after her death. The LA County coroner found that her death was due to pneumonia, with secondary factors like severe iron deficiency anemia and multiple drug intoxication, as she had apparently been taking an assortment of over-the-counter and prescription drugs meant to treat a cold or respiratory infection. One of these drugs was the narcotic hydrocodone, and these elevated levels of these medications, taken in her weakened state, could have played a role. However, Brittany's mother, Sharon, and her husband, Simon Monjack, would dispute the claim that these medicines, or any drugs, played a role in her death. Instead, they cited a heart condition, mitral valve prolapse, a condition where the valve does not close properly and allows blood to flow back into the left atrium. However, doctors were quick to point out that that condition usually doesn't even require treatment and is rarely life-threatening. They stated she could have lived a very normal, healthy life with it, and they also pointed to the flu-like symptoms she had days leading up to her death, especially laryngitis, which seemed to get worse by the day. Now, it's important to point out here that Brittany's mother, Sharon, actually lived with the couple, as she had battled breast cancer twice, leaving Brittany to try and care for her. And after Brittany's death, Sharon continued to live with Simon, and it would only be about 6 months later, on May 23, 2010, he would pass away too. At 40 years old, he was found unresponsive in the same residence, and the coroner's report would state that he had died from acute pneumonia and severe anemia. By this time, the LA Department of Health began to suspect something was wrong with the house, and they speculated that there was a toxic mold present that was a factor. However, the coroner countered this claim and stated mold did not play a role, since there was none found in their lungs. Sharon, for what it's worth, called the mold theory absurd, at least at first, but her opinion began to change, and she would eventually state months later that mold had indeed killed Brittany and her son-in-law. But the public, that began to find Sharon and Simon's close relationship after Brittany's death is a little bit odd. There was that Larry King episode they appeared on where many people suggested that the two came off more as a couple than a grieving husband and mother, as the two would often reach for each other's hands. But this could just be two people grieving, right? Well, they also, for some strange reason, took several pictures together, holding each other in their embrace, which was certainly a little bit odd. It only got worse when Brittany's father, Angelo Bertolotti, began stirring the pot by claiming that Brittany was poisoned by someone in that home, although it should be pointed out he was never in Brittany's life to begin with, and he was tied to organized crime, and was probably just trying to figure out a way to make some money. In fact, he paid for an independent toxicology report which suggested she had been poisoned, citing heavy metals had been found in her hair. Of course, this was dismissed by the coroner and other experts who pointed out that the metal came from hair treatments. However, it is worth noting that several of Simon's colleagues and his so-called friends claimed he was directly responsible for Brittany's physical changes, like the significant amount of weight that she had lost, which left some worried for her, or the fact that he cut her off from all of her family except her mother. There were other things too, like his ex-fiancée, who said he was a disturbed individual that scammed people, with Brittany being his last victim. She even claimed that Simon had told her he suffered from spinal cancer, only to find out later on from his own mother that he didn't have cancer at all. Then there was another instance where he was at a public dinner with filmmaker Allison Burnett, and he proudly announced to the assembled crowd that he had dated women such as Ellie McPherson and Madonna, and he owned a collection of Ferraris, but ultimately he was dying of brain cancer, which, of course, was false. But having said all that, the most likely theory that most people believe today is she just died from pneumonia, and if she had just sought medical care, her death could have easily been prevented. Instead, she tried to treat it at home, and maybe her mom and son-in-law never realized how bad it was, and they just didn't take her to a hospital. Brittany did have at least one doctor's appointment scheduled in the days leading up to her death, and she canceled. It's also most likely that the medicine she was taking produced adverse effects on her already weakened body. Moon Madness of Charles Hyde. How does the moon affect our behaviors? You have probably heard many accounts of this over time, which suggest that a full moon increases crime rates, violence, and aggression, or other things like automobile accidents increase, among other various strange statistics. Yet, this has been studied for decades, and it just doesn't hold true. In fact, 10 separate studies have tracked crime rates during a full moon, and in 8 of those, there was no difference in the crime statistics that night. Likewise, 7 studies were conducted on full moons and automobile accidents, and there was 0 correlation showed in that one. Yet the belief that the moon has such an effect on our mind still holds strong to this day. It's even how we got the word lunatic, which came from the belief that staring at a full moon would make you go crazy. And although the whole thing has been debunked, there is at least one case where it still holds true, and it involves a man named Charles Hyde, who was arrested in 1953 in London, England for breaking and entering, where he then stole wine, spirits, and clothing. When he went to trial, his lawyer pointed out that Charles had always been a good husband and father and all-around good person, until there was a full moon, and he would suffer what he called moon madness. He just went off the rails and would do things not typical of his character. His wife would also take the stand and mention Charles had a good reputation at his job, where he was a building contractor, and how great he had treated the family over the decade that they had been married. She also confirmed that he would get what she called moon trouble, and would act very strangely for the following week after a full moon. Once the effect wore off, Charles never even remembered the events. The detective investigating this, however, did point out that Charles had served a prison sentence on 9 different occasions for similar offenses. For whatever reason, though, the Crown bought it, and they put Charles on probation, and it was just a year later, after another full moon, that Charles broke that probation by leaving the country to go to Paris, where he joined the Foreign Legion and was sent to Algeria, where he participated in marches in the desert, 1,200 miles away from his home. At some point, he was discharged on medical grounds and made it back to London 6 weeks later. The authorities then found out about it, and he was arrested again for breaking his probation. But in looking back at the time period of when Hyde had left, it showed that a full moon had came out just 3 days before he had vanished, and crazily enough, they extended his probation again due to his moon madness. The story came to prominence in a Reader's Digest issue from 1983, although they incorrectly cited Hyde as the inspiration for the story of Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, which was written about 70 years before the events of our Charles Hyde. And before we get to our mystery, let's talk about the confusion around Charles Hyde, the real criminal. Because not only did Reader's Digest cite that he was the inspiration for Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, they also cited he had used the moon madness defense successfully to get out of several charges of murder in the 1880s, which would be hard to do considering his charges for breaking and entering came in the 1950s. They probably reprinted this mistake though, after finding those same articles in the old tabloids from decades prior. It's been a long-running urban legend that Hyde was a serial killer in the 1880s that got away with all of it from using this flimsy excuse of moon madness. Even several skeptic articles cite that this really occurred, but it's all due to these tabloids and confusion over the sources. Charles Hyde did exist. There's even one source noting his prison escape some years prior to this whole moon madness defense in the 1950s. Having said all of that, did he really suffer some kind of moon-related mental illness? Unsurprisingly, like we discussed at the beginning, the moon's effect on the mind is said to be pseudoscientific, with no real data backing it, and more than likely, Hyde and his lawyer both knew that, but used it as a defense anyway. In fact, his attorney was a man named W.G. Scown, a well-respected lawyer of his time, and it's possible that fact would help sway the judge. It's also possible that Hyde's family left out some important facts, like Hyde was on drugs, or he was just an alcoholic, which would account for his times of his so-called blackouts. Even the lawyer may have used moon madness as a more colorful word for alcoholism. Finally, Hyde may have just had mental health issues at a time when they weren't greatly understood. The Linguin. In February of 1869, a man named Baron Alphonse Pereira was sitting in his canoe at the mouth of the Batavia River, located in Java, Indonesia, and he could have never been prepared for what he was about to see. Alphonse was actually the Austro-Hungarian consul general in Tunis, but he was visiting a government official stationed in the Dutch East Indies, a Mr. Metman, and Metman was a well-known sportsman, so he had decided to take Alphonse down the river on a big Java canoe, which was being paddled by some of the local Malay men. It was going up against this stiff morning breeze that the crew began to alert, "Linguin, Linguin." One of these men would go grab Alphonse and point towards the muddy shores about 500 feet away, and Alphonse couldn't believe what he was looking at. There was a large, long dark creature lying in the mud. He quickly grabbed his rifle, in spite of the fact that he didn't know what a linguin was. Although he suspected crocodile, he took aim, but the canoe was not steady enough for him to actually aim, only made worse by the fact that the frantic crew kept yelling, "Linguin, Linguin, shoot it, shoot it." Finally, Alphonse took a chance and fired. Then he saw a tremendous commotion in the mud, and this huge creature began whirling around as if it had been hit, much to the crew's happiness. The man steering the canoe then grabbed a scimitar, jumped overboard, and made his way to the now disabled creature. He would swim to shore and got in the mud, which was up to his knees. By this point, Alphonse was seeing the animal better, and he described it as having the body of a crocodile, while the neck and head was a snake. The beast, still wounded, tried its hardest to bite into the man now standing near him, but every time it leapt out, the man struck it with a scimitar, finally crushing down on it and striking the snake crocodile beast dead. The man then got back in the water and with great difficulty towed it through the water back to the canoe. After another difficult struggle, the beast was pulled up onto the canoe. It was so heavy that it almost pushed the side of the boat down into the water. Alphonse would begin to study it, since he had never seen a creature like it before. It was about 9.5 feet long, but what really struck Alphonse was all of the sword wounds revealed a white flesh of a fish. Not only that, there was no blood flowing from any of the wounds. Because this was an undocumented animal, at least according to Alphonse, he ordered that it be brought back to study. So the men carried it around until the midday hours, but it started to decompose pretty quickly, and they were left with no choice but to leave it behind. This was made easier by the fact that Mr. Metman promised Alphonse that there were plenty of linguin around, and he would have a chance at nabbing another one. Yet, in all of his time in Java, he never seen another. So, what was this cryptid? Today, the most often speculated theory is large monitor lizard. The Asian water monitor lives throughout Southeast Asia. There's been many sightings of some that are over 6.5 feet long, and you even get the occasional 9.5 feet sighting. They have long necks and a crocodile-like body, and the name Linguin was probably just a local nickname, although Haggard emphasized that this animal had a very snake-like head, so it might not have been. Another very plausible theory is just bad reporting, or exaggeration. For example, there's not even a Batavia River, so it's unsure where this even took place. Plus, with it being early in the morning and a shaky boat, along with all of the excitement, they almost certainly exaggerated details. The bed troll. For this one, we have to go back in time via the web archives and visit a now defunct website, UFOFreeParanormal.com, where visitors to the site could submit their own UFO/paranormal stories. And this one comes from May 2000, when a woman named Jenna would email in with the story from her teenage years. She was 13 and shared a room with her sister, whom she had also shared a full-size bed with because her parents couldn't afford 2 beds. One night, about 11 p.m., the two had been talking about a boy they liked at school when they started to nod off. Before they completely went to sleep, though, they had heard something move across the room. It scared them and brought them back out of their near sleep-induced state. They thought it was a huge rat that was scurrying around the room, which obviously terrified them. While they sat there trying to find the source of the noise, they began to hear scratching in front of their dresser, against the wall opposite from the bed. Then it ran from the dresser to the nightstand on the side of the bed. It then paused and ran underneath it, where the two sisters could feel it moving around. This, of course, caused them to begin screaming as they held onto each other under the blankets. Right after that, this rat ran back out to the dresser, where it paused again. Then, it did this whole strange set of movements about 3 or 4 times before it finally stopped moving underneath the bed. the two girls began to call for their mother, but she never came, even though her bedroom was right next to theirs. Suddenly, something began pulling on the blankets, so they pulled back and began kicking at what they thought was a rat, with her sister screaming for it to let go. Finally, he ran back over towards the dresser and then the nightstand. Jenna told her sister to see if it was gone, so she pulled the blanket back off of her head and looked to see a dark green color with huge black eyes. He was wearing a suit like a jester would wear, purple and gold in color. He laughed in her face and went right back under the bed. She tried to scream, but couldn't, but she began to cry and then went back to the dresser and then to the middle of the floor, where both girls would look down and see it staring at them from the floor, sitting with its legs and arms crossed and head down. They covered up once more and never heard it again. The next morning, Jenna would find her favorite teddy bear was sitting in that same exact place they had seen the little being last night, which she now called a troll. She also discovered a cross necklace that her uncle had made for her was now missing. The girls, of course, told their mother and asked why she didn't help, but she said she never heard them, which was strange since she was a light sleeper. 2 days later, Jenna found the necklace in the trash, but for the strangest part, the set of movements that the troll had done in Jenna's room, well, it equaled the shape of a triangle, which would be suspicious when, a few months later, her dad's friend, who lived a mile away, died in a tractor accident. Then, a girl riding the same school bus as Jenna would end her own life, followed shortly by a friend of hers dying in a car accident, all within a few months, and all within a mile of each other. The spooky part, the houses of the deceased, if connected on a map, formed a triangle. Jenna had since wondered, was this being trying to tell her something or warn her? She finished the email by stating she never experienced anything like that again. Crazy story, but what about theories? Assuming she didn't make it up, most likely the girls really did hear and see a huge rat, and then their fear caused them to see something different, while the triangle part of the story was just her brain seeking out patterns like people tend to do. Mount Hood Sasquatch Machinery. So far in this series, we have covered numerous wild theories and stories about Sasquatch, one being that the Soviets had captured a Bigfoot in 1941, while there was another one that said Bigfoot was really a hologram. But this next fringe theory might be the best yet. Sasquatch researcher Jack Lapseritis has spent many a years interviewing people who have had some kind of contact with Sasquatch, but it's one type of report he began collecting that really flips the Bigfoot world upside down. Apparently, he had spoken to many witnesses throughout the years who stated that while being out in the remote areas of the wilderness, areas known for Bigfoot sightings, they would hear a generator-like noise that seemed to sound like a machine running underground. Well, Jack wanted to know about this enigma, but it's difficult enough having a Bigfoot sighting. The chances of finding one of these subterranean Bigfoot factories would be even more difficult. So he did what any good researcher would do. He contacted a psychic. Now, Jack didn't really believe in psychics at first, but I guess he was just desperate enough to try. And once he did, he grew to trust some of them very much. And one of these would direct him to Mount Hood in Oregon. And whatever it was this psychic said, Jack must have really bought into it. And he would go to this area that he was directed, and sure enough, late that night, he began to hear machinery running underground. And it ran all night, only stopping in the early morning hours. The next day, he went exploring around his campsite and found a cave, which the psychic told him would be there. And Jack heard these strange sounds and saw some physical evidence which indicated a Sasquatch was guarding the entrance to the cave. But even though he didn't enter, he could even hear the noise of the machine running from there as well. In the years past, when Jack had collected all of these accounts, he found some of the witnesses had even made a recording of this noise, which they remarked was similar to a generator or a hydroelectric plant beneath their feet. Now, interestingly, the recordings revealed that at some point, the sound shifted, which suggested the new gears were put into motion. It wasn't just one distinct buzz all night long, which has led many Bigfoot researchers to believe that Sasquatch, at times, works as a miner. That's right. Or he, at the very least, assists miners. And why would he do this? Well, this ties back to one of the older theories we discussed previously, which suggests that aliens/UFOs have some kind of connection And Bigfoot is collecting valuable minerals that must be vital to this extraterrestrial species. I know, I'm shocked too. As you might imagine, this theory is not widely accepted, not even by most Bigfoot researchers, and it's most likely attributed to nearby human machinery, such as generators, pumps, or logging equipment. It could even be underground springs, small hydro turbines, or pumping stations. Black streams. Chances are, most of you are familiar with the concept of dowsing. Maybe you've even seen it done. It's when someone takes a forked twig or wire, known as a dowsing rod, and uses it to detect some kind of valuable in the ground, usually water, although sometimes it can be gems or gold. It goes back to ancient times, and allegedly, about 1 in 7 people are born with the gift to use a dowser correctly. It supposedly works under the premise that the dowser plus the stick equals a biological antenna of sorts that can detect these energy fields, and at its very basic core, it's mainly linked to people who have ESP, or are telepathic. While it's largely deemed by scholars as nothing but pseudoscientific garbage, there's a long history of this practice who many swear by when it comes to looking for these positive energy fields. And since these energy fields are positive, then it stands to reason that there must be some kind of negative energy fields, right? Well, before we get started on that, it's important to point out that these energy fields, for the people that do believe in them, are usually referred to as geographic stresses, which again is looked at by mainstream science as bunk. But one of these geographic stresses is called black streams. Black streams are said to be underwater streams that emit harmful noxious radiations, or negative energy. And this negative energy, or radiation, rises to the surface of the Earth, and they are generally stronger at midday, midsummer, full moon, and solar flare activity, while they are generally weaker in winter climates, and they are also not anchored to one location, as they can be shifted due to something like an earthquake. But what causes these black streams, and how do they actually affect us? Well, black streams are caused when the Earth's etheric web, or more simply put, the hypothetical energy grid of Earth, becomes disrupted, which can happen a number of ways, like the building of railways, highways, tunnels, rock quarries, mines, foundations, power stations, military bases, or even something as simple as road signs. And it's not just buildings, it can also be any land that saw severe human suffering and trauma, like a battlefield, witch burning grounds, or even burial sites. And when it disturbs this etheric web and these black streams manifest, it causes us some nasty surprises, the most often being cancer. The first well-documented study between black streams and cancer actually dates back to the 1920s and 30s by a German dowser named Baron von Pohl, and he was asked to douse the small town of Wilsberg in 1929, which had the highest capita cancer death rate in Bavaria at that time. When going to these homes of a person that had recently died of cancer, he found that 100% of the time, these beds sat right above one of these black streams. But it's not just cancer. Other diseases have been linked as well, such as Parkinson's, or mental illness like schizophrenia, even depression, and the list goes on and on and on. And there are other effects that are non-illness, such as spots on the highway that are more accident-prone, while haunted houses and sites of poltergeist activity are also sure signs of a black stream. He also noted in his studies that most mammals seem to have an instinct to avoid these black streams, like they knew where they were located at underground, and they would go at all cost to avoid the area. Now you're probably wondering how you too can avoid the area if you're not a dowser. Well, there are some obvious clues, like trees that have been struck by lightning, bare patches of lawn, mutated or stunted crops, or even the appearance of ferns and nightshades, which are attracted to black streams. But as you probably already know, none of this is believed by mainstream science. Cop killer of Harbin City. June 6th, 1987, 36-year-old police officer Zhang Fugi of Harbin, China, laid down to bed that night along with his wife and 3 children, never expecting that once he fell asleep, he would enter a nightmare, because as the family drifted off, an unknown intruder would break into their home and with a knife or hatchet, depending on the source, would kill Jong, his wife, his son, and daughter. Jong was found with 17 wounds to his chest, abdomen, and arms that came from fighting back. His wife, Ming, a school teacher and restaurant owner, suffered similar wounds. The 10-year-old daughter was almost decapitated, while their 5-year-old son died from a single wound. The unknown assailant would then attack the other daughter, 7-year-old Jong Guju, who suffered 3 wounds before running to her neighbor's home as the suspect fled. She amazingly survived. The home had been ransacked of various things, but a lot of the valuables, such as money, clothing, and camera, were untouched. Jong's service pistol, bullets, and holster were swiped though. The family shed was also broken into, and a single footprint was left behind. Investigators began to look into the background of Jong, but could not find anyone who would want to harm him. The investigation kept focusing on the brutality of the murder and believed it had happened out of revenge or hatred, but again, no suspects emerged. So they would go through recent arrest records to see who all Jong had taken into custody, particularly any of the ones where Jong would have had to use force, or in any case where he went to break up a dispute and one of the parties went away unhappy. They found one early lead, that of a 27-year-old thief who had been violently detained by Jong in the past. His name was Lee Samway. However, he could not be found at the time. It would take 3 months to haul him in, where he was interrogated and admitted he wanted to kill Jong, but never did. Police thought they had their man, but could not find the weapons. However, they decided it was a matter of time before they had their proof, so they held him while they began putting their case together. But that strategy would come undone when on the night of October 12th, He Ruichin, the head of the police station in Wandatown, was lying restless and decided to go outside for a walk. Suddenly, his wife, daughter, and neighbors all heard gunshots. Now at first, they weren't really alarmed, because Ruichin had a reputation for being a hothead and would often fire warning shots into the air if someone trespassed across his yard. But as time wore on, and he didn't go back inside the home, his family would go outside to see him laying in a pool of his own blood. He was actually still alive, and told his wife someone beat him with a gun, and then he passed out. In total, he had been shot once and stabbed 4 times. A neighbor named Zhou Xiaoshen would see what was going on and rushed out to help. He brought Ruichin inside and tried to call the police, but a masked man came out from behind a shed opening and fired on Zhou, hitting him, which ended the phone call obviously. Another neighbor charged the gunman, and he aimed the gun and pulled the trigger, but the gun jammed. This neighbor was then able to pick up a blunt object and hit the gunman, causing him to drop the gun and flee. Both Ruichin and the neighbor Zhou passed away before the EMS arrived. After this, the town was put on lockdown. An investigation began the next morning, and footprints and fingerprints were found, and the gun and bullets, unsurprisingly, were the same stolen from Zhang Fugi. Luckily though, there were survivors to give a description, but unluckily, he had most of his face covered except for the eyes. He was about 5'8", and from what witnesses could see, he had pimples on his face, and the mask was black or a dark shade of some other color. Obviously, police knew that this was the same man that murdered the first police officer, and they could now safely dismiss their first suspect, who they were still holding. Police had little to go on, but a couple of weeks later, they did find the clothing, shoes, and holster, all used by the killer, which had been discarded in the river. They were in a very easy to spot location, as he had made no real attempt to hide them. But, with nothing else to go on, the police decided to put together a criminal profile. They knew he was around 5'8", and believed he was between 25 and 35 years old. He was skilled with firearms, and most likely had a history of using them. He also probably worked with diesel or engine oil, which they based on the traces and smell found on the clothing. But the investigation stalled, which would have dire consequences, because the maniac hit just a few weeks later, on October 28th, 7 a.m., when the police were called to the home of the deputy director of the Hulun County Police Security Bureau, Ma Fulin. When they arrived, they had found he had suffered 3 wounds to the head and was covered in blood. His 20-year-old son-in-law, Ma Shoke, had several wounds across his body, deep enough to expose bone, while his wife was found leaning against a wall and was decapitated. Fulin had been attacked while sleeping, while his wife and son-in-law woke up and did not have time to react. Now this next part is important because the perp had actually intentionally destroyed the crime scene by releasing the family's geese into the room, and some sources also cite that he had opened a water tap flooding the room. Then to make matters worse, curious onlookers had arrived and contaminated the area. Detectives determined the man had came over a wall in the yard and knocked down the locked door, which was pretty weak anyways. He had likely used a hatchet or axe. Again, the officer's pistol and bullets were stolen. They also found that not too long before this, he had 2 bicycles stolen from him, and now investigators believe this killer was using that bicycle to flee the crime scenes. A search was on for it, and it was eventually found about 4 miles away from the crime scene, where again, fingerprints were taken. Police in response took fingerprints of people in the area, actually a really wide area. Even officers were checked, but again, there were no matches. The situation was so bad now, the police were told not to wear their uniforms in public, and a curfew was put into place, with no one allowed to be out after dark other than the police. Many officers just straight up quit the force in response to the danger. However, some officers refused to be intimidated. One of these was a 33-year-old, Zhu Hai, and on the night of December 27th, he would boldly wear his uniform in public as he went to the home of the deputy director, Dong Cha, to give an update on the murder spree. As he was one of the main investigators, Zhu arrived at 5:20 p.m. and began to walk to the door, and as he passed a wall in the courtyard, a man fired a shot at him, hitting him in the waist. He screamed and instinctively went for his gun before he was shot again in the abdomen, and he fell to the ground. His screams, along with the gunshots, woke the deputy director's son, who looked out to see Zhu's body was on the snow-covered ground. He would call the police, and then, with a neighbor, bandaged him up until an ambulance arrived. He was taken to the hospital, where he later died, and again, the bullets matched the one stolen from the previous murder of Ma Fulin. Now that an officer was murdered right in front of the deputy director's home, the town was placed under martial law. Roadblocks were everywhere, and the police walked up and down the streets while sniffer dogs were deployed. But still, nothing was found. Investigators did have one theory about this last murder though. They believed that since Zhu was a rookie cop, he was not likely the target. Instead, since the murder took place at the deputy director's home, a man with decades worth of time on the force, he was the real target, and Zhu was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. The police, now in response to the last murder and witness account, redid their profile to cite that the man was 35 to 50 years old because of the level of experience and expertise he had. Now, we fast forward a month and a half to February 15th, 1988, when a 30-year-old bailiff, Liu Yongji, was washing his clothes. While his daughter was watching TV in the living room, he would go outside to dump the dirty water when he felt a sharp pain and turned around to see a man dressed in black and hiding his face, stabbing him in the shoulder. Liu began to wrestle the attacker and was doing well holding his ground. He was a former soldier and was still in good shape, but his attacker was just as strong and gained the upper hand. He would stab him again, but luckily, he was wearing his police trousers and holster and reached for his gun. But the killer seen it and brandished his own and then shot Liu twice, once missing, the other hitting a non-vital area, while Liu's shots missed completely and the perp fled. Because they were in a rural area, neighbors had to go about 10 minutes away to the nearest payphone to call the police. Again, sniffer dogs were brought in, and they lost the scent. This time, the officer thankfully survived, and the bullets were obviously matched to Ma Fulin's gun. This was the first time, however, that a police officer wasn't targeted. Now detectives had to widen their scope to include court officials, soldiers, prison guards, and security guards. In fact, another prison guard would have his home broken into after this, only to see the murderer flee after realizing the guard was waiting on him. This too was connected to the unsolved murders. The killer was never captured, however, and that might be because he was very careful to never leave any traces, and the fingerprints he did leave could never be linked to anybody, as they were not on record. He also carefully planned out his crimes and was familiar with the victims and locations of all the murders. He also made sure to keep his face hidden too. And finally, he intentionally contaminated many of the crime scenes, making it difficult to find evidence. As far as theories go, obviously investigators believe he had a strong hatred towards authority due to the brutality of his crimes, so they reasoned that he may have been an ex-con who served time in prison before. Others think, however, he was actually linked to or paid by an organized criminal syndicate to carry out the hits, while others think he was a disgruntled police officer himself, seeking revenge against co-workers, or possibly just making a statement. There was even some speculation that he was a retired police officer with a grudge. He may even be why they changed the age range all the way up to the mid-50s. However, detectives that were on the case at the time, and now are retired, have recently spoken about the case in interviews, and one of these confessed that the simple truth was they had nothing. No forensics, no surveillance footage, no leads. It was like they were chasing a ghost. But another question remains. What made the man stop killing? Was he jailed for something else? Or did he die? Or did he simply walk away after almost being caught breaking into the correction officer's home? No one is sure, but if he is still alive, he would be in his early 70s by now. Ruby Creek Incident. When it comes to Sasquatch stories, there are so many that you could really say they are a dime a dozen. However, there are a few that many consider classic. The ones where there is some kind of evidence left behind, something that makes it not easy to just call it a hoax and move on. The Gimlin film, for example, or the pictures of Yellow Top that we discussed in a previous Canadian episode. The following mystery is one of these so-called classics. It takes place in Ruby Creek, British Columbia, in late September of 1941. It all started when an Indigenous woman, Jeannie Chapman, was taking care of her children on the old farmstead, while her husband, George, also Indigenous, was at work at a nearby railroad. It was about 3 in the afternoon on a very nice sunny day when the Chapman's son, 9 years old, came running to the house telling his mother Jeannie that there was a big cow coming down out of the woods at the foot of the nearby mountain. Now at this point, Jeannie's other children were in the backyard playing, a boy that was 7 years old and a girl that was 5 years old. Jeannie would have probably never thought much of a cow coming down. I mean, how dangerous could it be? But her son's reaction seemed to be one of fear, like he was clearly shaken up about the whole thing. Because of this, she thought she would walk out and see what the commotion was all about. When she got outside, she had to be surprised by what she had seen. It was a huge bear moving around in the bushes which bordered the field out past the nearby railroad track. Clearly scared for her children's safety, she called for the 2 children in the backyard, but it was about this time that the animal she thought was a bear walked onto the tracks, and she got a much better view. This was no bear. Instead, it was a gigantic man, covered with hair, not fur, hair, that seemed to be about 4 inches long, and was a pale yellow-brown color. It was only going to get scarier for Jeannie, because the creature began walking towards the home. She stared on, as she couldn't believe what she was looking at. Thinking quickly, she told her oldest son to run into the home and grab a blanket and bring his youngest siblings to where she stood. Meanwhile, she would keep an eye on this huge creature making its way across the vast distance of the field. It would take her son about 2 minutes to get the blanket and usher the small children over. While this was going on, the big man/beast had reached the corner of the field, just about 100 feet away from where she stood. Jeannie would grab the blanket and spread it around her children, holding it in such a way that the kids couldn't see the animal and freak out, while also hiding the kids from the creature's view. She then quickly escorted the children out of the field down to a nearby river beach and ran downstream to the nearest village. Jeannie felt like this blanket maneuver saved them that day, because her instinct was telling her this creature was after one of the kids. She assumed it would go into the cabin and try to find one of them, while it ignored her standing in the field, so the blanket was a way to hide them while he searched through the home. And it worked out for the best, as she would find out later on. After rummaging through the home, it had went into the storage shed and found a 55-gallon barrel of saltfish, which he would break open, scatter all the contents outside, and then eat much of it before leaving. Jeannie would describe this, whatever it was, as being around 7.5 foot tall, with a small head and a short, thick neck, almost having no neck at all, really. The body was entirely human, except for its immensely thick chest, and its arms were very long. She was never able to see its feet, because of the high grass, but its shoulders were very wide and it had no breast. She assumed it was a male, but she couldn't see anything down below due to the immense thick hair. That hair, by the way, covered everything except the face and hands, but its skin color was reported to be darker than the hair itself. After finding safety, Jeannie would wait for George to get off from work. He would come home a little bit before 6, and when he got there, he was shocked. Walking up to the home, he immediately seen that the door to the woodshed had been battered in. Going over to investigate, he spotted enormous humanoid footprints all over the yard and home. He, of course, began to call for his family, who were not there to answer obviously. He ran through the house trying to find them, before running back out into the yard to look. That's when he finally seen 4 sets of foot tracks, 3 being smaller child-sized, and he seen that they had been going in the direction of the river. So he would head that way too, and find the prints again in the sand on the riverbank, where they continued on downstream. Eerily, it was also this same sandy riverbank that he seen the giant foot tracks. Those, however, had went upstream, which was a great relief to George. He would follow those, and they came out near a potato patch, which sat between the house and river, suggesting that the creature had watched the home from afar. The tracks then turned back through an oat field towards the foot of the mountains and disappeared into the heavy growth. Now George was confident that his family had made it to the nearby village where Jeannie's parents lived. Because of this, George was sure they were safe, and he decided to go back to the house to investigate. The thing that really blew his mind was this creature, or man, had lifted a 55-gallon barrel of fish and broke it open with no tool. Even if it was 7.5 foot tall with a barrel chest, smashing that barrel seemed unlikely. And as for the height, which you might think sounds like an exaggeration, well, when George went into the house, he found a number of long brown hairs which had gotten stuck overhead on a wooden beam. It was very tall. George, after this thorough examination of the scene, made his way to the nearby village, where he found his family with the in-laws. He would ask his father-in-law, along with 2 other unnamed villagers, to return with him and sit with his family while he went to work the next day. For the following week, George and his family would find fresh footprints every morning, but never actually saw the creature again. On 2 occasions, though, the Chapmans' dogs started barking like crazy at about 2 a.m. in the morning, suggesting the animal was nearby. The family would even hear its call at least one night, which we will come back to. However, it never touched the home or shed again. Now what's really interesting about this story was George was asked to describe that sound he had heard on the nights this creature was nearby, and he would make a strange gurgling whistle that George claimed the man-beast had made. That's interesting because that exact same noise would be reported in a California sighting just a few years later. And forget the internet, this was at a time when most of the homes didn't even have a radio, so it had to be very small odds that someone in California saw this report, which first appeared in the publication Vancouver Province, and then just copied the details for their report. It seemed very unlikely. Another interesting facet of this story is that the Chapmans actually called the sheriff, and the deputy that responded was a man named Joe Dunn, and he would make out a written report and also tracings of the footprints that he found on the property. These tracks were 16 inches long, 4 inches at the heel, 8 inches across the ball of the foot, and had 5 toes with no claws. The creature's stride seemed to be about 4 feet, and at one point, he stepped right over a 5-foot fence. He would also go over to the potato patch and found that the prints there had been pressed in 2 inches, indicating this creature was around 900 pounds. He could also find no tracks that indicated the creature had walked on all 4s. Finally, he would write in his report that Jeannie Chapman was scared to death. In addition, a plaster cast of a footprint was made and kept, and, a few years later, found its way into the home of the sheriff, where it was eventually broken and discarded. It was this report that would eventually lead to the article about the whole strange affair just a couple of weeks later, although the journalist covering it actually said that the creature was a bear, which is strange because Jeannie had seen bears before and wasn't likely to misidentify one. Not to mention, George had reinforced the storage shed door so bears couldn't get in, yet somehow it was still smashed in. It wasn't long after this though, the police would get a few more reports of the same creature wandering around on their farm, trying to get into their cabins and sheds. Having told all this story though, where do we stand on theories? Interestingly, you'll find online that most people do believe something happened, even the skeptics. But what was seen is the sticking point. Most people believe that the original report was accurate. It was just really a huge bear, and Jeannie, being scared for her children and understandably under stress, exaggerated the details. Of course, this flies in the face of the footprints recorded by the deputy that are clearly human-shaped with no claws. Of course, others believe this was really a Sasquatch or some kind of wild man. The prints, the ransacking of the food, the vocalization, the multiple witnesses, as well as the other reports, all adds up. Whatever theory people do side on, one thing is not disputable. It's one of the most important in the history of Sasquatch and cryptids in general. Father Buliard. It's at a barren sub-Arctic region, in a place known as Gary Lake, in the territory of Nunavut, that we would find a 42-year-old man named Father Joseph Buliard, the subject of this next mystery. Catholicism, like a lot of other faiths, believe fully in trying to spread the word to every corner of the globe, no matter the danger involved. And that was something Father Buliard believed in wholeheartedly. He had actually made the journey as a very young man, where he would work at other remote settlements like Repulse Bay and Baker Lake, often meeting the Inuit who would come to see him at one of the Hudson Bay Company outposts. It was here he became experienced in working and traveling in the subarctic regions, although he was never considered great at it, or even decent, as he had bad vision problems and was kinda clumsy, but that's because he was more of a priest than he was an outdoorsman. In fact, he had even fell through the ice at one point and frozen his fingers so bad that they never fully recovered. Thankfully for him, he had met an orphan that would come to stay with him and become his guide. He was 15-year-old Anthony Mannerluck, and he would become crucial to Father Buliard's mission, as he come to rely on him heavily, because Mannerluck would do all of his hunting, fishing, and building igloos for them as they traveled throughout the region. But it was in the 1950s that Father Buliard and the Catholic Church decided to push further north and go to Gary Lake to make it the furthest outpost of the church. That's where our mystery begins. It was on October 24th of 1956 that Father Buliard left his cabin, hitched his 6 dogs to the sleigh, and prepared to depart. He was only going to be gone for a few hours. Unfortunately for Father Buliard, Mannerluck was not there. See, earlier that summer, he had gotten terribly sick and was flown to further south to a hospital where he was diagnosed with tuberculosis, much to the protest of Mannerluck, who had grown to love Father Buliard as the dad that he had lost at an early age. It's because of that Father Buliard was heading out alone. As he prepared the sled, another Inuit from the mission, John Adjuk, came over and began telling Buliard he should not go, because he felt like a blizzard was on its way, something the Inuit had learned to predict pretty accurately. Yet, he ignored the dire warning and told John that there were fish in the net and the dogs were hungry and they needed to eat. Plus, he only needed to go a short distance to retrieve the nets and wouldn't be gone but a few hours at most. However, it wasn't long after he left that a blizzard rolled in. The winds were very strong and the snow was blowing hard. Father Buliard never returned. And you might be thinking, this isn't really a mystery, nor is it that surprising considering the circumstances. But there would be some confusing details that would come out about Father Buliard's fate, and it's led to decades of speculation for the Inuits that knew him, as well as the Catholic Church. Now, because this was such a remote location, and it was the 1950s, and was basically zero communication between the camp and the outside world, it wouldn't be until 3 months later in January when a Father Pierre Henry was first made aware of the situation, and he would send word further south to notify the church and authorities. But the story he told didn't really make sense. According to the Inuits, a man that had been staying at the mission, Anton Simijic, asked Father Buliard to take him back across the lake on the way and drop him off where his father's camp was. So after they collected the fish, he would take Simijic to his father's camp, a man named Sabgut, and then Father Buliard turned back toward his mission and began riding into the snow-filled night. Unfortunately, he was met with disaster, because according to these two men, Father Buliard would run into glare ice, which is a very glossy thin layer of ice that gives the appearance that the water is frozen enough to travel over, yet will not support much weight at all. It is super dangerous. The undercurrent of the lake only freezes very late in the season, and it had not yet, and instead of taking the detour, which Manor Luck would have, Father Buliard drove straight ahead over it, and the ice collapsed, taking down both him and the dogs. But there was a problem with this story. Remember John the Juck, who had walked over and advised Father Buliard to not go in the first place? Well, his account totally contradicted Simajic's version of events. According to John, Simijic had already left well before Father Buliard had went to check the fish nets. In fact, according to him, Buliard had never even escorted him across the lake to begin with. Instead, he left that evening by himself to go check the nets, and he was visible from the spot of the mission, only disappearing when the snow picked up. When John realized the next morning that he had never returned, he began searching for him, and found that the nets had been untouched. There were no tracks, as the snow had long covered it up. He and Sabgut would search for a few days on foot, speculating that the dogs had ran off with the sled when they smelled caribou, leaving Buliard behind to freeze to death. And that's a story John has stuck to the rest of his days, even when he was interviewed about it again in the early 2000s, which means someone is lying somewhere. But why lie? Well, rumors soon began to swirl that Father Buliard had not drowned. Instead, he was murdered. See, in the 70s, a book written about life in the subarctic would actually cover this story, and it discussed what the RCMP's investigation had uncovered. According to the detectives that spoke to many of these Inuits at the mission, a man named Cookshout was actually responsible for the priest's murder. See, he was a self-declared shaman, and before Father Buliard arrived, he was considered a powerful person in the Gary Lake area amongst the Inuit. That is not to say the self-declared shaman's faith played any role. In fact, he had converted to Roman Catholicism and had served in Father Buliard's mission prior to this. RCMP detectives began working to try and confirm if these rumors were true. They did learn that Father Buliard had always slept with a loaded rifle right next to him because he feared someone in the area was going to try and attack him overnight. But that wasn't the most pertinent clue. That would come later, although how much later is unknown. But sometime over the next several days, or perhaps several months, 5 of the 6 dogs that had pulled Father Buliard's sled and had allegedly drowned randomly returned. Not only were they not coated in ice, like they should have been had they plunged through it and into the lake, but they were also not attached to the sled, meaning someone had released them. This proved to be even more suspicious when just a year later, Cookshout was now in possession of these dogs, using them as his own. The clues continued to stack up, as the following year, Simijic, one of the key witnesses to the alleged murder, went out on a hunting trip with Cookshout and never returned. Cookshout, carrying rifle in hand, told the rest of the villagers he had just vanished when they were out. With all the information gathered, investigators came up with the theory that Father Buliard went out on the ice to check the nets and was confronted on his way by Cookshout, who shot him dead, and then with the help of Sabgut and Simijic, who also lived in the same camp, put Father Buliard's dead body through a hole in the ice, never to be seen again. However, they can never actually prove that any of this happened, and short of a confession, their hands were tied. It would be a few decades later that Sabgut, in 1978, would allegedly end his own life, and many said he came from the immense guilt that he carried for years for his involvement. The following year, Cookshout met his own end when he fell in through the winter ice. After this, the RCMP closed the case, never really sure of what happened that night. Interestingly, there was one point in 1961 when a Canadian Army officer who was involved in a northern mapping survey came across an Inuit who said that a priest's body had been found frozen with a knife in its back some 200 miles away from his position, but obviously he was never able to get there to confirm that. And it's also worth pointing out, at least one of the detectives that worked this case said the most simple theory was the best theory, because Father Buliard had gotten lost a number of times before this incident. It wasn't unusual. He recalled that it was basically an annual tradition that emergency messages were dispatched throughout the North every season, telling this remote outpost to be on the lookout for a priest who had gotten lost. According to this detective, what happened was not a surprise at all. 1972 Montreal Museum of Fine Arts burglary. September 4th, 1972, Montreal, Quebec. The sound of a window opening pierced the silence of the second floor of the Museum of Fine Arts. From above, the skylight had just opened. It was around 1:30 a.m. as the 3 guards on duty were just anxious for the end of their shift when, from above, a nylon cord would descend from the ceiling, and just like that, we would witness the beginning of an art museum robbery that would play out perfectly on the movie screen. In truth, however, it had began an hour and a half earlier at midnight when 3 men met out front of the museum and quietly sneaked around to the side. Here, a man would strap on boots the utility company uses to climb telephone poles, and he would ascend up the tree which stood next to the museum. Once he got high enough, he jumped over to the roof and lowered a ladder down for the other 2 men waiting. The 3 then made their way to the skylight which looked down into the art gallery. Interestingly, this skylight was undergoing maintenance at the time and had been left covered with a plastic sheet, while the security alarm had been disabled, allowing the men to simply slide the window back without alerting the guards, then dropping down the nylon cord and making their 50-foot descent. Touching the floor, they would look around the gallery and find their targets. Unfortunately for them, it would not go off as planned right away, because one of the 3 guards on duty had just made his way to the kitchen to get some tea and walked straight by 2 of the burglars. However, the men were prepared, and one of them immediately fired a shotgun up into the air to get his attention and then make him comply. The other 2 guards then rushed to the scene to help and were quickly overpowered. They were taken from here to the lecture hall, where they were bound and gagged. They would report later on that these men had their faces covered by ski masks and had long hair, and both were about 5'6". The 3rd thief was never seen by the men, but they did hear him speaking French, which was interesting considering one of the other men seemed to only speak English. Soon, the pillaging was on. With the 1 burglar standing guard, the other 2 began moving paintings, jewelry, and figurines. After completing their haul, the men had planned to exit the same way they had entered, although they soon found the task of hauling all of this stuff back up via a rope and system of pulleys was simply going to take too long. This is when their plan began to come apart, because they would soon steal a set of keys belonging to one of the museum's trucks and tried to escape that way. But that blew up in their face, because to get to the truck, they had to go through one of the side entrances, which of course set off the alarm, and in doing so, decided to leave half of the stolen items behind as they fled on foot. It would be an hour later when one of the guards was able to free himself, and they called the museum's head of public relations, a man named Bill Bantee, who in turn called the police. In spite of leaving half of the items behind, the 3 men still walked away with the equivalent of nearly $30 million in today's money, with the 1 Rembrandt alone being estimated at $20 million. And you might be asking, why did they call the head of public relations? Why not call the museum's director first? Well, there's an explanation for that, and it really ties into the timing of this, the awful timing for the museum, but maybe the perfect for the burglars. See, it was Labor Day weekend, a holiday tied to vacation and travel for Canadians everywhere. This included the museum's director and the director of security, as well as the board president, leaving Bill as the next in charge. Once the police arrived, they would begin their investigation, and they found out from Bill that most of the works were fairly small, usually around a foot at their longest dimension. They had also gotten away with 38 pieces of antique jewelry. The word then spread throughout the city and area. Even the American border was alerted to be on the lookout for these items. But there was a problem. Not only were the residents distracted by the holiday weekend, they were distracted by the news. Actually, multiple events going on had their full attention. First of all, the very next day would be the infamous Munich Massacre, when Palestinian terrorists took 9 members of the Israeli Olympic team and held them hostage. So considering Montreal was preparing to host the next Olympics, the locals were hooked to the news coverage, and even this attention was divided over a fire which had been set at a downtown bar, killing 37 people, and not to mention the Summit Series was taking place, a huge hockey series between the USSR and Canada. So as you can imagine, an art museum being plundered didn't exactly grab the city's eyes. In any case, investigators actually had a critical first lead, because just 3 days prior, 3 other thieves had broken into the home of an owner of a moving company, where they had stole paintings worth over $50,000, and just like the art gallery, 2 of the men spoke French, while the other spoke English. They also wore hoods to prevent identification, but most importantly, they had climbed up a nearly 700-foot cliffside from the lake where a powerboat sat. After much investigation, though, the detectives ruled out any kind of connection. After this, authorities turned to what many of you probably already concluded. This had to be an inside job. How else could they have known about the skylights that were being repaired and thus had the alarm turned off? It makes perfect sense. In fact, it would be as late as 2017 when an art crimes investigator looking over the case stated there was a 90% chance that it was an inside job. However, there were some issues with that. First of all, detectives had already pursued this theory really early on. There was just no evidence which pointed to the skylight information being passed along to anyone on the outside. Instead, investigators were pretty confident how they had found out. It was through simple reconnaissance. One of the men probably walked into the museum checking out the galleries and then noticed the construction going on with the skylight. Maybe he even observed the alarm being turned off. In fact, just 2 weeks before the break-in, someone reported running into 2 men sitting on chairs on top of the roof, wearing sunglasses and smoking. When they were asked who they were, they claimed to be employees. Now who this witness was, the record does not state, but I can only imagine it wasn't another employee. Regardless, after the robbery, those chairs were missing. To add to this, the thieves' escape plan was botched. If it had been an inside job, surely the person on the inside would have told them how to disable the alarm at the side entrance. Or they could have told them that the alarm was an internal one only, and not one of those that called out to the police automatically, and they wouldn't have had to abandon half of their plunder. These facts basically ruled out an inside job. In the following weeks, the museum finally did get a phone call from a man with a gravelly voice and European accent, and he tried to ransom the art back, which is what was expected in these types of heists. And during negotiations, the museum did recover one of these paintings. However, it ultimately led to one of those movie-type scenes where the thief is sending an undercover officer from payphone to payphone when it came time to exchange the ransom money for the rest of the stolen items. And before the handoff, the police were detected by the criminals, who then backed out of the entire thing. This would be followed up on a year later by another man who led the art museum security director on a wild goose chase in which he was promised the paintings in exchange for $10,000. In that case, the thief did get to $10,000, but no paintings were recovered, and it's unknown if this man was connected to the original theft or if he was just taking advantage of the situation. After this, there has never been another ransom attempt, although detectives believe now that was never the goal. Instead, it was all orchestrated to buy time while they moved the paintings around in the black market. And that's basically the mystery. Who was behind it? And what happened to these paintings? As far as suspects, there have been many persons of interest over the years, but only one who we know of, or at least we know of his alias, a man named Smith. Apparently, he was an art aficionado, knowing a lot in particular about the history of art in Quebec. He also told them he had been a student at the art school nearby the museum at the time. This was very important because the original detectives had also focused on some art students from that exact school. As they had apparently visited the museum quite often, they were put under 24/7 surveillance for 2 weeks, and it never led to anything. Smith would tell the art theft detective in 1998 that he was not one of those students, but he did know a lot about the robbery, things that the detective was not sure had ever been made public. The investigator had tried to trick Smith as well by claiming that the rope was made of steel, only for Smith to correct him and point out it was made of nylon. He even took it a step further and said that the rope was not gray, which was common at the time, and instead was a yellow color. That detail was for sure kept secret by investigators. There was also the strange fact that after Smith finished art school, he bought himself a house and a woodworking company for $250,000, quite a bit for someone who just got out of school, although he claimed this was due to his family being wealthy. Even with all of this information, police never had enough to arrest him, and this cat and mouse game would drag on with this Smith for decades. He would taunt the police, and more importantly, the media. He even implied in 2010 that he indeed had bought the house and company using money he had made from the stolen artwork, but at the end of the day, he would always deny being the thief. He would eventually point the finger at some professors and porters that worked at a nearby university. Although that was unfounded, he would then tell the art theft detective that he would inform him of everything he knew about the robbery at some point in the future. However, he passed away before doing so, and to this day, detectives are divided as to if he was one of the 3 burglars or just knew them. The other 2 burglars we know less about, other than rumors like they end up making their way to France. As far as the paintings go, some have allegedly been spotted in Italy, while others are believed to be in the US. Some investigators believe that the bulk ended up in South America due to some criminal connections and the black market at the time. However, others believe, due to the difficulty in selling these items, they probably never left Montreal, let alone Canada. Today, not only is it one of the biggest art thefts in North American history, it is the single biggest theft in Canadian history, period. Skid Row Stabber. Between the years of 1964 and 1975, a serial killer would stalk Southern California in search of victims that tend to live in the shadows of society, the homeless. Over 11 years, he would kill 11 homeless men, earning the nickname the Skid Row Slasher. Since he always used a knife, he committed his first crimes in 1964 and was later arrested in Chicago for an assault with a knife, which put him away for 10 years, where he then made his way back to LA in 1974 and killed 9 more homeless men. Now, he would eventually be captured in 1975, and he was identified as Vaughn Greenwood. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison and died in 2020. So it's with that background that a sort of grim irony would play out over the next mystery, because it was only 2 years later that a new Skid Row serial killer appeared on the scene, one with the same exact MO. The murders would begin in October of 1978 and lasted until 1979, when 12 homeless men were stabbed to death. Many of these were attacked while they slept in doorways, or in vacant lots, or even under bushes. This led to the new moniker, Skid Row Stabber. His victims, unlike other serial killers, did not stick to one race or age, or anything like that. It was just strictly the homeless and other vagrants. Detectives, learning from their experience dealing with the Skid Row Slasher, began going through recent arrest records in hopes of getting a lead. They soon found an unemployed man from Tennessee named Bobby Joe Maxwell, who had been arrested just 2 months prior and charged with assault with a deadly weapon, which was a knife. He had been released after 2 months in jail, and the murders began almost immediately. And over the next month, between October 23rd and November 23rd, 10 victims were killed. One of these was a double murder, but other than the fact that Maxwell had just been released before the murders, they really had no proof he was connected. But it's on December 14th that they would catch a break, when they spotted him standing over a drunk man sleeping on the sidewalk. They stopped him and searched, only to find a double-edged stainless steel cork-handled knife. Maxwell would be booked for carrying a concealed weapon, and interestingly, police stated his knife was compatible with the wounds of 8 victims. But since this was the days before DNA, it was actually pretty difficult to prove that it was the weapon used. Maxwell would remain in jail for about a month and was released on January 18, 1979, and just 2 days later, the last murder of the Skid Row Stabber would occur. so it was looking pretty good for having Maxwell as the suspect. In fact, detectives were confident that the 2-month break between his murder on November 23rd and this one on January 21st was due to the fact that he was in jail most of that time. Police after this kept Maxwell under surveillance, and he was eventually arrested 3 months later on April 4th, and his case went to trial 4 years later in 1983, and he was largely convicted on circumstantial evidence. Now, I won't go into all the details about the victims, simply because it would take a lot of time, but they aged in range from 26 to 65, and they were all homeless or considered vagrants. Maxwell was charged with the 12 murders, but only convicted of 2 of them, which put him away for good. So where is the mystery? Well, quite frankly, he was innocent, but because of some sloppy and lazy work by the prosecution, an innocent man would spend life in prison for the next 30 years. See, basically, the city had nothing other than the fact that his timeline in and out of jail did match up with the murders. And I know you might be thinking, well, he had a knife, but at that time on Skid Row, many people carried knives, and probably do today. Maxwell was largely convicted on 2 really bad bits of evidence. A piece of cardboard that was placed next to one of the victims that had the inscription, Satan, scribbled in. You gotta remember, this was during the time of the Satanic Panic. Anyways, someone, possibly the real killer, had also written another message on a Greyhound station bathroom wall that read, "My name is Luther. I kill winos to put them out of their misery." This was important because one of the attacks occurred in front of witnesses who said the man called himself Luther. These witnesses were also friends of the victim, David Jones, and apparently they had talked to this man quite a while before he launched into his attack on David. They described him as a 30-year-old black man with a Puerto Rican accent. These witnesses were brought in to identify Maxwell in a police lineup, and they all said the same thing. The man I seen is not in the lineup. The police at this point started to persuade the men to say that it was Maxwell, as they were just wanting to quiet a panic that had never fully died down from the Skid Row slasher. One of these witnesses would even tell the police, "If this is the man you claim is responsible, he sure has changed his physical appearance." Going back to the scribbled messages though, handwriting experts were brought in to compare the 2 messages, and they confirmed it was a match. They then took it a step further and claimed that same writing matched personal notes that had been scribbled in by Maxwell in his notebook. But here's where it gets really offensive. The prosecution still knew they didn't really have a case, but they were desperate, and they soon found their key witness, a man named Sidney Storch, a former police officer who had converted into a criminal with an extensive record, and was often a police informant. He was especially known for his forgery skills. He would share a cell with Maxwell and soon struck up a deal with the prosecutor to be released in exchange for testifying against him, whom he claimed had told him he was upset at himself for the mistakes he had made that led to him being caught. However, you probably know where this is going now because Storch had made several of these deals with prosecutors over the years. Anytime he ended up in jail, he would snitch on someone, and most of the time, he was just making it up. In fact, everything he told about Maxwell's case was stuff that was already in the newspapers, and he would also admit to having made up the entire story of Maxwell's confession and stated the only facts that he knew was what he had read in the newspapers. And just like that, several convictions based on Storch's snitching were overturned and the prisoners were released, all except for Maxwell. It was like Los Angeles couldn't accept the fact that they had made a mistake, which is strange because the only other clue that they had was his palm print on a park bench that was in the vicinity of one of the murders, a park bench he was seen sitting at on several different occasions. This also doesn't take into account that Maxwell's own lawyers had already accepted a book rights deal to his story in exchange for court fees, which led the judge to question how would they make their money in the event that Maxwell was found innocent, because the book deal would be worthless then, meaning they didn't have much of a vested interest in finding their own client not guilty. It seemed the whole system was rigged against him, which might be why the state also brought witnesses out during the sentencing phase that all spoke out against the death sentence. In any case, Maxwell appealed for decades, and there were actually a lot of people inside the court system that knew he got a bad deal, but they couldn't do much to change it until 2010, when the news about Storch's fake confessions became public knowledge. Maxwell's sentence was then overturned, and he got a new trial, which took years to get going, and in 2017, he suffered a severe heart attack which put him in a coma, one he never recovered from. But in 2018, all the charges were dropped and he was found not guilty, and his conviction and prison sentence were ruled miscarriages of justice. Maxwell would never know that though, because he never regained consciousness, and he died in April of 2019. I would go into theories, but this one's just too depressing. Plus, LA was so focused on him that they never tried to find any other suspects, and the real Skid Row stabber was never apprehended. Stuart Gardner Museum Heist, March 18th, 1990, Boston, Massachusetts. It was shortly after midnight on St. Patrick's Day when two security guards were attending to their long but boring shift at the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. 25-year-old Randy Heston, who had long served as the watchman on day shift, was on his first night shift duty. He would be working along with the main night watchman, 23-year-old Rick Abath. Coincidentally, the extra security guard came about due to other circumstances, as the building had been facing serious security risk as all the precautions were outdated. The FBI, too, had previously told the museum it had uncovered a plot to rob it some 8 years earlier, which prompted the museum to make additional security measures. However, they didn't go all out. In fact, they didn't even put cameras in the museum. Instead, they made the cost-saving judgment that an additional guard would just be cheaper. That was a mistake that would come back to haunt them, because Rick would take his first patrol around the galleries with his flashlight that night, while Randy, who was on his first night shift, sat back at the security desk, which was the standard protocol. But while Rick was walking around, the fire alarm suddenly went off. He quickly began looking for smoke, but could not locate any, or a fire. This prompted him to run to the security room, not the security desk, where Randy was stationed, and he checked the fire alarm control panel, which indicated that several rooms were on fire. But since he had checked everywhere in the building pretty much, and seen no fire, he assumed there was a malfunction. He then disabled it on the panel and returned to his patrol, but not before doing something which would perplex future investigators. Before going back, he stopped at the side entrance of the museum, briefly opened the side door and shut it back, and never informed Randy of this. Rick would then return to the desk at 1 a.m., and Randy would take over, which left Rick at the security desk alone. And it was here that the buzzer from outside rang into him through the intercom, and it was coming from the side entrance, the same door he had just opened. When Rick answered it, they stated that they were the police investigating a disturbance, and they must be admitted in. Rick would peer through the outside cameras, which had been put in during the security upgrade, and he seen two men out there wearing police uniforms. Rick was not aware of any disturbance, but wondered if someone had partied a little bit too much on St. Patrick's Day, and then climbed over the fence, which led to someone else reporting it to the police. Although, I do have to wonder how he did not think that it had something to do with the smoke alarm. In any case, Rick would open up the door remotely from his desk at 1:24 a.m., and the two officers, fake officers, entered the museum and made their way to the security desk. It was here that they asked Rick if anyone else was in the museum, and he would say yes, and called Randy up to the front on his walkie-talkie. That's when Rick would notice something was off. One of the two men, the taller one, seemed to have a fake mustache. Before Rick could register it though, the shorter man would tell him he looked familiar, and they thought he might have a warrant out for him. So he told Rick to come out from behind the desk and provide identification. He did, leaving the desk behind, which was the only area that had the panic button to alert the police. The shorter officer then ordered Rick against the wall, told him to spread his legs, and then he handcuffed him. About that time, Randy was walking in, and the taller thief put him up against the wall and handcuffed him. Now the gig was up, as both men admitted they were not real officers. They were there to steal art, and for the guards to not cause any problems. They then duct taped both men's eyes and took them to the basement. This was key because The guards didn't give them directions to the basement. They were then handcuffed to a steam pipe and workbench. These thieves were pretty nice though, as they took the men's wallets, got their addresses, and told them if they did not tell the police, they would receive a reward in about 1 year. Although, in reality, this was more of a veiled threat. It had only taken 15 minutes and the guards were completely subdued, and the thieves began to move throughout the museum. They apparently stopped at one point though, and waited 13 minutes, most likely to see if the police had arrived. This was known due to the motion sensors which recorded their movements, or lack thereof. However, they did begin to remove paintings, starting with some famous Rembrandt ones, like the Storm of the Sea of Galilee and A Lady and Gentleman in Black. They would also take a large Rembrandt self-portrait oil painting off the wall, but they left it behind due to its immense size. They would instead take smaller paintings, one of these called The Concert by Dutch artist Johannes Vermeer. This is believed to now be the most valuable stolen object in the entire world, estimated to be worth around $340 million in today's money. This was followed by the final piece taken from this floor, which was an ancient Chinese ritual bronze vessel. Next, they split up and pillaged more items from the first floor, before finally returning to the basement and asking the guards if they were comfortable. From there, they went to the security director's office and took the videotapes which showed their entrance, as well as the data printouts from the motion sensors. Not realizing that data still existed on the hard drive, they then opened up the door at 2:40 a.m. and again at 2:45. The robbery just lasted about an hour and 20 minutes. The following morning, when the next guard arrived and couldn't get a hold of the front desk to be buzzed in, he called the security director, who came to the building and went in with his keys to discover the guards were not at the desk. He quickly called the police and left the building. Officers would arrive quickly though and searched the building and found the guards. The theft was huge, like the biggest in museum robbery history, with some estimates from around 2010 putting it at about 600 million, or about 900 million in today's money, with the aforementioned The Concert painting accounting for about half of that. Art theft detectives were obviously brought in to go over the scene, since they were a little more well-versed than the average detective, and one of the things that puzzled them right away was how they selected the items. Sure, The Concert was a huge grab, but the men seemingly walked past other insanely valuable works, like some by Raphael, Botticelli, and Michelangelo, and took other items that were not even close to the same value. They also completely ignored the third floor, which housed one of the other most valuable paintings in the entire city. Because of this, investigators were sure that they were amateurs when it came to art, and seemed to be grabbing things randomly. They also believed that the paintings had been rolled up to allow easier transportation, which probably damaged them. A reward of $1 million was offered by the art gallery, which it came from the help of a few auction houses. By 2017, this was up to $10 million. The FBI took over the case immediately, acting under the assumption that the art could cross state lines, and their investigation has largely went nowhere, as there just wasn't much evidence. Fingerprints and footprints were found, but they couldn't tell if this was from employees or the thieves. DNA analysis was performed many years after the technology got better, but that led to nothing. And since then, other items believed to hold crucial DNA has been lost by the FBI. The guards did give pretty good descriptions though, which led to a sketch. One man was said to be about 5'9" and in his late 30s, while the other was about 6 foot in his early 30s with a heavier build. But obviously, all eyes fell on one man. Security guard Rick, him opening up the closed side door just a few minutes before the biggest art theft in history occurred, was suspicious to say the least. It looked to investigators like he had signaled the men on the outside to begin the robbery soon. However, Rick had an answer for this. He said he routinely opened that door to make sure it was locked. However, one of his colleagues would dispute this later on, saying that if he had opened it every night, the supervisors would have found out due to the computer printouts, and they would have put a stop to that behavior. There was also the odd fact that One of the paintings had been stolen from the so-called Blue Room on the first floor, and what made that strange was none of the motion detectors reported that. The only footsteps recorded in that room that whole night was Rick's during his patrol. A security consultant would even come in and test out the equipment and determined nothing was wrong with the motion sensors, which certainly raised eyebrows. But there was even more odd behavior by Rick. In 2015, the FBI would release a videotape from the museum the night before the theft, and it straight up showed Rick admitting an unidentified man into the museum, where the two then had a conversation at the security desk. When he was asked about this, he said he couldn't identify the man. Luckily for him, several former guards came forward and identified him as the museum's deputy security chief. Still, it didn't cast Rick in the best light. But that might be why the FBI agent in charge of the early investigation basically stated both guards were dumber than a second coat of paint. Well, what he really said was they were too incompetent and foolish to have pulled this off. Now the FBI began to look at organized crime bosses like Whitey Bulger, who ran the Winter Hill Gang. He denied it, of course, and actually said he had sent out subordinates to find the men behind the robbery because it had happened on his turf and he demanded his cut. However, he did have ties to the Boston police, which could account for the legit uniforms, or maybe it was real officers. He also had ties to the Irish Republican Army, the IRA, a paramilitary force that had agents in Boston at the time, and they were known for tripping off the fire alarm before a heist, and they'd also been involved in other art thefts. In fact, one arts and antiquities investigator believed Bulger gave every bit of the haul to the IRA and it was taken back to Ireland. There was another crucial lead, however, in 1994, when the museum director would receive an anonymous letter from someone who wanted to ransom the artwork back. According to this person, he was only taken in an effort to negotiate a reduced prison sentence for someone else, but that opportunity had passed and they no longer needed the artwork, so they decided to sell it back for $2.6 million. Under the agreement, no one would be prosecuted. The letter would even provide information known only by the museum and FBI. They were told to print out a coded message in the Boston Globe if they agreed to the terms. The museum director contacted the FBI because she thought this was a strong lead. That coded message was then printed to the paper, and a second letter arrived. This time, the anonymous person stated they were fearful of a massive investigation taking place, and they needed time to think about their options. But whoever this anonymous person was never wrote back. There was also a con man named Brian McDevitt, who had previously dressed up as a FedEx driver and went to an art museum in New York and tried to steal a Rembrandt. He had taken in handcuffs and duct tape as well, and fit the description of the larger robber, except for the thinning red hair, that is. The FBI interviewed him, and he denied his involvement and refused to take a polygraph, and since his fingerprints did not match any at the scene, he was released. Now after this, the other main suspect is the Boston Mafia, and that would take way too long to get into, as there were so many people involved and it had a lot of moving parts. But there is a ton of circumstantial evidence that links to local mob figures, and it seems that the FBI leans toward that theory. Shell Grotto Margate, 1835, Margate, Kent, England. A farmer named James Newlove, along with his son and a few other workers, were digging up a spot for a duck pond when, after a few feet down, had their whole operation stopped by a large stone. The men all gathered around and began to look closer at this rock, which was impeding their progress, and soon realized they were looking down into a small, beautiful decorated cave, better known as a grotto. Walking down inside, the men would see a winding passageway about 8 feet high and 70 feet in length, which stopped in a rectangular room and has since become known as the altar chamber, which measured about 15 by 20 feet. The most mysterious part were the decorations, as most of the enclosure's walls and roof were adorned in a shell mosaic. In fact, there were millions of shells glued to the walls by a fine mortar similar to Roman cement. Many were formed into intricate and colorful patterns, while some were abstract and yet others were in the shapes of animals stars, or the sun. As you can imagine, this farmer, James Newlove, was perplexed, just as much as anyone else would be. But a few years later, he would open up the grotto to the public, for a small admission fee, of course. Now that the site had become public knowledge, scholars had no idea what to make of it. Who were the designers? What was it for? How long did it take? This was a very curious part, considering that it would have almost certainly been constructed under torchlight. Most of these questions still have no answers today, almost 200 years after it was discovered. But there's one key reason to that, and that is, we have no idea when it was made, with experts only being able to suggest that it was created sometime in the past 3,000 years, which obviously doesn't really tell us much. This could probably be ascertained now with radiocarbon dating. However, the family that now owns it has not allowed that due to the fact it would need numerous samples, and the cost to have that done would be far more expensive than it would be worth. Not to mention, they wanted to keep the integrity of the artwork. So having said all of that, what are the theories for what this design's purpose was, and who was behind it? One of the earliest theories was it was a rich man's folly, which is basically just a building or some other structure built for decoration while still suggesting it was for some other purpose. This was a fairly common thing to do in the 1700s among some of the wealthier men in England. In fact, so were structures that were lined with seashells. However, there was one problem with this theory. The land this sits on never belonged to a wealthy owner, nor was it part of some larger estate. It seems to have been nothing more than simple farmland, meaning some rich man would have had to sneak onto the property of this unaware farmer and spend tons of time constructing it, or more than likely, hiring someone to. That alone would have taken many years and tons of work to carve out the passageways and transporting the nearly 5 million seashells needed, and yet that farmer would have never noticed. Likewise, follies were built to be shown off. They weren't supposed to be hidden. Instead, they were built to draw attention. Thus, the follies theory is almost certainly ruled out, which of course has led to the more crazy speculation, like it was built as a meeting place for sea witchcraft, or that it was built by the Knights Templar, or even the Freemasons. But if you believe the theory that it is thousands of years old, it could have even been built by prehistoric man, as some sort of astronomical calendar. Interestingly, in 2007, a dome cave was discovered under the Palatine Hill in Rome. That was, you got it, adorned with shells, mosaics, and marble in a very similar pattern to the rectangular chamber in Margate. In that discovery, many began to suggest that the Phoenicians had built it as a sanctuary sometime in the second half of the first millennium BC, as they were founding many colonies from Carthage at the time. And since we know the Phoenicians traveled vast distances, and most likely were the first ancient seafarers to explore Britain, well, you could see how it might be possible. Other scholars have tried to link the design to ancient Egypt or even ancient India. However, most think the whole thing was built with the intention to be a tourist trap, either by the owners that lived there before James Newlove, or built by James Newlove himself, which is why it was open to the public shortly after it was discovered. Grand Rapids Diner is an internet legend sprawling from X, the paranormal board of 4chan, one of the easiest boards to troll. It all began on August 20th, 2019 at about 1 a.m. when the original poster would upload an image of an abandoned building with a light on, which was partially hidden by garbage bags which covered the windows. Anon would give the background of the property, in which he claimed there used to be a popular restaurant housed there called Isaac's, which operated in the mid-90s, however, had shut down in the early 2010s, and then the building was sold in 2014 to a, quote, strange couple in their 40s who planned to convert it into a coffee shop. They first painted the exterior and then put up a lamp inside and taped garbage bags over the windows, where it would remain that way for years. The anonymous poster would claim that through the fall of 2015, he had seen multiple SUVs pulling into the establishment, often with groups of young children. And when the adults would leave the building, these children remained. And allegedly, this had happened multiple times over the years. But now the original poster in August 2019 claimed to have been passing by when he seen a boy about 10 years old pull down the garbage bag from the window from inside the building and began banging on the glass, prompting Anon to try and take a picture, but the kid was quickly yanked out of sight. He called the police, who came out, shined flashlights through the windows, saw nothing, and quickly left. And to prove he wasn't lying, he would post a timestamp photo confirming he was really there. Of course, the thread became full of speculation, which suggested the building was a cover for, you guessed it, trafficking, although some just straight up said that the poster was LARPing. But it was too late for the majority of the lurkers, because now they were speculating about hidden tunnels that went into the building and cover-ups by local authorities. Everyone on X was now interested in this thread, and it would soon spiral out of control, as multiple posters in the thread claimed to live nearby and went to check out the property for themselves. Since the original poster put the address up, that's when a strange message was posted to the thread that read, "We see you outside of our establishment, and we see you taking pictures. What happens next is up to you. Continue to press this, and the outcome will not be a pleasant one for you or your family." Now who knows if any of these posters were actually there, and if the threat posted actually came from inside the building. What is known is a second poster did actually arrive after a 45-minute drive, and we know this because he took pictures of the building with a timestamp to prove it. Apparently, he had planned to go inside and take a picture, but when he got there, he seen people moving around inside. He stated he was going to go somewhere and get a bite to eat and come back to check and see if the building was empty. Now the thread was getting a ton of attention from all of 4chan. However, this poster never returned and was soon labeled the Kazoo Anon Disappearance, Kazoo being Kalamazoo, where he had driven from. Apparently too, the photos of this place, which had been uploaded into the thread, began to get removed, although other posters had already saved the images and just reposted them. By early the next morning, the thread was still going, and the original poster, as well as the Kazoo Anon, were still silent. However, someone claiming to be the original poster wrote he made the entire thing up because he was bored, but no one believed him, and it was at this point more people in the thread started making plans to go to the site themselves. One of these would even do it on a Twitch stream. His name was Trezulius, and he would post another picture from outside, and he claimed he tried streaming it to Twitch and YouTube, but both broadcasts were ended immediately. But it was just 2 minutes after he posted this photo confirming he was there that he would post again claiming someone had came out of the building and he took off running, and he never posted again either. However, by 7 a.m., a new streamer, Bushmatic, showed up on site, and he began broadcasting live from the scene. And he found nothing really, just some old woman who left around 8 a.m., and Bushmatic noted seeing an oil lamp inside. By this point, the thread essentially fell into LARP territory and really lost a lot of credibility. Many concluded the entire thread was nothing but a troll post, with many Anons working each other up into a frenzy. However, the building's owner was eventually tracked to a company called Humanix LLC, and that part would be a bit strange. See, Humanix LLC was traced to a man living in Kalamazoo named Ray Tabachka, who was just a normal IT guy. The thing was, though, nothing on Ray's LinkedIn profile mentioned Humanix. Actually, there were no connections at all other than the registry listing, suggesting the name was used without his consent, or Humanix was essentially a shell company set up for tax purposes or asset protection. There were other issues too, because the registry page for the company would 404 when you would try to click the link. Likewise, any attempt to find out more information had limited results. In addition, the website listed 2 different headquarters addresses. One was the strange building the thread was focused on, and another address was located at a remote mansion in the woods of Rockford, Michigan, suggesting the data was outdated or possibly deliberately made confusing, which is even stranger by the fact that the original poster in Google Maps confirmed the building had basically been unchanged for 4 years in spite of the fact that it was supposedly under renovation. The company too supposedly only had 2 employees. Was one of these the old woman seen on the stream? And now, on to theories. Is it any surprise that the top one is still the whole thing was a LARP. I mean, this is 4chan and X, and there has never been any verifiable follow-up. Plus, with the dramatic claims and disappearing photos, which could be deleted by the posters themselves, it seems likely. And while some Anons did go there to check it out, with at least one verified streamer, it didn't really prove anything. Second most likely theory is it was just a failed small business. In fact, with the long, slow renovations, taped windows, and persistent lamp, it seems like someone was working hard to make it succeed and never could. Captain Coochie Key Lime Pie. This is another internet mystery that got its start back in October of 2009 when someone began posting odd comments over numerous blogs and news articles about a restaurant which was no longer opened called Coochie's Key West Cafe, and their most prized dish, their key lime pies. Interestingly, the comments didn't always appear under food articles. Sometimes it was travel, politics, and oftentimes sex. The comments would often ramble and were full of pop culture references from the time period. This went on for well over a decade, with this person leaving over 700 comments under at least 35 different handles, like Jake Carson, Willie Jord, and Roger Ramjet. To make things even crazier, each alias had its different style of posting. Jake Carson was more of an upbeat promotional blurb, while Willie Jordan usually posted sexually suggestive replies that somehow he would tie back to key lime pie, while Roger Ramjet dropped in random jokes ending in lines like, quote, "And don't forget the key lime pie." Now for the record, this restaurant did exist. It actually opened in Nashville, North Carolina in 1978. It was owned by Oswald, or Coochie, Pelez Jr., and his wife, Anita. But it closed around 2005, and if you're keeping track of the timeline, yep, it closed a whole 4 years before this person went on his comment campaign about it online. A deeper look into the comments revealed that although sometimes the posts were coherent, other times it was just a jumble of nostalgic celebrity shoutouts to Johnny Carson, Don Rickles, or even Steve Martin. It was also noticed between 2009 and 2013, each comment was unique, but after 2013, it all just became copy-pasted comments, suggesting that the poster had built up a personal library of phrases he could use. Even stranger, he would sometimes visit comment sections years after he posted originally, and added new comments, sometimes under the same name, sometimes under one of the other handles. Now here's where it starts to get a little bit stranger. By 2016, 7 years after this person had been posting, Reddit discovered the weird mystery and began discussing it. Finally, the key lime poster stopped his copy pasting and left obscure phrases like, "Do you ever feel like you're being watched?" After this, key lime poster slacked off big time, with just 6 comments over 2017 and 18, and then he completely disappeared, with the final message reading, quote, "Captain Cutchie's award-winning cheeseburgers in paradise," and "the world's greatest key lime pies." That's the mystery. Who was doing this, and why? Well, the most likely theory is it was just some obsessed person that had a connection to the restaurant, most likely a customer who is fixated on a period in their past, which somehow relates to that restaurant. It might not even be a customer, maybe it was an employee, but whoever it was certainly looked back at that time with nostalgia glasses, although that doesn't explain the creation of dozens of accounts, which brings up the next thought that it was someone with some kind of mental illness. It explains the repetitive fixation and era-locked memories, as well as the emotional intensity. There's even some online sleuths that have looked at this mystery that claim to have went to that restaurant all those years ago and seen an odd customer who would hang out there that was fixated on pies. Of course, that could have just been a troll adding to the story. Finally, maybe this person was trolling all along, trying to create an internet mystery himself. Sewer Boy shaking the bed. This one comes from a now deleted post by users on the subreddit called Experiencers, which is essentially a place where people can discuss their transrational experiences without the fear of being ridiculed. But what exactly is a transrational experience? They're sort of related to unexplained phenomena. It's more accurately described as experiences that go beyond or transcend reason, things that cannot be fully explained by logic or science alone. This can include dreams, moments of profound intuition, or the feeling of being connected to something larger than oneself. It can be things like astrology, tarot cards, or even prayer. And in this particular thread, we have the poster called Service Large, who brought up an experience from his college days in 2012. He noted that it was a time when he was really into music and was actually in a band himself. His favorite genre was the 60s and 70s, in particular, the band Led Zeppelin. In studying the bands from that era, he looked to see what it was that inspired their creativity, and of course he realized it was drugs. And before long, he began taking that same route. He would use acid, take shrooms, and smoke marijuana. It helped him to think differently, and he began focusing on the Led Zeppelin symbols themselves, which were allegedly connected to Aleister Crowley. He would also look into the guitarist, Jimmy Page, who was said to be connected to other occult practices. Now, Service Large didn't take a lot of this seriously, but that would soon change. Before long, he had moved into an off-campus apartment with a friend. Being college kids, they had to take a cheap one, and this one in particular was pretty creepy on the outside, and it was actually a third-floor attic. And a short while after moving in, he began to have strange experiences, like the night he fell asleep, only to be awoken at the feeling of someone gently shaking his bed. He felt a sense of dread and anxiety, so he got up to turn the lights on, and of course, the bed was no longer moving. He assumed that it was due to the house being so old. He was really just hearing the creaking of the wood, is what he would tell himself. He eventually calmed down and relaxed, and started nodding off, and then the bed started shaking again, and it would happen every time that he almost dozed off. He did eventually fall asleep, but this was only the beginning, because it continued to happen occasionally, before it moved on to happening every night. Since his sleep was beginning to suffer, he got up and attempted to sleep on the couch, thinking that the old bed was just unstable. From here, though, it would continue. Now the couch was shaking every night, and it drove him crazy. One morning he would ask his roommate about it, and he stated that he himself had never experienced anything strange in the apartment. Things only got worse from here. Due to the lack of sleep, he started to get bad grades, and his day-to-day life took a serious impact. He resorted to using alcohol or sleep meds just so he could get a little rest every night. But still, oftentimes, his bed would begin to shake and awaken him. He soon sought psychiatric counseling, but that didn't help either. And after a month of this, it intensified. Just about the time that Service Large began to suspect that he was losing his mind, a friend of his roommates came over to hang out, and the two of them were on the couch drinking. When this friend looked at him and stated, "What's shaking the couch?" Finally, Service Large had relief, knowing it wasn't just him that had been feeling this. That didn't stop the strangeness though, because one of the worst nights he recalled came after this, and it was when he was asleep, and he awoke to see the bed physically moving with him in it. That shook him up so bad that he called his mom, who was a devout Catholic, and told him to pray as she did, and things would die down a little bit. But it's here where it would all culminate. As he began to suspect the place was haunted, he started making arrangements to move out, and that might be what led to the worst night. As he fell asleep, he had the most vivid dream in his life. It started with him playing street hockey with some of his friends back in the neighborhood where he had grown up. Suddenly, they lost the ball into a sewer grate, and he went down to get it. When he began to hear a small boy crying, he would go tell his mother, who called the police, and they got him out. And the dream took a strange turn when his mother decided to adopt this little boy, and he lived with them. But he was a bad kid, constantly breaking things and misbehaving, and he even tried to kill the family dog, which of course led to the parents trying to get him out of the home. And he remembered next, they were standing in the courtroom for family issues, and he had to get up and tell the lawyer why he thought the boy was bad. The lawyer asked, "Do you know this boy?" Service Large 4601 replied, "No." He said, "Are you sure you don't know him?" He stared at the boy again and said, "No, I never met him until the day we found him." Finally, the boy looked directly into his eyes and said, "You know exactly who I am. I'm the one who's been shaking your bed every night." This caused Service Large to wake up to the pure terror of the bed shaking. He wasted no time and quickly moved out, and it all stopped. The bed shaking, the bad dreams, all of it. However, here is the catch. It was about a year later when he started dating a girl that actually lived on the first floor of that home. He began telling her and her roommate about everything that had happened when he lived there, and that's when the roommate told him there had been a fire there about 5 years earlier, and an 18-year-old kid had ran into the building trying to get everyone out and died of smoke inhalation on the 3rd floor. She even showed him the news article and everything. Service Large wrapped up the post by asking what the consensus was on the story. Had his dabbling in the dark arts opened up a connection to this tragic event? So, I guess that means it's theory time for us. The most obvious one is sleep-related hallucinations, which are amplified by substance abuse. It's very common and can seem very realistic if you're very sleep-deprived, anxious, or on psychedelics, alcohol, or sleep meds. And since it always happened when he was falling asleep and waking up, it makes perfect sense. It even stopped when lights came on, and more than likely, that vivid dream of the sewer boy was caused by his waking up often during the sleep. Of course, the problem is that the friend said he could also feel the couch shaking. Another possible scenario is that the bed really was shaking from the house settling or some kind of mechanical issue, like HVAC running, trains nearby, or trucks. It could even be a loose bed frame. This seems even more likely considering it all stopped after he moved out. Not to mention, the 3rd floor is more susceptible to structure movement. Or hey, maybe this really was a paranormal experience. Or should I say, transrational. The Butter Boggart, 1854, Lowestoft, Ernston, England. A very strange tale would begin to play out. It happened at the home of a family known as the Warburtons, which consisted of a weaver, 61-year-old Samuel, his wife Anne, 66 years old, along with Samuel's brother, William, 55 years old, and finally, Anne's great-niece, 12-year-old Mary Hopwood. The family was described as being very devout primitive Methodist and quiet, but it's on January 22nd of that year that the family began to notice something very peculiar. It seems small lumps of butter, that's right, butter, started appearing randomly throughout the house. It was on the floors, furniture, walls, bedding, clothing, and even between the pages of their Bible. It ranged in size, sometimes about the size of a bean, but other times as big as a walnut. Interestingly, it never appeared on their skin, although it was found in places like the inside of garments and beneath quilts. This was all very curious to say the least, and it went on for a period of several days. Samuel would get so desperate that he hung up boughs of holly from the ceiling in an attempt to ward off witchcraft, and when he did, butter started to appear on it, leading to the family tossing it in the fire and watching the butter melt like one would expect it would do. The news spread quickly, and before long, visitors from nearby would make the journey to witness the events. It's here that we will get quite a few witnesses to the whole bizarre saga. One was a local constable, the other a local farmer, while finally a reporter from the local newspaper came to check it out. In all accounts, they confirmed to have witnessed it, and confirmed it was indeed butter, although no one had a theory as to where it was coming from. However, as mentioned, it stopped after a few days, which many seemed to try and connect to the visit of a local primitive Methodist preacher. And that pretty much brings us to the theories. Of course, at the time, a lot of the locals of this small rural area were pretty superstitious, and they believed it was witchcraft, or more specifically, a boggart, which is a shape-shifting creature from folklore and, more famously now, Harry Potter. Their primary ability is to transform into the personification of someone's deepest fear. They also hide in the dark, especially in the cupboards or shadowy corners of a home. They are often described as acting sort of like poltergeist, which would explain the butter prank. Of course, the most likely real theory was it was a hoax, considering it was always found in places someone could access pretty easily. Not to mention, reporters did note that some of the lumps looked, quote, as if sucked and ejected, suggesting someone was hiding the butter in their mouth and then spitting it into the location, which is pretty gross. But who would do this? Well, maybe the young Mary Hopwood, who was just wanting attention. Of course, the suspected hoaxer at the time was Samuel's brother William. Other theories suggested later on that Samuel had some kind of mental illness, described back then as a, quote, mental alienation, and he may not have been aware that he was even doing it. Regardless of which one, this only happened a few days in early 1854, and no other weird cases of unexplained phenomena occurred in the home. April 16th, 1988, Linwood, Kansas. A 17-year-old high school senior, Randy Leach, was excited about the upcoming graduation and the beginning of his adult life, one in which he was not sure yet on what he was going to do, although he was leaning towards a trade school. But it was on this night that he decided to go to a pre-graduation bonfire that was being held by a classmate way out in the country. This should have been one of the best moments of the teen's life, but sometimes things don't go as planned. It would actually be the following morning when Randy's parents awoke at 6:30 that they realized Randy had never made it home. There was no sign he had made it back at any point either, and his mother's vehicle, which she had loaned to him, was nowhere to be found. They at first feared that he had been involved in an accident, perhaps knowing that he had partied the night before. But after calling around to a few friends and classmates, they found out no one had seen him. Then they began to panic. They wasted a little time in reporting it to the police, who quickly began a search, along with other family and friends. And this search would eventually extend over a wide area and a wide span of time, including door-to-door interviews, searches of several bodies of water nearby, which used sonar and dive teams. Even the famous YouTube channel, Adventures with Purpose, would make a few searches, and again, they found no signs of the missing vehicle, nor the young man that had been driving it. With no leads materializing, detectives soon began focusing on the other kids at the party to try and track down Randy's last whereabouts. And this is when some disturbing reports came back to them, like the fact that some of them claimed he appeared disoriented, like he was in some kind of daze, while other witnesses that seen him stated he would lie down in the back of another car at one point, leading to speculation that he was under the influence of something stronger than a few beers. In fact, some would state he didn't drink any beer at all, and possibly was messed up from smoking weed, although no one is for sure, and he apparently told one friend that even he didn't know what was wrong with him. They also found out that due to some errands being ran earlier that evening, he didn't make it to the party until about 10 p.m., but it's later that night when things would get strange due to contradictory reports. Around midnight, he allegedly told some friends he was going home because 12:30 was his curfew, and his parents stated that he usually honored that, but none of the kids actually seen him leave, although one friend would later claim that he remembered him getting into the car at least. However, there were other reports that he was still at the party between 1:30 and 2 a.m., with the latest sighting of him being about 2:15 a.m. Again, there's some conflicting info here, because one classmate stated he drove a girl home and came back to pick Randy up and take him home, but when he returned, Randy and the car were both gone. While this is all confusing, it is important to note there were no accounts of an argument or any kind of fight or anything that would lead one to think there was foul play. But one interesting thing police did note when they made it to the site where the party had taken place, which was sometime that morning, the trash had already been cleaned up completely. They found this strange, considering the area had just seen 100 plus kids who had been drinking and having a bonfire, yet there was not one sign that a party had even taken place just a few hours earlier. Even more bizarre was months later, the house where the party had been held was destroyed by a fire, and it was found that it was caused by arson, as someone had poured gasoline down the hallway and set it ablaze. Some sources even claim that the following night, a second fire was started, which then destroyed the rest of the home. Although, no one is sure if this is even related, but it's worth pointing out some sources claim that the people who own the home have never cooperated with the investigation of Randy's disappearance, which has led to all kinds of rumors and speculation. And I know you're thinking, the most obvious likelihood is that he was probably drunk and drove into a body of water. But here's the catch. As mentioned earlier, basically every body of water in the nearby area has been searched thoroughly, meaning Randy would have had to drive a pretty good distance away for who knows what reason, only to drive into the water, seemingly sober enough to drive that distance, but just drunk enough to crash into the water. But another issue with all of this is, in the years since, there have been several droughts, some severe, where water levels dropped significantly enough that, many times, he would have revealed a vehicle, because the bodies of water near this area were shallow anyways, and in these droughts, there's never been a car surface, which has left open the thought that something more sinister occurred, because this was at the height of the satanic panic, and a rumor soon circulated that Randy was actually abducted by a satanic cult and killed. In fact, just a few months later, a witness would come forward and claimed he had been abducted, and he was held in a cave for 2 weeks, and while he was there, he seen a corpse that he thought might have been Randy. Investigators did go search that cave and the area around it, and they believed no crime had ever taken place, and stated their belief was this witness was on drugs and hallucinated the whole thing. There's also been other false leads over the years, as well as false arrests. At one point, 3 men were arrested for his murder, then released with an apology from the investigators who admitted they had made a mistake. There was also another man, who was one of the last people to see Randy, that garnered a lot of attention. First, he was an adult at the time of the disappearance, and was around this party. But what struck investigators as odd is he drove by the home of Randy the morning he disappeared, and his parents saw him and noted that it was a highway where there was a speed limit of 55, yet this man was driving by their home at 10 miles per hour just staring at them. It's unknown if it's related, and law enforcement has never stated much about it either, but it's just another odd fact with this whole case. Other rumors, such as a drug overdose, has also made its way around town, as well as him possibly witnessing a drug deal, which then led to his demise. There's other odd and eerie facts about this case too. I mentioned earlier that the YouTube channel Adventures with Purpose led underwater searches for Randy's car, but there was at least one occasion where they wrapped it up early due to safety concerns caused by individuals in the community. There's even allegations that an independent investigator/journalist died while trying to research the case, while another one fled town due to threats. But what is being hidden? Could it be that law enforcement is involved? Yep, that's another theory in this one, that the case is being covered up because someone related to an officer was involved, and apparently some retired police investigators even think it's a good possibility. There's also reports that Dateline refused to cover the mystery because of the potential law enforcement connection, and Unsolved Mysteries was also allegedly blocked from covering the case. Finally, I'll close with one theory about the car directly. There's long been a rumor that whatever happened at the party led to a cover-up where someone got access to a backhoe that was used to bury Randy and the car all underground. It's one of the more out there theories, but it does get mentioned a lot. To most, though, they still speculate that he likely ran off into the water and just hasn't been found yet. If you are into unsolved mysteries and true crime, then you are no doubt familiar with the town of Delphi, Indiana, and the murders in 2017, that of 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German, a case that was eventually solved and led to a conviction in 2024. But what if I told you there's another equally as crazy, or maybe even crazier case from Delphi, one that happened well over a century before the town would become the focal point for the Williams German murder. It all started in 1886 with a family known as the Mabbitts. They lived right outside the city limits where they maintained a farm, and actually did pretty good with it, as the patriarch of the family, Peter Mabbitt, was wealthy and a respected figure in Delphi. The couple's children were also popular at school and around town, known for their intelligence, but also for being attractive and wealthy. In particular was Luella, the 23-year-old daughter who was beautiful and basically chased by every young man in town. Unfortunately, to the disapproval of her father, she chose an older man, one about 10 years older than her, a man named Amir Green. Now for the record, I don't think age is why her father disapproved. Instead, it was because Green didn't have the best reputation in town, nor did his family. In fact, his brother William had even been accused of killing his girlfriend before he escaped and had been on the run for years. So Peter Mabbitt had a good reason for trying to deter the relationship. In fact, he would pressure Luella to write Amir a breakup letter, or a Dear John letter, which she did and mailed it to him. Fast forward to the night of August 6th, 1886, when another man would enter the story, a William Walker, who arrived to the Mabbitt residency because he was dating Luella's twin sister, Ella. She would come out and spend the evening talking and sitting around outside the family home, as was often done in the 19th century. As the two flirted the evening away, they would be interrupted when, lo and behold, Amir Green walked up to the home. He would knock on the door and demand that Luella come out to speak to him. Obviously, he had just received the letter. But before we go any further, I have to point out there's one contradiction here, because some sources claim that he had actually ridden over in a buggy with William, while other sources state he just walked up later. In any case, Luella refused to come out, and Ella would tell him that she had already fell asleep, but he would not take no for an answer and snapped. He would yell that if she did not come out, he was going to tear the house apart. Luella, after hearing this threat, came out, and it's unknown if she came out under her own accord or if her father pressured her to. Regardless, she would go outside and try to calm Green down. The two talked quietly amongst themselves for a few minutes before Amir finally convinced her to go for a walk. Meanwhile, Walker and Ella would watch from the porch as the two entered into the night. Ella then walked in, and Walker got in his buggy and went home. Later that night, Luella failed to arrive home, obviously, and her family became alarmed. They wanted to find Green and pressure him to answer, and her father probably wished to do more than that to him. But for the time being, they would go to the police, who also began a search. They would soon locate Green, who obviously claimed he had no idea where she went. Interestingly, the police also tracked down Ella's boyfriend, William Walker, and questioned him. A search of the area would soon begin, and just by chance, a river did run by the Mabbitt farm, so a lot of the search was focused there. Yet, no clues were found, although, again, some sources claim a part of Luella's dress was found torn off, suggesting a struggle. Peter Mabbitt, being wealthy, refused to quit, and he hired a private detective and posted a substantial reward for any information about his daughter. This too led to nothing. While all this was going on, Green disappeared, and rumors began to swirl that the two had actually eloped, because it was pretty well known that Luella wanted to be with him, and only ended it because of the pressure from her father. In fact, rumors even started to circulate that the two had went to Dallas, Texas, and were already married. But Green leaving made the rest of the town extremely upset, and they began searching for him. To make sure he would get his punishment, they would go to his mother's, whom they suspected was hiding him. She was dragged out into the yard and had a noose placed around her neck, and she was threatened with hanging unless she told them where Green had went. She either didn't know or refused to tell. The frustrated crowd would let her go. However, her problems weren't over, because the police soon arrived and arrested her. The charges I couldn't find, but I assume it was for aiding and abetting or something like that. Even more interesting was William Walker, Ella's boyfriend, was also thrown into jail, presumably because he had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. The case after this went cold for a while, although a body was found in the river a few months later. It was badly decomposed, but the family identified it as Luella's remains, basing it on the teeth, although an autopsy later revealed that the corpse was actually a man, although some sources state it was a much older woman. In either case, it was definitely not Luella. Green, however, was still on the run, but it didn't last long, because once the Pinkertons got involved, yes, the legendary detective agency, he would be found in July of 1887, along with his brother, who was a fugitive wanted for murder. They were both hiding out in Fort Worth, Texas. They were promptly arrested and brought back to Indiana. Amir, upon returning, would profess his innocence, claiming that Luella was still alive, but he would not speak as to where she was hiding. That was a mistake, because by October, the town was having enough of this runaround. They knew without a body, or any real evidence linking Green to her disappearance, that he would never be found guilty. And with that, on the night of the 21st, 200 men would walk to the county jail and corner the sheriff, who, despite his protest, could not stop what was about to occur. They forced the sheriff to hand over the keys, although, when he first refused, they began beating the cell down with sledgehammers. They would grab Green, tie him up, and throw him in a wagon, and drove off. They would go about 8 miles, where he was then taken out and ordered to confess. But Green remained stoic and stated quietly he was ready to say where she was. According to him, she was now living with a man in Fort Worth named Samuel Payne. According to Green, she had long wanted to run away. For what reasons, he never elaborated. He then went on to say that he loved her and would never harm her. This was not enough for the crowd, who threw the noose around his neck, and a few minutes later, he was left hanging from a tree. So, if you made it this far, you're probably wondering, where is the mystery? It's obvious that Green fabricated the story about her running away, and he was the one responsible. Well, there are a few things that surprisingly make Green's story look like the truth. First, with the detectives that were hired by Peter Mabbitt, they would actually go to Fort Worth to check out the story, and to their surprise, they actually found a Samuel Payne, or should I say, they found one that at least existed. See, when they got to where the Samuel Payne was supposed to be, he had just up and left, narrowly avoiding the detectives. When they approached the neighbor of Samuel, they found a woman named Mrs. Orr, and they would begin to question her about Samuel and anyone else that lived in that home. That's when she would state that Samuel lived there, but he had just left recently, and he was married to a woman who was very pretty and in her early 20s. When Mrs. Orr spoke to this woman, she would tell her she was originally from Indiana. Unfortunately, she did not know where the young couple had fled to, but confirmed they did exist. Over the next couple of decades, there would be multiple sightings of Luella, although police could never confirm them. There was one that was really interesting, and it came the night after Green was lynched. According to witnesses at a train stop in Delphi, a young woman who hid her face behind a heavy veil stepped off the eastbound train and went to the baggage room. It was there that she would ask an attendant if her trunk had arrived from Fort Worth yet. Detectives were dispatched to the train stop, where they began interviewing witnesses and tried to track down this woman, but they could never find her, nor could they confirm if it was really Luella, and if it was her, why she would even be coming back. Armchair sleuths from around the time, and even today, are still torn over this case. Some believe she eloped with Green, and they both were hiding out in Texas, or perhaps she ran away to get away from her father, whom she found domineering, and her and Samuel fled after hearing the news of the lynching. Although there are no marriage records for Luella which confirms any of this, if that was the case. Others think that Amir Green did kill her, although, by all accounts, their relationship had been good up to that point. It would be interesting to know if she blamed her father in the letter where she broke up with him, or if she claimed she wanted to end it on her own accord. But considering Green fled town, his family having a history of violence, and the torn dress piece, it could be murder, but that doesn't explain who this Samuel was, along with the woman that looked like Luella living in Fort Worth. As many of you know, the Dakotas are home to some of the highest Native American populations in the country, with South Dakota in particular being home to 4 Lakota reservations, and it's on this land which they inhabited for centuries that Taku-He, a mysterious creature, is said to roam the plains and forests of South Dakota. Its name comes from the Lakota language, meaning big man, and it has long been a part of Native legend, sometimes seen as a guardian spirit of the land, other times as an evil being that preys on animals and humans alike. But in the 1970s, this legend stepped out of fiction and into reality, at least according to dozens of witnesses who claimed to see something strange stalking the prairies of South Dakota. The modern wave of sightings began in September of 1974, with spooky events that spread out across the region. First, it all kind of began at the height of the infamous unsolved cattle mutilations that struck the Midwest, to which Taku-He was immediately tied in with, because on September 7th, a rancher in Pierce County, Nebraska, would find one of his calves dead and mutilated, its blood drained and sexual organs removed. And Pierce County is just about 85 miles from the South Dakota border, where, coincidentally, the day prior to the cattle mutilation in Jefferson, South Dakota, a man named Jim Douglas reported seeing a very tall, sandy-colored Bigfoot dragging a red furry object through an alfalfa field. When the creature noticed him, he stood upright and stared, silent, massive, and unafraid, before it would slip off into the distance. Now, was this animal being dragged? A cow? Well, many seem to believe so. For a while after this, though, things went quiet. But 3 years later, in September 1977, the legend came back to life, this time centered around Little Eagle, a small community of about 300 people in Corson County, South Dakota. The town lies entirely within the Standing Rock Indian Reservation, home to the Dakota and Lakota nations, whose people had long spoken of the Taku-He as the big man of the wilderness. In mid-September, Chris Howiatow and several others reported seeing a big ape, watching them from a hillside where they checked on their cattle near Little Eagle. As they approached, the creature turned and ran into the brush with startling speed. That encounter marked the beginning of a full-scale Taku-He saga that would last for nearly 3 months, from September through early December 1977. Over the following weeks, at least 25 separate sightings poured in from across Standing Rock Reservation. Locals described a huge hairy creature 7 to 9 feet tall, with dark brown or black fur, glowing red or yellow eyes, and long arms that hung below its knees. He was most often seen near forests, pastures, and rivers, moving mostly at night and vanishing before anyone could get too close. Some encounters were brief and quiet. Phoebe Little Dog, for instance, saw the creature twice, once on October 6th and again a week later on October 13th, both times in the same cattle pasture north of Little Eagle. Others were more alarming. Officers Verdale Vio, Bobby Gates, and Selvin Arlen all filed reports describing strange sounds, movement, and enormous tracks near rural properties. Cattle mutilations continued in the area, echoing the unexplained Nebraska case 3 years earlier, with blood drained and organs missing. The panic and curiosity grew until the story spread nationwide. By late autumn, even Time and Newsweek would run articles on the sightings, calling it the South Dakota Monster or the McLaughlin Monster. Reporters swarmed the Standing Rock area, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Taku-He for themselves. Meanwhile, just across the border in North Dakota, another encounter unfolded. Near the Cannonball River, Paul Monzalowski and his son saw an enormous Bigfoot-like figure, easily 8 or 9 feet tall, sprinting through open country. They gave chase in their pickup truck, but the creature was impossibly fast, as he would state, quote, running as fast as a horse. He would even leap across a creek before vanishing into the hills. By the time the final Little Eagle sighting was logged on December 5th of 1977, the region had been transformed. Some believe that Taku-He was a surviving species of an ancient primate, perhaps a remnant of Gigantopithecus, the massive ape once native to Asia. Others said it was something supernatural, a shapeshifter, a guardian spirit, or even an alien being. Skeptics dismissed it as hysteria, hoaxes, or mistaken identity, a mix of local legend and media frenzy. Regardless of which, it's one of the most enduring South Dakota cryptid mysteries. May 11th, 1950, McMinnville, Oregon. A woman known as Evelyn Trent went outside around 7:30 p.m. to feed her pet rabbits, which lived on the farm that she owned with her husband, Paul. It was after finishing up that she began walking inside the home that something caught her eye. Up in the sky, silently gliding across, seemed to be a large metallic, disc-shaped object. This was just 3 years after Roswell, and it was at the height of the UFO craze, and she now thought she may have the best proof ever. So she would quickly call for Paul, who was inside, and he would rush outside to see what all the commotion was about and looked in the sky to see it. And, thinking quickly, he rushed back inside and picked up his camera, which had already been loaded with film. He then went out and snapped off 2 photos before the craft quickly flew away, although not before being spotted briefly by Paul's father. But it's these 2 photos that would become iconic in the world of UFOs and the paranormal. They appeared to show what was a classic flying saucer. It was metallic and tilted slightly, which showed a dome top. And what made it especially remarkable is these are 2 of the most clearest UFO images ever taken, and their legitimacy has been debated since they first showed up in newspapers about a month later. Which brings us back to one of the earliest points of controversy. Why did it take a month? Well, that's what gives this case a little bit of sketchiness. For whatever reason, according to Paul, after he took the photos, he didn't really think much about it, and was just kinda like, oh well, that was interesting, and he went back to his daily grind. He didn't even bother to get them developed until a few days later, after he used up the rest of the film roll on Mother's Day. But hey, maybe he didn't want to waste the money. But after taking them to get them developed and bringing them back home and seeing they had 2 really clear pictures of a craft flying around in the sky, something that would be considered earth-shattering news, the couple didn't say anything. It was only after a while later, when Paul would show one of his friends the photos, that the news spread. The friend was his banker, Frank Wortman, who was intrigued enough that he would display the pictures inside the bank's window. This soon brought the attention of a local reporter named Bill Powell, who convinced Paul to loan him the negatives. He would then take them to get them examined, and experts established the photos had not been tampered with, nor faked, and within days, it became front-page news in the local newspaper. Before long, they would show up in papers across the nation, and even Life magazine, the largest circulated magazine at the time. They were even flown around the country to appear on television shows, where they were interviewed about the events. Although it's important to point out, they never made one dime on any of this. Not to mention, they later regretted the publicity they had gotten, due to getting harassed and being made fun of. Even worse, they would lose the photos and negatives for decades, after Life magazine allegedly misplaced them. There were other issues that screamed hoax though, like Paul's original story was that both of them had been out in the backyard and spotted the object at the same time, before he had the idea to run in and get the camera. This account was told only once. However, the Trents had answers for all these inconsistencies. According to them, the reason that they sat on these photos as long as they did was not because they thought it was a UFO, but because they really suspected it was a secret military aircraft being tested out by the government, and they feared making a big deal out of it might get them into trouble. There's also the strange saga of the lost photos. The negatives were actually rediscovered in 1967, as they had been loaned to a Dr. William K. Hartman, an astronomer working with the Condon Committee, a government-funded UFO research project we have discussed here before. In his analysis on the case, he would later write, quote, "This is one of the few UFO reports which all factors investigated, geometric, psychological, and physical, appear to be consistent with an assertion that an extraordinary flying object, silvery, metallic, disc-shaped, tens of meters in diameter, and evidently artificial, flew within sight of 2 witnesses." End quote. He noted that the brightness of the underside of the object appeared to be lighter than the underside of the oil tank, which can also be seen in the image. This is due to atmospheric extinction, the same effect that makes distant mountains appear washed out and blue. He maintained that this proved the object was far away and not close up, although he would state he still couldn't rule out that the object was being hung by a string from the electric wire which ran above. In fact, that has been the skeptical argument ever since these photos debuted. By the 80s, investigators pointed to shadows found on the garage on the left side of the photo, which prove the pictures were taken in the morning, and not evening, as the Trents claimed. So these new researchers stated that since they lied about the time of the day, it adds doubt to their whole story. Not to mention, they would eventually find out that the Trents had actually taken quite an interest in UFOs before having their own sighting. With this new research, Dr. Hartman of the Condon Committee would take back his assessment that it was a real UFO, and now sided with the hoax theory. But the researchers were not done. They also suggested that what people were really seeing was a detached side view mirror from a vehicle, most likely a Ford, which was then hung with a string from a power line. However, as many others have pointed out, there is no evidence of a string or thread in that photo. Or is there? By 2013, the case was once again opened by new researchers, who by this time argued that the geometry showed that it almost certainly was a small model with a hollow bottom hanging from a suspended wire, and they stated to have found presence of a thread above the object. However, as you might imagine, these findings are heavily disputed. The Trents died in the late 90s, always insisting that they had not hoaxed the photos, and to this day, no one has been able to conclusively prove that, nor has anyone been able to prove that it was a UFO, or even a US military aircraft. But you can let me know what you think in the comment section below. Real documented UFO, or some kind of hoax? June 25th, 1983, Helena National Forest in Montana would play host to an amateur radio event called Field Day, which is basically when ham operators from all over the country get together and set up their radio equipment and then use them as if the country had some kind of disaster, leaving the communication grid down. It's the largest emergency preparedness exercise in the country, with over 30,000 operators a year meeting on this day. And one group of these operators came from the nearby town of Clancy, where a 4-year-old, Nyleen Marshall, would play with the other children in the picnic area, while her mother Nancy and stepfather Kim would participate in the day's activities. It was around 4 p.m. that evening, though, during a picnic, that Nyleen began to fall behind the other children as they walked ahead of her near some beaver dams and an old cabin. She sat down for a brief moment while the other kids continued to play, only for them to turn around and see Nyleen was gone. Luckily, the adults were nearby, and they told them pretty quickly that Nyleen had disappeared, which obviously prompted an immediate search of the area by everyone at the campground. Police were on the scene just as quick, which makes sense because many of the people participating in Emergency Preparedness Day were law enforcement officers. They would eventually get help from outside law enforcement agencies, even the FBI, and soon, one of the largest, if not largest, search in Montana history was on. The area was blanketed. Acres and acres were searched by people who walked arm length apart from each other, while numerous abandoned mines were also searched, and dogs were brought in as well. Investigators, meanwhile, began to focus on those on the campground, particularly those close to Nyleen. One of the obvious people they wanted to interview was her stepfather, Kim. This seemed to spawn from a rumor that he was involved in shady dealings, or that he used the cabin for drug smuggling. Before long, the general questions indicated they thought he was a person of interest. However, this turned out not to be the case, and his interrogation ended fairly quickly. Actually, after this, police just began to suspect she had simply wandered off and succumbed to the elements. But that would change soon too, because detectives soon got a crucial early lead. Apparently, witnesses had seen an unknown man in a purple jogging suit near the area where Nyleen had disappeared, and according to some of the other children, he had told her, "Follow the shadow." And although it was a crucial lead, it was very little to go on. But searchers did eventually find 2 sets of footprints, one adult and one child, and the dogs that were brought in actually followed a scent to the road and lost it, which obviously suggested she may have been put into a vehicle. The case, however, did go cold, and soon every parent's worst nightmare would begin to play out, because a little over 2 years later, on November 27th, 1985, a call came into the National Missing and Unidentified Person System from a man who wanted to remain anonymous, but had a tip, actually you may say, an admission of guilt, as he stated he was the man who had kidnapped Nyleen the year before. Obviously, there was no way to actually confirm that this caller was being honest, or just carrying on with a sick prank, but he didn't seem to be done, because 2 months later, a typewritten letter was sent to law enforcement in Wisconsin from, again, an anonymous man who claimed he had picked up a girl named Kay. This letter was very important because it included details about the disappearance that had never been released to the public. One investigator would even state he would have had to been privy to things a normal person would not have access to. Does that mean he was the abductor? Not necessarily, but definitely seemed very sketchy. He would go on to state in this letter he lived off good investment income, and he worked from home, and he obviously schooled Nyleen at home. and now she lived under her middle name, Kay. He then continued by boasting about his frequent travels throughout the US, Canada, and the United Kingdom, all with Nyleen at his side. He stated that he knew her family missed her, but he just loved her so much he couldn't return her. The letter was postmarked Madison, Wisconsin, about 1,300 miles away. Curiously, the letter was sent around the same time that another anonymous caller would contact a National Missing Children nonprofit in New York and claimed to be the writer of the letter. Actually, this individual placed several phone calls. Detectives did eventually trace the calls with help from the phone company, and they discovered that it had been placed from several payphones in Egerton, Wisconsin. Those calls stopped too after they were identified by the police. Now, in these letters and calls, we don't know exactly everything that was said, since investigators have kept a lot secret, but they did show excerpts of the letters in a segment on Unsolved Mysteries in 1990. In it, he would claim he saw Kay on a road by herself, crying and frightened, presumably from being lost. He claimed he had picked her up and took her home, loving and taking care of her. He would make remarks about how she was growing and about her favorite foods. He would also make other remarks which suggested she might have been violated. After these letters and calls died down, there would be an important sighting, as one witness claimed to have seen a girl that looked very similar to Nyleen at a restaurant in Janesville, Wisconsin, which is only about 12 miles away from where those payphones were located. This lead would be the last for the decade, but the next big one came in 1990 from a very close source, her own uncle. See, in June of 1990, he would come across 2 sketches for a man and woman, both wanted for child abduction in a whole different part of the country, and this struck a nerve with her uncle because he was certain that man and woman had participated in the search for Nyleen all those years ago. He remembered they arrived on the first day of the search. Many have pointed out that these sketches resembled Franklin Delano Floyd, a real scumbag that was eventually convicted of murder and kidnapping, while the woman in the sketch might have been Suzanne Savicus, who had been abducted as a child and raised by Floyd, and might have been directed to help Floyd in other abductions, perhaps even of Nyleen. Yet, it's worth pointing out that Nyleen's uncle was basing this on an encounter of the couple from 7 years prior during the search, when things would have been pretty hectic. But the next tip seemed unbelievable, because it would come in 1997, and from a place you wouldn't suspect, a nurse at a hospital in New Orleans. Apparently, she believed Nyleen and the abductor had showed up in hopes of delivering their baby. The woman claimed to be Helena, which, again, is where she disappeared from, and the man never identified himself. The hospital staff began to question the two, specifically the woman, who revealed that her mom's name might be Nyleen, but she wasn't sure. She also claimed she grew up in another country, even though she didn't have an accent. This caught the staff's attention, and when they pushed the two for more info, they quickly left the hospital and were not seen again. Police tried to run this lead down, but got nowhere. But I have to point out here that some sources online claim that the hospital tip was eventually ruled out. A couple of final notes before we wrap this one up. Although the letters and phone calls stopped way back in the 80s, it's worth pointing out that there are a substantial amount of comments online from someone claiming Kay has 2 children now and lives a very happy life. He can often be found in comment sections posting as Nyleen's dad. There are some who believe this could be the same man who sent the letters and made all those phone calls nearly 40 years ago, although it could just as easily be an internet troll. Finally, I have to note, as some of you may well already know, in 1995, Nyleen's mother, Nancy Marshall, was murdered in Mexico City. It came after she was sexually violated, and the perpetrator was never apprehended. And although it is not connected to her disappearance, it was truly awful and an inexcusable crime that will probably never be solved. As far as Nyleen's case goes, most investigators today believe it was in fact a stranger abduction. The man in purple tricked her into playing some kind of shadow chasing game and then snatched her up and took her to a car waiting by the road. Now, were the anonymous letters and calls really from the same man? Most likely, but it's impossible to say. If it's not that, she most likely just wandered off into the woods and succumbed to the bad weather that followed, which included storms and cold nights. In fact, one search coordinator warned early on that the dense foliage would easily hide a child, and She may have simply just been missed. It was November 2020, in the online world known as Twitter, where this weird mystery would get its start, when a user, Akihiro, would tweet out an interesting account that soon took the paranormal world by storm. It would read, quote, "Strange figure in live camera of Izu skyline, November 1st, 2020 at 6 a.m. Even though it's so bright, it's pitch black and disturbing. I feel like the size is also bigger than the average person. Anyone know more?" End quote. Below, he would list a link which led to this website that hosted outdoor cameras all across the country, specifically cameras made for roads and traffic. The camera in question was actually placed in a remote area which headed towards Mount Fuji. The site itself is not that unusual, and it mainly just provides a new image taken by the camera every hour. And of course, it's the one he mentioned, taking this photo at 6 a.m., that had everyone curious. According to Akihiro, he had been reviewing images from the day in reverse order, when he would come to the 6 a.m. frame and noticed a dark pitch black figure just standing in the middle of the empty road. Now, since it was daybreak and the sun was coming up, it was odd that this figure had no shadow. Instead, it seemed like a solid silhouette. Interestingly, it's easy to find this location on Google Maps, and the strange part is, it is pretty isolated. The closest villages are pretty far off, and since in the image there is no vehicle, it means this person would have had to hike to the area, assuming that it is a person trying to play a prank, that is. But that wasn't the only interesting thing about this image. Remember, he would also mention the size of the being, stating that it was bigger than the average person. About that, the standard width of a 2-lane road in Japan is about 26 feet, so using that as a reference point, we can tell that the being in the photo is around 7 foot tall. However, if that was all there was to the story, it would just be one of those weird supernatural tales best suited for folklore. But there's a catch to this story. See, that website doesn't actually upload images from the day of. Instead, the uploaded images are actually from the past 7 days. And the catch is this: the site only stores those images for that 7 days, and then they disappear into the ether. And unless something like Web Archive catches them, they're gone forever. But that didn't happen. The Wayback Machine did capture images on the days surrounding November 1st, when the being supposedly showed up, but November 1st itself was missing, meaning the only people who would have witnessed the image on the actual website was Akihiro and anyone following his Twitter that went and looked at the image. And since Akihiro himself didn't post a screenshot until 5 days after it was allegedly captured, anyone wanting to see it on the website only had those 2 days to do so. So that brings up another interesting point. Just how many of his followers did see it? Well, according to the tweet, some users did go there and verify its existence, and it seemed to be legit. Not to mention, Akihiro's account had been a totally normal everyday account since 2012, and never once did he hint towards the paranormal. Instead, he posted normal things like pictures of his food, dog, places he had been, and the news. So waiting 8 years to pull off a hoax seems kinda unlikely. But that brings us to the theories, and it's quite possible that he was not pulling a prank, but maybe someone else was. Could it be that someone, most likely a very tall person, simply put on dark clothing and hiked there, and stood where he knew where the camera was? A black thick coat could have rendered such a dark silhouette in the right settings, and depending on the perspective, it could even make him appear taller. All the person would have to do is go stand when he knew the photo would be taken. Likewise, it could have just been someone passing through. Maybe they were hiking and decided to cross the road at that point. June 1768, Shepton Mallet, Somerset, England. A man known as Owen Parfitt was sitting on the porch of his home, quietly taking in the sun from the summer evening and speaking to the random passerbys. The 69-year-old had lived an exciting life, serving in the British military where he had been stationed in Africa. He had left home at an early age to become a soldier and leave behind the life of a tailor, which is what his father had been. But he wasn't just in Africa. Rumors would pour into his family over the decades, from merchants who would tell townsfolk they had encountered him in various places around the world. Even some stated he lived in America for a while. However, the life of an adventurer had finally caught up to him, and in his older age, he finally wandered back home and met up with his sister, Mary, and the two began working as tailors again. Owen could not get around as easily, however, and his help was minimal. Some sources suggested this was due to a stroke he had suffered, and he continued to get worse. Actually, he became mostly paralyzed, and he came to heavily rely on his sister Mary, who was in her 80s, as well as a young neighbor named Susanna Snook, who Mary hired to help take care of him. It's with this background that we would find his sister and neighbor both taking Owen to the porch and setting him outside to watch the sunset, wearing only his night clothes and old coat. Mary would step back inside briefly, but it only took that short amount of time to set off a mystery that still circulates today, because when Mary would go upstairs and come back down a few minutes later, she noticed how quiet it was, so she would call out for Owen, not once, but twice, and got no answer, so she decided to check on him. That's when she found the chair that Owen had been resting in was empty, except for the coat, which lay draped over it, and there was no sign of where or how he would have even left. Knowing he could not walk, she quickly ran to the neighbors and around the area, hoping that someone had heard or seen anything unusual, but no one had. Word spread quickly though, and before long, neighbors and town authorities organized a search, and despite what would become a massive manhunt for him, no trace was ever found. That is pretty much the mystery. How did a nearly paralyzed man, or some sources say, fully paralyzed, get up off the porch and leave within such a brief period of time? Not to mention, taking place in full daylight, when people had been walking by and working in the nearby field. Obviously, it has left the door open for lots of conjecture. One of the problems with the whole mystery is the time frame, the late 1700s, and sources are sparse, and they often contradict one another. One of the big ones is the weather. Some of the sources say it was a beautiful sunny day. Others claim that a storm blew in as soon as Mary went inside, which still wouldn't explain the disappearance. Some articles claim that he was left on the porch for only a brief spell. Other sources dispute that though. And then there's some sources that claim this happened in 1763, while others cite 1768. We do know, thanks to the preservation of some records, that in 1813, about 50 years after, a skeleton was found by a man digging his garden, and it was just 150 yards away from the home where Owen lived. Everyone basically assumed it was Owen's body, but a medical examiner would soon rule that it had belonged to a young woman. Other than that, the only other lead investigators ever had came from rumors that swirled that Owen had been spotted wandering around in a town called Frome, which was about 10 miles away from his home. Yet, there was no one able to corroborate that rumor. So let's take a look at the theories. First, he was abducted by someone, but why is unknown, although it has been suggested he was possibly motivated by something in the past, considering that Owen had led a somewhat dangerous existence and made some enemies along the way. Fighting and having a violent temper could have led to someone wanting to get revenge, or it could have been someone trying to rob him. It would have been simple enough to throw him into the cart and move away quickly, which would explain the complete disappearance of evidence, although it doesn't explain how it was done in broad daylight, not to mention in the short amount of time. On top of that, it was haymaking season, so many people were in the nearby fields working. However, we have to take a look at one plausible but bizarre scenario. It's possible that Owen was not Owen, and instead, an imposter. Remember, he had left home as a young teen and didn't show back up until his 60s. In that time, villagers had heard rumors about where he was, but by the time he returned, no one had heard anything about him in decades, and almost everyone had forgotten about him. In fact, it was said that when he returned, the only person that recognized him was his sister, although her memory would have been obviously challenged after that long, and it's quite possible she just wanted it to be Owen. But why would he do it? Well, maybe this imposter had health ailments of his own and wanted to be taken care of, but maybe he wasn't that immobile, and he left when it was convenient for him to do so. Or it's even possible that Owen himself wasn't immobile, and he had been pretending. This would explain the sightings in the nearby town afterwards. Of course, it is odd that he left in his night clothes and without pockets to carry anything in. Others suggest that it was an accident or sudden death due to another stroke, and his body was then hidden while Mary remained inside, although that doesn't make much sense either. It was the spring of 1998 when Suzanne Lyall of Boston Spa, New York, would move to Albany to pursue a degree in computer science. The 19-year-old had previously attended the same university at a branch in Oneonta, but now was closer to her family home and boyfriend, where she continued her education and worked 2 part-time jobs off campus, one being at a computer company and another at an electronics store. The teen was very close to her family and called or emailed them practically every day, but it was on March 2nd that beloved habit stopped. Now, although she would reach out almost every day, she would occasionally get backed up with schoolwork and would forget to contact them, so her parents at first were not alarmed. However, the next morning on March 3rd, they would get a disturbing call that changed everything. On the line was a young man named Richard Condon, a fellow student who attended a different college in town and was Suzanne's boyfriend. She had actually been dating him since the two had met in high school. He would tell Suzanne's parents that she had not returned home from her shift at work the previous night, and that it was unusual for her to not answer his phone calls or for her to not reach out to him. Her parents, knowing that all of this was very unusual, decided to call the campus police to formally report that she was missing. However, they didn't take it very seriously, telling her mom and dad that it's not really unusual for college students to stay out all night long and not come back for a while. So they told them not to worry. They were sure she would be back home later that night. However, the Lyalls knew better and told the officers this because this was unlike their daughter. They knew she was pretty cautious and routine. She did not use alcohol nor drugs. So an officer was dispatched to the class that Suzanne was supposed to attend next. And when he got there, he quickly found she had not made it. Police now were a little bit more open-minded, and they decided to go back to her dorm and ask some of the other students if they had seen her. Curiously, they would tell the police they had not heard Suzanne come in the previous night. Typically, they knew when she was back because they would hear her keys jiggling around when she went into her room. Now Suzanne's parents were really alarmed, and they quickly decided to call the bank that Suzanne had used and found that her debit card had been used to withdraw $20 from an ATM at a convenience store in Albany at 4 p.m. Now her parents are really pressuring the police, and 2 days later, after she still failed to show up for classes, as well as a midterm, the police finally declared her missing and brought in the state authorities as well. The slow reaction by the police would later be criticized by many. Regardless, her family went into action, putting up a reward with the university of $15,000 for any information, along with flyers that would be posted around campus. Meanwhile, detectives began to retrace her steps, and they would go to the electronics store where she had worked, and they spoke to her manager. He would tell detectives that Suzanne had been stressed out about her upcoming midterm, saying she didn't want to just pass it, she wanted to excel on it. She would actually take that exam on the morning of the 2nd, the day that she vanished. Afterwards, she went to her other classes until 4 p.m., before going back to her dorm, and then to her job at the electronics store. The manager told detectives she had told him she felt that she had done okay on the test, but he noted she seemed disheartened. She would wrap up her shift by closing the store at 9 p.m., where she got on a bus which was supposed to take her back to campus. That driver would be interviewed by the police, and luckily for them, that was his normal route, and he remembered her getting on the bus, as she had done it often. But he could not remember where she exited, although he knew for sure she had left before he reached the end of his route. Now detectives were stuck. Did she actually get off the bus at campus? Well, they would catch a break, because at least one friend came forward and told investigators that she had seen Suzanne exit the bus at campus, and it was around 9:45 p.m. And strangely, there was never another sighting after this, nor did anyone ever hear from her again. It was like she vanished into thin air. Police continued to search for her though, and ran down 270 leads, and searched some 300 acres around the area, including a forest. But when those leads dried up, detectives were left to focus on the ATM withdrawal. Fortunately for police, there was a security camera near the ATM. However, they caught a bad break, because it was focused on the cashier, and the ATM was out of frame. So it's unsure if Suzanne really made the withdrawal, because police would discover a man wearing a Nike baseball cap in the same area around the same time that the cash was taken. He was sought out as a witness, or maybe even a person of interest. He was eventually traced down, and detectives soon began to believe he had not used the ATM, although they couldn't completely rule him out. Interestingly, whoever did use it used the right pin. Her boyfriend Richard said that only he and Suzanne knew it. Likewise, only $20 was taken, which is what she always withdrew according to her parents. And the police did eventually divulge that there had been 2 additional withdrawals earlier that day, one near the bus stop and the other at the mall where she worked, near the time she would have started her shift. So it's quite likely that she made all of them. Although her parents had no idea why, police then turned their focus back to the bus ride that night, and they began to wonder, had she gotten off at the campus? Heck, some detectives wondered if she had even gotten on the bus at all. This became more of a plausible scenario after Suzanne's name tag from the electronics store was found about 90 feet away from the bus stop, in a parking lot going the opposite direction she would have went to get to her dorm. Investigators, however, could not determine how long it had laid there, and there was no forensic evidence. Then, a co-worker from the store would tell investigators that about a month before she disappeared, she revealed that she thought she was being stalked by someone she did not know, although she didn't seem to be scared about the situation. Detectives tried to connect her disappearance to another college student, Karen Wilson, who vanished under very similar circumstances 13 years prior, pretty close to the same area where Suzanne was last seen. In both cases, the victim was last spotted on a bus. In Karen's case, there was even an unidentified man spotted in the area at the time. However, there are no concrete connections between the cases, and you're probably wondering about her boyfriend Richard. Well, he had an alibi the detectives felt pretty strongly about. He had been playing video games with a friend, who confirmed it. It's not the greatest alibi, but police couldn't disprove it. Neither could they prove that he wasn't involved. In fact, Richard completely stopped working with the investigators, having just a few conversations with them before refusing a polygraph and telling police he would not speak to them anymore without a lawyer, which is not an indication of guilt. However, Suzanne's mom would later tell the media that Suzanne had tried on several occasions to end the relationship, but always ended up staying with him because Richard became very emotional. Richard would also do something else odd. He would tell investigators that the two were actually engaged, something Suzanne had not told anyone. There's also the fact that Richard's family allegedly refused to let police see his computer or a letter that Suzanne had sent him 2 weeks prior. His father would even get busted lying to investigators about seeing Suzanne, and it's for these reasons the internet sleuths still typically lean towards Richard as the main suspect. However, others think he was just an opportunistic predator that has not been identified, or at least there's not enough evidence to take him in yet. And of course, you have to mention Israel Keyes, who was in New York in the late 90s, but that one's most likely a long shot. We have all heard of the missing 411 cases that have been documented as occurring all over North America, but have you ever wondered why something so prevalent here doesn't happen at other locations across the world? Well, maybe it does. It's just not discussed as much, since there is no one tracking the cases. However, there is one mountain range in Slovakia, known as Tribeč, that has recently garnered attention across the world for its unexplained and bizarre disappearances. The range is located in the western part of the country and runs about 30 miles in length and has long had a reputation for being mysterious and being a place where people vanish, which is ironic considering it is not dangerous terrain. In fact, it's not even true wilderness. It's surrounded by villages, roads, farms, and trails. The most famous case that surrounds this involves a group of traders that moved through the mountains sometime between the 1700s and 1800s. Before we discuss this one though, I have to point out, there's no official documentation like the later ones we will discuss, but according to the legend, 8 traders would make their way through the mountain range around the 18th and 19th century, and at the time, there existed only the one road which connected the two sides of the mountain. These traders would begin their arduous journey through, only to never make it out to the other side. A search for them soon began, and the 8 were found with these large fractures and deep open wounds all over their bodies. Now at first, you may think they were robbed by bandits, but here's the catch. All of their valuable goods, along with their money, were left behind. There is a wooden cross left at that spot today, where the deaths allegedly occurred. But as mentioned, did it really happen? That's unknown. What is known is the disappearances that have occurred since. Basically, all the ones from 1929, when official records began being kept, are equally as disturbing and bizarre. The oldest record actually goes back to that year, and it involves a man named Stefan Samsel, 47 years old. He was a woodsman or ranger, depending on the source, and as such, was an expert when it came to survival in the mountain range. He actually was specifically cited as knowing the area very well, but one day he walked in and was never seen again. Now what sticks out about this case is not only was he an expert woodsman, but there's never been any evidence of his remains ever found. Even though it's nearly a century later, no one has ever found any human remains of his, nor any clothing or belongings that he took into the mountains that day. It's like he walked in and simply left the earth. One key clue in this, however, is the heavy snow that had fell across the mountains, which made a search for him be delayed quite a bit. It would only be a year later, though, that an 18-year-old, Maria Slazarova, left her village in the mountains and headed towards a neighboring village. The two locations were very close to one another, maybe an hour's walk, and the mountain road was not treacherous. It was wide and very easy to travel. After not reaching her destination, though, a search was organized, and just like Stefan, her remains were never found. But were not finished, because 4 years later, a 43-year-old man, Andre Murgas, would go into his job at a local rock quarry and spent the day there, before finishing his shift and heading home. He too passed through the mountains and never arrived. A search revealed nothing, as his remains were never found. This would be followed 5 years later, in 1939, when a 46-year-old, Walter Fisher, whose case is probably the most famous of the bunch, would tell his colleagues he was planning to hike to Black Castle, which are ruins from a medieval fortress built around the 13th century, and is located right in the middle of the forest of the mountains. He would walk in and simply never came back. But his case is a little bit stranger than the previous ones, because 3 months later, he was actually found, and he was still alive. He was laying in an open field and was in very bad condition. He had strange burns all over his body and was in severe shock. He was very scared and said nothing to his rescuers, although I have to point out here, some sources claim he rambled about strange lights, the forest being an unending parallel dimension, and seeing one's back but never one's face. He was soon taken to a hospital, where the physical trauma soon healed. However, the psychological scars remained. He was transferred to a psychiatric hospital, and he never spoke to anyone ever again. So what happened to him in that 3 months alone in the mountains is still a mystery. Then, we fast forward to 1954, and we come across another odd case. This time, the body of a man in his mid-30s was found, and that man was never identified. 8 years later, in 1966, John and Alla Belanovic were traveling down the mountain road, this time in a vehicle, and they would vanish. Their car was found sitting on the side of the road, and it was completely empty with no clue as to what may have occurred. There were no signs of a struggle or a crime. Investigators concluded they stepped out of the car voluntarily. Moving further into the modern age, we get an account of an older man whose name was not recorded that vanished from his own house in the mountains. Apparently, the mailman noticed first, as he had not been spotted in or around his home. He called the police, who went to perform a wellness check, and when they got there, the doors were locked. They forced their way in and found nothing out of the ordinary, but the man was simply gone. Not long after this, a 25-year-old named John Sala had taken off driving through the mountain range when his vehicle would later be discovered on the side of the road. It was unlocked, and the radio was still on and playing, and a bag set in the front seat with all of John's personal documents. Yet, he was never found. Fast forward to the recent decade, and we have the 2012 case of a 59-year-old Yaroslav, whose last initial of B is all we have. He was out collecting mushrooms in the forest when he vanished, and there's still nothing of him or his belongings that have ever been found. While in 2017, a 25-year-old man known as Merrick H. was found in the forest in bad condition and disoriented. The rescue team asked him if he was Merrick, and he replied yes and fell unconscious, and never recovered and died 3 days later. These are basically the core cases that make up the Tribeč mystery, or what some call the Bermuda Triangle of Europe. But the question remains, what's causing the disappearances? Well, although it seems like there may be a more eerie, paranormal type of explanation, there actually is a more plausible scenario of what is happening. In fact, there are tons of caves, fissures, sinkholes, as well as old wells out in the mountain range, and someone going through the area, particularly at night, could fall in one and become trapped and never seen again, which might actually be a scarier fate than something paranormal. It's also quite possible that even though it's very difficult to get lost in this pretty civilized area, it can still happen. And with bad weather, like heavy snow, the bodies could be hidden by terrain and never recovered, or their bodies could get scavenged by animals. Speaking of animals, this area is known to have brown bears, which could account for some of the disappearances, although there's usually some evidence left behind in a bear attack. November 17th, 2019, 26-year-old Marshall Iwasa would leave his home in Calgary, headed towards Lethbridge, just a little over 2 hours away, where he would visit his mom back in his hometown where he had grew up. He would spend a few hours with her, also taking time to help fix her computer problem, before finally at 11 p.m. told his mom he was headed back to his storage locker, which he shared with his sister, to go get some computer equipment and then head back to his home in Calgary. The locker was only a 15-minute drive from his mother's home, and there was no reason to think that this ride would end up becoming one of Canada's most perplexing modern mysteries. It would actually be 9 days later on November 26th that his mom and sister would be visiting Hawaii, when the two would receive a phone call. Answering, they were greeted by the British Columbia RCMP asking the chilling question, "Do you know where Marshall is?" His mom was confused and of course asked why, and they only told her that his truck had been found in a remote area of Pemberton, which for context is about a 12-hour drive from his mother's home, which obviously made the whole situation stranger. However, his mother reasoned that Marshall's truck must have been stolen, and he had just not told them yet. But they called him and did not get an answer, so they began calling cousins and friends, and none of them had spoke to him either. Being so far away in Hawaii, she began calling relatives back home who she would ask to go search for him, but none of them could find him, nor find out where he had been, or why his truck was over 12 hours away in a place he had never visited. To say the family was worried was an understatement. However, it would get stranger. Investigators naturally started with the storage locker, and unfortunately by now, the surveillance footage was no longer available. However, there was something else curious from the facility. Around 11:30 p.m., about a half an hour after he left his mother's, he would arrive to the locker, and we know this because he tried to access the unit by putting in a code, and apparently a code he didn't remember, because he would try a few times at 11:30, failing each attempt, before he took a break and tried again a little while later, which also failed. Knowing he lost or forgot the PIN, he must have realized that the unit unlocked by itself at 6 a.m., which is when he would access it, and stay until about 8:30 a.m. before he left. Because the video footage no longer existed, no one is sure if he was alone or what. But what is known is everything was still in the unit, including his camping gear, which will prove important later. Now the time between when he left the storage unit and when he ended up a 12-hour drive away is still a mystery. Actually, it's one of the strangest parts of this whole thing, because he would have had to stop to get gas. There's no way around it. Yet, his debit cards and credit cards were never used. Actually, they hadn't been used a couple of days prior to this. Of course, you could make the argument he used cash, or someone else was driving. But it's odd that no gas station the entire trip had footage of his vehicle, nor did any witnesses ever recall seeing Marshall, which they most likely would have, since he had distinct tattoos. But we haven't even entered the crazy part of this story yet, and that goes back to the truck. It wasn't just the distance that the truck was found that was odd, but also the location and condition. See, it was actually discovered by a group of hikers at a very remote location. The Brian Waddington Hut is a structure just north of Pemberton, which is used to house up to 40 hikers going over the vast wilderness. But to get to it, one must drive over a logging road that has slick mud, gravel, boulders, potholes, and creeks, and requires four-wheel drive, and is inaccessible by GPS. Once you do traverse that, then one must get out of the vehicle and hike another 2 to 3 hours just to reach the hut. Basically, this is not a place you end up at accidentally. Actually, to try and even make the arduous journey, you have to register online first, and that is made stranger by the fact that Marshall's truck was found at this trailhead by this group of hikers, and it was burned out. The hikers would begin to take photos of the truck, along with various items scattered at the scene, which included 3 smashed phones, all linked to Marshall, a smashed laptop, as well as lots of clothing thrown all over the place, and an Xbox, PlayStation, and 2 passports, one expired. One of the hikers, a man named James Stark, would post the photos on Facebook and stated that the truck smelled as if it had been burned, and they noted that they felt fear walking up on what they thought might be a crime scene. So they turned around and walked out, advising hikers to avoid making the 4-hour journey up to the hut because something wasn't right. They would then call the police, but due to its difficult location, the police couldn't get to it right away. The first day they tried to reach the site, they damaged their vehicle, which set them back a couple of days. They would reach it, however, on the 25th, and took photos of the scene, and shortly after this is when the family would be contacted, and believe it or not, it would still get crazier. After talking to the family and doing a more thorough search, they soon realized Marshall's contact lenses, as well as contact solution, his mountain backpack, his laptop, wallet, and his most recent phone were all missing. On top of that, new parts that had just been put on Marshall's truck, which had just been paid off, were gone, and possibly had been stripped off. But the alarming part were the photos first taken by the hikers, and then the investigators. See, those photos, taken 2 days apart, showed different scenes. For example, the hiker's photo showed no cell phone, but the police photos showed one, while an Xbox is not present in the hiker's photos, but shows up in the police photos. Likewise, a hammer lays on the ground with the head facing one way in the hiker's photos, and in the RCMP photos 2 days later, the hammerhead lays in the opposite direction, while a red cooler laying on its side in the brush in the hiker's photo is found setting upright in the road by the time the RCMP arrived. So who was here in these 2 days messing around the scene? Making things even more perplexing is some of these items didn't even belong to Marshall. The Xbox and PlayStation were not his, and this was confirmed after detectives found Marshall's consoles back at his home. So how did these get out here? Not to mention, the steering column from Marshall's truck had also been removed, and nobody knows where it was taken. Detectives were dumbfounded and soon called the border, hoping that maybe Marshall, for some reason known only to him, went over into the States. But they found that he didn't, or if he did, he didn't legally. Investigators also went to pawn shops looking for Marshall's missing items, and nothing was found. There would also be a massive search carried out in the surrounding area of where the truck was found, again revealing nothing. Even cadaver dogs did not hit upon anything. The family would eventually hire a private investigator though, and he concluded along with law enforcement that there was no way that Marshall's body was in those mountains, which leaves the question, what happened to Marshall? One of the main reasons that it has been difficult to get an answer goes back to a huge early blunder by investigators. For whatever reason, they did not even bother trying to find the source of the fire, nor when it had been burned, although we do know that hikers thought it smelled freshly burned. Now it's largely because of this that the investigators have stated nothing criminal occurred and that Marshall was the only one near when the vehicle burned, suggesting that he was the one that set it ablaze. Of course, it probably won't surprise you to hear that the family did not take that well, and this was the key reason they hired a PI, who eventually pushed for the authorities to actually conduct a fire investigation, although it would not happen until June the following year, 7 months later. and the arson investigator's report was inconclusive, but the private investigator suggested multiple ignition points and an accelerant was also used. However, law enforcement's official stance is there is no credible evidence of foul play, and they suggest Marshall was just experiencing personal stress and may have harmed himself, citing the fact that he had been put on academic probation at the technical school he attended, which led to him dropping out and not telling his family. He also intentionally let his phone plan lapse. Today, most online sleuths believe foul play was involved due to the drug trade, or drug deal gone bad, or he was possibly even robbed and murdered at the storage unit and was hidden somewhere far away to throw off investigators. Yet, no one had been aware that Marshall had been dealing drugs, if that is the case. It could have also been an enemy of Marshall's that showed up to settle a dispute, although again, no one knows of any enemies that Marshall had. Of course, a lot of people in law enforcement, at least officially, still believe that Marshall chose to vanish and cut ties with his old life. September 30th, 1899, Victoria, British Columbia. Agnes Bings had just wrapped up her shift at a local bakery and was ready to head home. Unfortunately for the 44-year-old, she had actually missed her bus ride and was not prepared for the heavy rain and wind that had rolled into town. Not to mention, the late summer evening had got dark sooner than she imagined. In addition, she was weighed down with packages that she needed to get home, so she turned to her brother, who was also at the bakery, and asked if he would accompany her. However, he was currently wrapped up in a book and declined to help his sister. Because of this, instead of taking the safer way home, a road well lit and full of people, she chose to take a shortcut across the railway bridge. It would be the next morning when a bypasser would find her. Here, she lay crumpled up against the telegraph pole. But this wasn't an ordinary kind of murder. In fact, the papers reporting on the case noted that not only had she been strangled to death, but she had been stripped of her clothing and disemboweled, in the same manner of the Jack the Ripper victims. The paper would go on to state that some of the details were too revolting to even be published. However, we know these details now. For one, Agnes fought hard against her attacker and probably left some marks on him, and as mentioned, she was found completely naked, with her clothes found a short distance away in the bushes, and strangely, they didn't have one trace of blood on them. Her lower body had been slashed by a blunt object, and there were gouges in her genitals and perineum, while her womb and ovaries were still attached, but lay outside the body, next to the clumps of hair that had also been pulled out. And even darker, 12 feet of her intestines were missing, to which the medical examiner noted the killer had knowledge of anatomy, and as you might imagine, the connection to the still uncaptured Jack the Ripper was made immediately, although he officially had not been heard from in 8 years by this point. Now, crazily enough, Victoria was one of the biggest cities on the Pacific coast at this time, even bigger than Vancouver, and in spite of that, its law enforcement left much to be desired. In fact, as soon as the news of the murder reached the Deputy Attorney General, he didn't even bother checking with local law enforcement, and instead called one of the most famous detective agencies in the world, the Pinkertons. Within 2 weeks, an investigator going by the code name Agent Number 5 stepped off a steamship from Portland and walked into Victoria in pursuit of Canada's Jack the Ripper. It's here he found a growing city that had a red light district, along with gambling dens and opium factories, which provided enough shady characters to be involved. In fact, the local police, who were not the brightest, right away went with a theory that this was a robbery gone wrong. She resisted a thief's attempt to steal her belongings, and in anger, he ripped off her clothes and mutilated her. This might be why Agent Number 5 would record openly the ineptitude of these police detectives, writing that when he showed up and took on the case, their most promising lead came from a psychic who, using second sight, pinned the murder on an Indian some 30 miles up the coast, and he was stunned to note that the police were taking it seriously and had sent officers out to investigate. Luckily, Agent Number 5 knew this was not a random robbery gone wrong, and although the concept of serial killers was still a bit away, he knew that the person responsible for this was not your run-of-the-mill criminal. Agent Number 5 began trying to retrace Agnes's steps and quickly got his first lead. A woman named Mrs. Bales had actually been headed towards that same railway bridge that night when she seen a cloaked figure lurking in a stand of railway buildings. As she continued to walk, she would look behind and notice the figure had left his position and was following her. She described him as wearing an overcoat and had a scarf that he used to cover most of his face, along with wearing rubber boots that hid the sounds of his footsteps on the bridge. Mrs. Bells began to panic when she realized this man was slowly stalking her, and luckily for her, she was able to duck into this group of men going back from where she had came, and she would double back towards downtown. It's here that Mrs. Bells would wait and watch from a distance until she thought the man in the cloak had moved on. After not seeing him anymore, she went to cross that bridge again, and unbeknownst to her, Agnes Bings was walking along that same bridge at the same time. Both women would reach the other side of the bridge and passed one another in silence before going in opposite directions. It's just then that Mrs. Bells turned around to see the man in the overcoat and scarf, and he stepped down from the bridge and began walking into the gale force winds, in the direction that Agnes was headed. About 4 to 5 minutes later, Mrs. Bells heard 2 unsettling screams. Agent number 5 would continue staking out the more seedy locations in Victoria, trying to run down leads. There were rumors of a man who had made indecent proposals to Agnes at the bakery. Then, there was a man named Bill Helborn that on the night of the murder would show up to a local theater where he began pitching his idea to the manager for a play that involved a woman who was killed and cut to pieces. Then, you had many that believed a First Nations man had to be involved, as apparently one, who went by the name of Bob, had threatened a woman on a reserve that he would, quote, cut her up like he did that white woman. However, these were all seemingly ran down and ruled out. Agent number 5, though, had his own theory as to who was behind it, and it was none other than Agnes's brother Jordan, the same one who allegedly let her walk home alone. Agent number 5 would document in his case notes that Agnes's brother Jordan was a heavy drinker that was known for his violent temper, but maybe most suspiciously, in those overnight hours when Agnes was missing, before she was found nude under the telegraph pole, Jordan was already telling everyone she had been murdered, which begs the question, did he know that because he was behind it? Or was he just assuming something bad had happened to her because it wasn't like her to just disappear? It would only get stranger after her body was discovered, and Jordan began telling everyone that the Indians were behind it, claiming that he knew it was them because Indians in Arizona were also known to disembowel their victims, even in a time when the indigenous peoples were often the scapegoats of these unsolved crimes. There was nothing here that actually pointed to them being responsible for her death. However, Agent number 5 could never find any evidence linking her brother either, but the investigation would soon go in another direction when the Pinkertons turned their focus to a 73-year-old drifter named David McDonald Gordon. He had connections with the criminal underworld in Victoria, and that might be why, at one point, he had been recruited as a voluntary officer to help investigate the murder. Turns out, he knew a heck of a lot about the case, more than the investigators had let out. Yet Gordon would claim that the real killer was a man named Jim McCluskey, who had allegedly left town and nobody could find him. The Pinkertons believed that man didn't exist, and they suspected Gordon himself. And luckily, Gordon was arrested shortly after this for petty theft, and that's when the Pinkertons would send in a new man, Agent number 3, who went undercover as a prisoner and befriended Gordon. For the next few weeks, Agent 3 would listen to Gordon's disgusting stories about how he was a back alley doctor for sexual diseases, along with his boasting of him ruining young women, or how he gave crude vasectomies to women that he called disembowelment. Agent number 3 would even make up stories to get closer to Gordon, and he reported that Gordon hung on every word the more disgusting he got. Agent number 3 would record he thought Gordon was totally behind it, or that he was involved in similar crimes that were yet to be solved, stating that he believed he had a demoralized brain. He would eventually ask Gordon about Agnes's murder, and the loudmouth Gordon didn't want to elaborate much, other than saying some men have a mania that they can't help themselves. He also speculated that the culprit had bribed the police. He would finish by telling Agent number 3, quote, if you ever kill a man, never let the blood of the man's head get on your clothes, or even hands. It will never come off. 3 days later, Gordon would have a pulmonary hemorrhage and pass away. Before dying, he told Gordon he wanted to tell him something, and that something he was never able to speak, collapsing before he could get it out. Leaving the question, was Gordon the killer of Agnes? He boasted about sexual violence and blamed some man that didn't even exist, and he seemed to have knowledge of the case, although that might be because he had connections in law enforcement. Or was it her brother Jordan? He knew her routine and knew she had just left, He also had a violent temper and was prone to heavy drinking, and made claims that she was murdered before her body was even found. Yet, there doesn't seem to be a motive, but that leaves the craziest theory for last. Could Jack the Ripper, feeling the heat in London in 1891, flee the country, only to end up on the other side of the Empire in British Columbia, Canada, where he struck one more time? The MO was the same, as well as the victim age and profile, although Agnes Bings was not a sex worker. We have covered numerous unsolved murders thus far in this series, with some stranger than others, but the details on this next case leads us to one of the most confusing that we have ever discussed. And unfortunately, since the case is older, the pictures of those involved are unavailable online, so in true podcast form, you'll just have to imagine what they look like while I tell the story. It actually begins in the autumn of 1914 in the small town of Viola, Kansas. It's here we come across the young married couple, Viola and Roy Ard, who had been married for just around a year. Viola was 20, and Roy I could not find the age for, but he was a well-to-do farmer in the area, and life up to this point for the couple had been normal. But it was that October, when Viola would become seriously ill, that the torment would begin. After getting to a hospital, it was discovered she had actually been poisoned. Luckily, she survived, and the poison was traced back to a glass that she had drank water from earlier. Now apparently the police could not find the culprit, because there's really not a follow-up to it. But this was just the start, because it was shortly after this that a can of fruit that had been left on the back porch of the Ards was also found to have contained poison. And you might be thinking, obviously, this is a case of the husband trying to kill his wife, but you would be wrong, because one night, when the Ards came back home from church, someone would fire a rifle shot at the vehicle before fleeing. Luckily, no one was hurt, but the attacks continued. Roy would go out to the hayloft one day and was struck in the head from behind, leaving him unconscious on the ground. When he came to, the perp was gone. And it's a month later, on November 10th, that things would really ramp up, when Roy, Viola, and Viola's sister, 15-year-old Katie Latimer, who was pregnant, went to visit Roy's cousin, as Roy was intending to ask about joining a group called the Anti-Horse Thief League, which was essentially an older version of a neighborhood watch. He hoped becoming a member would get him support from other residents in trying to find his attacker, who persistently targeted both him and his wife. After visiting, the three would leave and head back home. Viola was driving, while her sister Katie sat next to her and Roy sat in the back. Just as they got about a quarter of a mile from home, they crossed over a bridge as they had done so many times before, and as soon as the vehicle left the bridge and the tires touched the road, suddenly, Viola slumped over and fell onto Katie, and the car stopped moving. He remained quiet for a second, as no one knew what was going on. When Roy finally asked, "Have you been shot?" Viola didn't reply. He would reach forward and pulled her into the back seat. Upon realizing something bad had happened, he got out of the back, jumped into the driver's seat, and sped home. Keep in mind, this is 1914, with phones being pretty uncommon. The record isn't clear on what happened immediately after getting home, but the police did arrive shortly after, and Viola was pronounced dead. Soon, an investigation began. Roy and Katie both told authorities they didn't hear nor see any gunfire, but believed it must have came from a hedge line near the bridge. The two would show police where it had taken place, and once they got the autopsy results back, detectives confirmed that more than likely the shot had came from the hedges. The doctors could never find the bullet in her body, nor could the police find it near the crime scene. It's also worth noting that there were no powder burns or scorching around the bullet hole, which led investigators to state the shot couldn't have been from short range, again confirming that it had to come from that hedge line. And you might be thinking, this had to be Roy somehow. Well, basically any time detectives took that line of thinking, numerous character witnesses came out and defended him. In fact, Viola's own family told investigators that he was great to her, and he could never have been responsible. With that, they would rule him out as a suspect, at least for now. There was also another issue though that could rule him out, because it was about 6 months later when Roy and a friend, a man named Fred Donahoe, were walking home after visiting a neighbor when a rifle opened up fire on both of them, causing them to seek cover. Again, whoever this would-be assassin was fled the area and they never seen him. Then, about a month later, Roy's brother was shot at when he was working near his barn. After this, the case went cold. Detectives had no idea what to think. Was Viola the target? Or Roy? How did the pregnant 15-year-old Katie play into this? Or did the assassin want to kill all three, but fled after the first for fear of being caught? Furthermore, Roy could not come up with anyone who would have had a grudge against them. Well, no one was for sure, but detectives would get a new theory about 2 years later in March 1917, when Roy was arrested for the murder of his wife. Interestingly, he didn't act surprised, telling officers he knew someone would try to pin it on him. However, there were some interesting things about Roy that made police suspect him, like the 15-year-old Katie telling investigators that upon arriving home that night when Viola was shot, his only comment was, quote, "This beats hell. Here is a woman who was always true to me," which is not exactly the kind of comment you would think one would give upon driving home a dead spouse. But he also told Katie the day before the funeral to not answer any questions or tell anyone anything, and he figured he would be in jail soon anyways. There was also a hardware dealer that told investigators he had sold Roy a .32 caliber revolver just 2 weeks prior to the murder. The police found that very interesting, since they believed she had been killed by a .32. The bullets from that gun also perfectly fit the wound in Viola's back. This looked even worse when Roy confirmed he had been carrying the gun in his pocket the night that the murder occurred. The case would go to trial soon, and you might see where this is going. The prosecution claimed that Roy murdered Viola because he had another woman. Actually, his 15-year-old pregnant sister-in-law. They claimed that the absence of powder burns was due to the shot being super close, which created the burns on the inside of the body. They then took it further and stated all of the other attacks on the family were an effort to throw off detectives. Not to mention, if a shot had been fired from the outside of the car, it would have had to went through Roy to hit Viola. The defense, however, brought in expert after expert who all stated there was no way that gunshot could have came from inside the car, that it at least had to be over 2 feet away, and it was possible to shoot around Roy. Keep in mind, this is vehicles in 1914, when the car was still practically open on all sides. They even hinted at who they thought the real suspect was, a brother-in-law of Roy's whom he had a long-standing feud with, and owned a .32 caliber rifle. There was also the issue with the bloodhound that was brought in to track the scent of the shooter. Police and the prosecution stated that the dog couldn't pick up a scent. The dog's owner and tracker, however, contradicted this at the trial, claiming that the dog did pick up a scent at the hedge line, but only could track it a few feet before it stopped. Interestingly, witness after witness came up and defended Roy's character, even Viola's own mother. Only one man spoke bad of him, and he was a former farmhand for the Ard family who claimed to have heard Roy and his father making a threat towards Viola one day, telling her she would be like an old buzzard in a hollow tree someday, and she would have been okay if she had done what they told her to do. Then Viola started crying, to which Roy told her to quit being a crybaby. Of course, this was only one witness, and it's hard to say what that exchange could have been about. Roy did go to the stand during the trial, and he confirmed everything that Katie had stated was true, other than he denied ever telling her he expected to be arrested. He also testified that he still believed they were the target of someone, and noted on many occasions coming home and finding their belongings destroyed or thrown about, and at least one incident that the phone wires had been cut. And he also firmly denied ever cheating on his wife. Since all the evidence was circumstantial, he was found not guilty pretty quick, and this phantom stalker was never arrested. There is one more odd thing before we close this one out. Katie, the 15-year-old pregnant sister, would eventually tell police who the father was, which led to a statutory, assault charge, since the man was an adult. His name was Eldon Holly. He was arrested and went to trial, and interestingly, his defense claimed that he was not the father of the child because that was Roy Ard. That defense must have worked because the charges were dropped. Crazily enough, Viola and Katie's mother would sue the lawyer for defamation because of this claim. Usually, I delve into theories at this point, but this one has been long enough, so I'll simply let you give me all the theories this time. Was Roy responsible, or was there an enemy truly out to get the couple? July 2nd, 1874, a lieutenant colonel by the name of George Armstrong Custer set off from Fort Abraham Lincoln in Mandan, North Dakota, with orders to explore the Black Hills of South Dakota. It was there they were to look for suitable locations to build a fort and investigate the rumors that gold had been seen in the area. This second part of the mission was obviously the most important, since Custer was starved for recognition and glory, and although there has never been a clear indication that gold was found, it wouldn't really matter, because just the rumors of gold soon set off what would become known as the Black Hills Gold Rush, a period between 1874 and 1879 that seen thousands of miners flock to the area in hopes of finding their riches. But where exactly did these rumors come from? Well, the official story could be traced back a decade in the 1860s, when a Catholic missionary, Father Pierre-Jean de Smet, reported that he had seen a band of Sioux Indians carrying gold. When he asked them where they had gotten it, they replied, from the Black Hills, and it was really ever since this report that excitement had been building for an expedition to the area. But is it possible that gold was found here much, much sooner than previously believed? Well, that's what this next mystery revolves around, and it all ties to a discovery known as the Thoen Stone. The story actually begins in 1887, about a decade after the initial gold rush, when Norwegian immigrants Louis and Ivan Thoen, brothers, were out collecting sandstone near their home in Spearfish and made a curious discovery. In the ground, buried several feet, was a flat stone measuring 10 by 8 inches and 3 inches thick, which had an even more curious inscription. On the front, in cursive font, were the words, "Came to these hills in 1833. 7 of us, De La Comte, Ezra Kind, G.W. Wood, T. Brown, R. Kent, W.M. King, Indian Crow, all dead but me, Ezra Kind, killed by Indians, beyond the high hill, got our gold, June 1834. When flipping the stone to the backside, there was another inscription, which read, Got all the gold we could, carry our ponies, all got by the Indians. I have lost my gun, and nothing to eat, and Indians hunting me. The men, of course, knew they had stumbled across a significant find, because this stone would potentially rewrite South Dakota history. But the question remained, was it legit? And just who were these men that had seemingly died trying to take the gold out of the hills? Unsurprisingly, ever since the stone's discovery, it has been mired in controversy, with many of the early skeptics claiming it was a hoax, created completely by none other than the Thoen brothers, and that was quite possible. In fact, Louis Thoen was a stonemason, and he obviously had the skills to easily create this. There were also other glaring issues with the stone, like, why would a man running for his life stop to take the time to carve out this inscription, presumably when he's trying to stay hidden from the Indians? There's also the issue with these men, who seemingly had no mining experience, yet found a ton of gold. Perhaps it was beginner's luck. Well, many didn't believe it, but the Thoens, all the way up to their deaths, defended their story, that they just happened to stumble across it. Interestingly, it was only a year after its discovery that one of the newspapers covering the saga of the stone put out a request for anyone with information about the men mentioned in the inscription to come forward. Keep in mind, this appeal came about 50 years after Ezra and the rest of the men perished in the hills. However, one reply did come, a man named Harvey Brown Jr., who would reach out to the paper and gave the account that his half-uncle, William Thompson Brown, had left Michigan in 1832 and headed west with a man named Kent, and neither man returned, nor were they ever heard from again. Now if we go back to the inscription, these names kinda fit, as there was a T. Brown and a R. Kent. Could this actually validate the stone? Unfortunately, it appears as if that account was not followed up on, or maybe there was just no way to easily do it. However, if you thought this would just be forgotten, you would be mistaken, because in 1950, a spearfish historian named Frank Thompson started digging through the archives in an effort to once and all find out the truth about the Thoen Stone. He would travel up and down the East Coast looking for descendants who had surnames similar to that on the stone, and who also had ancestors that vanished in the American West around 1830. Surprisingly, he found several families that matched those requirements, and even crazier, some of these relatives had written back to their families before they had vanished. In particular, the one named Kent allegedly sent a letter back, possibly from a trading post set up by the American Fur Company, in which he claimed to have found gold and was returning home. Additionally, the man believed to be T. Brown, or William Thompson Brown, had grew up in North Carolina during the gold rush there, and probably gained some knowledge of mining techniques. But that wasn't all Thompson found. He also found the men believed to be W.M. King and Indian Crow traced their origins back to Lumpkin County, Georgia, where another gold rush had taken place in the 1820s, while finally, the author of the inscription, Ezra Kind, may have been traced back to a German immigrant in Pennsylvania that traveled west in the 1830s and vanished. From all of this research, Frank Thompson believed he had validated the whole account. He even took it a step further and suggested they weren't victims of a random Indian attack. He believed the whole thing had been set up by the American Fur Company as a way to dissuade outsiders from coming into the territory looking for gold. And apparently, the American Fur Company had indeed sponsored such attacks before. With that, Thompson would publish a book about the stone in the 1960s called The Thoen Stone, a saga of the Black Hills. He was also responsible for getting a monument with a much bigger replica of the stone put in Spearfish Park. There was also other evidence found that may support the story. In fact, miners that flocked to the area in the original gold rush would find remains of an old cabin, along with a rusted shovel buried some 13 feet deep in the ground. Not to mention, a cave in the area contained a rusted frying pan, along with the rusted spectacles frame, which could indicate mining activity decades prior. In addition to all of this, a modern investigation was carried out in the 2000s, and handwriting experts were brought in who compared the inscription to text written on postcards by the Thoen brothers, and in all comparisons, it was found that the inscriptions were not carried out by either of the brothers. However, as you might imagine, there are many who still believe the whole thing is a hoax, maybe still pulled off by the brothers themselves, and it's left a long enduring mystery in the state. For one, in all of Thompson's research, he can only trace down descendants for 5 of the 7 men. Most importantly though, Ezra Kind and G.W. Wood, maybe the most 2 important names on it, could never actually be found in any historical documents, thus could never be verified. In fact, the National Archives shows that only one passenger from 1820 to 1833 had the last name Kind, and his first name was George. There's never been any evidence that an Ezra Kind ever immigrated to the US. Maybe most importantly, this gold mine, where all this was allegedly taken from, should have been found by now. That's why most believe today the whole story was indeed a hoax, perpetrated by the Thoen brothers, probably with an associate of theirs. He was a stonemason who just happened to discover it, and he could have been seeking fame, or, more than likely, the potential value to sell it and the story. Others still think, though, since some of the names have been verified, it indicates the story was legit, and this gold mine could still be out there, undiscovered. When it comes to UFO sightings, one of the biggest issues has always been the eyewitness accounts themselves, which usually just come down to one person, sometimes 2, but never any big crowds, except for this one. March 6th, 1982, the day of the Brazilian Championship game, would see the Pedro Pedrosian Stadium in Moreno pack up 25,000 spectators to the venue for a huge game for their home team, Operário, and the visiting opponent, Vasco da Gama. It was about 8:15 p.m., just a few minutes after the match had begun, when suddenly the eyes of the spectators were drawn from the field and up towards the sky, because it was there a fireball with a large beam of light appeared in the sky. The lights were intense and of various colors, consisting of blue, green, red, and yellow. Some would say they seen 2 objects, while others claimed to have seen 4. But one thing everyone agreed on was something was hovering above the stadium. Even the players and referees all stopped to observe it, just abruptly stopping the match, while the object just hovered there over the center of the field. One player would later describe it as looking like a wheel of fire with a very strong beam of light that went away at an incredible speed, although it was obvious it was not a plane, considering how quickly it vanished. As the whole thing took place within about 5 seconds, it was also completely silent, which might be why No one seen an engine or smoke. After the craft flew off, it increased its speed and altitude and disappeared. And then after the interruption, the game restarted and Dopperario won. But the mystery of what this was goes on to this day, with some ufologists dedicating themselves to this one incident, which has become simply known as the Flying Saucer Game. One of these men, Mario Angell, was actually able to track down a journalist who had actually been there covering the game that night. He would tell Mario that the object appeared to be some kind of large fireball, similar to a comet, with a tail and small fireballs behind it. Over the decades, Mario would continue tracking down people who had been there. He soon found that the objects were at least 10 times bigger than a Boeing and many times faster, and it flew at a much higher altitude than airplanes. He also found witnesses who stated that a rain of flakes fell as it passed, while there were also reports of vegetation damage in the area, specifically tree leaves that had withered. In total, it's estimated that it was witnessed by at least 10,000 plus of the people that were at the game that day. Unfortunately, in all of Mario's research, he could not find one photograph or piece of film, because the objects had simply flown by so fast that no one had time to react, which is the same reason the referees did not actually pause the match, since again, it was fast. Now at first everyone obviously thought it had to be a meteor, but there was a problem with that. This meteor never hit the ground. Instead, it continued to fly on a straight path as if it had a pre-programmed destination. Interestingly, the Brazilian Air Force has never confirmed nor denied the incident, but that wasn't the only interesting part. See, the year prior, Mario had already documented reports of identical objects flying along the same route, right next to the stadium. Yet, that night, there was no game, or crowd, and only a few people seen it. The UFO, or whatever this was, didn't just appear over the game, or even in just Brazil. Similar objects were reported that same night at several South American cities. Today, the most skeptical take is that it was just an airliner, or even an Air Force jet. The stadium is nearby to commercial air installations, as well as military, and the whole thing could have been a secret project carried out by the government, maybe even a new jet they were working on. The second most likely theory is what people reported to have seen originally, a meteor, or hey, maybe it really was extraterrestrials. If I were to ask you, what is the most haunted place in the UK, you would probably respond with the Tower of London, whose reputation is near the top of the world when it comes to the paranormal. But did you know there's a castle in Scotland that might be even more haunted? It's known as Edinburgh. And even if you don't believe in the supernatural, the castle has a strange history on its own. It stands in an area known as Castle Rock, which had been occupied since at least 500 BC, but probably much longer. The castle itself was built in the 11th century AD and has taken on several roles. First, a royal residence, then an arsenal, treasury, national archive, a mint, a prison, and even a fortress, one which was the most important in the wars of Scottish independence. In fact, it has been sieged at least 26 times, and it's on record for being one of the most attacked locations in history. So you can see with that background how it might be connected to some of the more eerie encounters in all of the UK, the most famous of which is the Grey Lady, who has been spotted by many of the people that have occupied the castle over the centuries, as well as tourists. According to the story, a 16th century noblewoman is spotted at older parts of the castle. Sometimes she is just wandering around, other times she weeps, and it's believed this woman is actually Janet Douglas, or Lady Glamis, a woman accused of treason by King James V, although everyone knew these charges were made up. In any case, King James ordered her to be burned at the stake outside the castle on July 17, 1537, in front of her own son, which you could see why that might make someone want to haunt the place. Another spooky sight, or should I say spooky smell, that is often reported in the castle is that of a ghostly man who has a stench of manure. According to the story, some unlucky man was imprisoned in the castle's dungeon, and in an attempt to escape, he crawled into a wheelbarrow of poo that was to be taken out of the castle and emptied into a dung heap. However, the wheelbarrow was tipped over the battlements on the side of the castle, and the man plunged to the jagged rocks below dying instantly. Even people today have reported feeling like someone's hand trying to push them over the same battlements, and usually accompanied by a foul smell. Maybe the scariest story, though, is that of the Piper Boy. According to the legend, decades or centuries after the castle was built, an entrance to a tunnel was discovered. The castle's inhabitants at the time didn't know if this was some kind of forgotten escape route which had been dug, or something else altogether. Unfortunately, the opening of the tunnel was pretty small, so a young bagpipe player was recruited and sent down to investigate. His task was to walk the tunnels while playing his pipes loudly, so people above ground could follow along and see where the tunnel went. The piper, however, stopped abruptly and search parties were sent to find the boy, but there was never a trace found of him or his bagpipes. It would be hundreds of years later, when a group of workers making repairs to the tunnel in the 18th century, that they stumbled across the skeletal remains of the young boy inside his piper's uniform, along with his bagpipes. And to this day, many people still report hearing those same bagpipes coming from underground. Now, while these might sound similar to ghost tales from around the world, this castle is a bit different, because in 2001, a psychologist named Dr. Richard Wiseman did an experiment at the castle which involved 240 volunteers. These volunteers knew nothing about the castle, or why they were even there, but they would stay for 10 days and 10 nights. These visitors, which came from all over the world, were led through the castle vaults, cellars, and dungeons in small groups. At the end of the stay, Wiseman and his team would sit down with each participant and ask them questions about it, and crazily enough, about half of the volunteers would report experiencing some kind of strange and unexplainable phenomena. Many would point to things like the unexplained sounds of footsteps and breathing when no one else was around, or seeing shadow figures moving about. Some even reported being touched by unseen hands. Interestingly, the highest number of experiences were recorded in the vaults, which matched up with previous reports. There were also claims of sudden drops in temperature, or the feeling of being watched, a burning sensation on the skin, and the feeling that someone was tugging at their clothes. The most interesting find, though, was that most people reported experiences in the rooms which already had a reputation for being haunted, in spite of the fact that none of the volunteers had previous knowledge. April 9th, 1483. King Edward IV of England would die from an unexpected illness that lasted around 3 weeks, although some say he was poisoned. King Edward was one of the central figures of the Wars of Roses, which was a series of civil wars in England fought between the Yorkist and Lancastrian factions between 1455 and 1487, and maybe is probably more relevant today due to Game of Thrones, which the series was heavily based on, except for, name changes, and instead of cannons, there were dragons. But now that you kind of get the gist for what was going on at this time, you get a better understanding of this next mystery. King Edward had 2 sons, one 12 and the other 9, and the eldest was expected to become King Edward V. At the time of King Edward IV's death, though, the new king in waiting was in Ludlow Castle, but Edward's brother, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, was at Middleham Castle in Yorkshire. The news would reach him by the 15th of April, just 6 days after, although it's possible he knew his brother was pretty sick. Now, King Edward had left his brother Richard as the Lord Protector, which basically made him a regent. And if 1,000 plus hours playing Europa Universalis 4 has told me anything, it's that a regency council is never a good thing. Basically, it made Richard the king until the 12-year-old son of Edward was ready to take over. You can probably see where this is going by now, as both the prince and Richard made their way to London. They would meet at a town called Stratford on April 29th. In what was probably the first clue things were not going well, Richard arrested King Edward's entourage, including their uncle and half-brother, who would be eventually beheaded. Richard would then take possession of the prince and head to London. Meanwhile, the boy's mother, Elizabeth Woodville, would take the younger son into hiding. Edward and Richard would then live together, while plans for Edward's official coronation were underway. He was supposed to become king officially on May 4th, but this was pushed back to June 25th. He would end up staying at the Tower of London, which was the traditional place for the king in waiting to stay. And by June 16th, his younger brother would come out of hiding and join Edward. Then Richard would indefinitely postpone the coronation. Shortly after this, Richard would pull some political strings to have the marriage between the now deceased King Edward and his wife Elizabeth declared invalid, and both boys were now seen as illegitimate. Richard would then be made king. This is why Stannis Baratheon's character is based on King Richard III. Now the real mystery begins. What happened to the boys? Well, we know from an Italian friar named Dominic Mancini, who was visiting London in the 1480s, and he recorded in the spring and summer of 1483 that Edward and his younger brother were moved to the inner apartments of the tower and were seen less and less over time, until they eventually vanished. We also know that up until the summer of 1483, the two princes were seen playing outside the tower ground, but this was the last time they were seen outside the tower walls. After this is where varying theories start, because in 1483, an uprising called Buckingham's Rebellion would begin. This was meant to overthrow King Richard, rescue Prince Edward, and then put him back on the throne as king. That rebellion failed, but it was a significant uprising that no doubt shook King Richard. It's because of this, many historians believe that both boys would be killed during or after the rebellion. However, this is disputed, because a document from the following year of July 1484 outlined the house rules set by King Richard, and one line stuck out, quote, "The children should be together at one breakfast." Now, was this a reference to the two princes, or could it have been some other children living there? No one is for sure, but most historians believe the boys were killed no later than the summer of 1483, at the hands of Richard or at the hands of someone else ordered by Richard. He always claimed he was innocent, but he never ordered an investigation into it. There are a few other theories out there, but come on, it was Richard. May 21st, 1971, Corbin, Kentucky. 37-year-old Claude Shelton, along with his wife, 27-year-old Martha, would leave their home and make the short drive to the neighboring town of Williamsburg to visit Claude's mother, taking along with them their 3 children. It's this nice spring evening the family would spend some quality time together before the Sheltons loaded back up into their 1967 Ford Galaxy and headed home. When getting back to the trailer park where the family lived, all 3 kids would be tucked into bed, never aware that they were about to be part of an unsolved Appalachian mystery that has gone unsolved for over 50 years. Because the next morning, the children would wake up and discover that their parents were gone. Not exactly sure what was going on, they would do like any kid would, and just waited, thinking perhaps that Claude and Sue had went out for breakfast, but they never returned. Actually, the first adult the young children would see would not be whom they expected. It was Claude's boss, who had came over to see why Claude had not came in, cause he typically worked half a day on Saturdays. It was when he talked to the children and discovered that both parents were gone that police were alerted, and soon they arrived to what they found was a strange scene. Nothing made sense. Some of the police knew the Sheltons and had no idea where they could be. They did, however, absolutely believe that they had not abandoned their children, and it's actually the oldest child that would give police their only real lead. Turns out, after the children had been put to bed, the oldest child would not fall asleep as soon as the others. While laying there, she began to hear her parents talk, so she listened closer, and soon, Claude would say something to the effect of, "If you're going with me, you better come on." It wasn't much, but it's all the detectives had. In the meantime, the children would be taken in by relatives, while detectives combed the trailer and found nothing. Although, some reports note that Sue's purse was left behind, but other sources dispute that. Seemingly though, they really took nothing else with them. After a cursory search of the surrounding area, a more intense search would begin, which included Civil Air Patrol squadrons and rescue squads from around the area. Interestingly, at this time, Laurel River Lake was being constructed, and some of the searches would be carried out around these areas, but nothing was found. The case began to lose steam quickly, and it was like the two had just vanished. No sign of the couple, no sign of their car. Investigators, meanwhile, kept trying to run down anyone who may have had contact with the couple that night. And here's where things get a little bit muddied, because the sources don't seem very confident. For example, it's often reported that the Sheltons may have actually intended to head to a local truck stop, which was 5 miles away. The witnesses for this tip have never been disclosed, and it's important to point out that it says they may have, like the police were not sure if the tip was credible. In fact, in recent years, the children have came out and stated it simply wasn't true. They had not heard their parents speak that evening about going to this truck stop, and they rarely ever stopped there. That's not the only confusion, though. Some reports claim the $600 might have vanished from their home on the night of the disappearance, which allegedly sat hidden in a jar in the kitchen. The children, again, now adults, have claimed that they have no idea where that story came from, as it was simply not true. Regardless, whatever tips detectives did get led to nothing, and the case would lay cold for nearly 40 years, when it was brought back to the forefront. See, way back in August of 1971, just 3 months after the Sheltons had disappeared, remains loosely resembling Sue were found. The location was bizarre though, way on the other side of the country in Oregon. This woman was soon nicknamed Annie Doe, and once word reached back to Kentucky authorities, they wondered, could that really be Sue? Well, since DNA testing was not a thing, and the remains had deteriorated too far to make a positive ID, the mystery remained, until 2009, when DNA testing became more available. Investigators would take samples from the children and compare those samples to that from Annie Doe, and it was not a match. Actually, Annie Doe would later be confirmed as a 16-year-old Annie Lemon, who disappeared under mysterious circumstances. However, these new revelations did bring the case back to the public's eye for a new generation of internet sleuths, and soon it found its way to the YouTube channel Adventures with Purpose, who would send their dive team to Laurel River Lake to do a few searches. Since one of the earliest theories was that they had crashed into the water, despite this search, as well as many police searches over the years, no vehicle was ever found. Interestingly, even to this day, investigators believe that the two did meet with foul play, yet they're uncertain why they even went out that night in the first place. There were rumors that had circulated the town for years that an abandoned car with its hood up was found in or near town the night the two disappeared. There's also some speculation that their vehicle was even stolen. In fact, it's been suggested that since Claude was a mechanic, he may have pulled over to help what he thought was a motorist in need, and it was really just a trap. But I have to point out, none of this has ever been confirmed by the police. Finally, the last theory comes from the children of the Sheltons themselves, and it might surprise you, they actually believe their parents simply left, not because of a threat or danger, they just wanted to. They have not elaborated much on why they think they would leave, but they have pointed to some intriguing clues, like why did the family drive back and tuck the kids into bed and then allegedly head to the truck stop? Why not stop on their way back from Claude's mother's? Not to mention, employees at the truck stop would tell investigators they never even seen Claude or Martha, nor was their vehicle there that night. Furthermore, they believed that the visit to the mother's house may have been so Claude could say goodbye. Likewise, the kids all noted that night was the first time they had ever left them home by themselves that late at night, leaving the children to suggest they wanted an early start so they could drive overnight to wherever they were going. Likewise, going back to that $600 that was missing. If that was true, then maybe it wasn't stolen, and the two took it as a jump start for a new life, since it would be the equivalent of about $4,500 today. However, going against this is the fact that Claude was due to pick up 2 checks from work soon. One was his normal pay, the other a commission check. Plus, he left all of his tools behind, which were estimated to be worth about the equivalent of $24,000 in today's money, which seems like they would have taken all that if they were going to start a new life. Not to mention the several character witnesses who came forward and stated they were 100% sure the two would never leave their children behind, citing how much they loved them. Not to mention, they seemed to be good people in general. December 12th, 1996, Moffat, Ontario, Canada. A 42-year-old man named Wayne Greaves was sitting in his home when his 21-year-old son, Justin, walked into the house bringing with him the mail. He would toss the letters down, yet carried one package which was addressed to his father, which he handed over to Wayne, who was curious as to what he could have received. He opened the box and found newspaper flyers used as packing material, which was wrapped around a flashlight along with a letter. While Wayne began reading over it, Justin would take the flashlight and try to turn it on, but nothing happened. Justin thought this was odd, and he would just hand it back to his dad and sit back down. Wayne then took the light, and while on the sofa, pushed the button to turn it on, and boom, A loud explosion ripped through the room as the light blew up in Wayne's hand. Justin was sitting next to him and took a load of shrapnel but survived, along with Wayne's wife and Justin's mother, Diane, who was also in the room. Luckily, the injuries were minor for both, and Justin was able to call 911 and reported that his dad had just been blown up by a bomb. And unfortunately, by the time paramedics arrived, they could not do anything. In fact, Wayne pretty much died instantly. The police also showed up, and detectives began combing over the scene, trying to make sense of who could do such a heinous act and why. Rationally, they started with the package itself, or what was left of it. The box had actually been a container for a bottle of wine. On the top was a rectangular hole, most likely where the perp had cut out the barcode, which could have been used to trace it back to the store it was purchased at. As far as the paper that had been used as packing material, most of them were from flyers that had been circulated in southern Ontario, but most importantly was the one that advertised for a lumber company in the town of Milton, which was about 12 miles away. These ads were only distributed in that town, which suggested whoever sent it probably lived there. The flashlight was also inspected closely, and it was determined to be a Duracell floating lantern, about 9 inches long and 6 inches tall. Justin would claim later he thought it had been glued shut, because he had tried to open it when it wasn't working, but he could not get the lid off. The explosive was called Superfrac and could be easily bought from a manufacturer without a license, although investigators suspected it was probably stolen. To make the bomb even more deadly, it had been packed with roofing nails to maximize the destruction. However, investigators were interested most in that letter, which remained intact. He came from someone who had signed it as William J. French. In this letter, William had a proposition for Wayne. Apparently, he was starting a new business and wanted a quote from Wayne on fixing some equipment, since Wayne's skills often had him working on various machinery. The letter went on to claim that he had met and worked with Wayne in the past, and even mentioned Elisa and Joe, 2 people that had also worked with Wayne at a place called Surge Beverage Equipment. He would then close the letter by stating he looked forward to working with him. But eerily, the last line read, "Didn't realize you had moved, had some trouble finding you. A Merry Christmas, and may you never have to buy another flashlight." Immediately, detectives began looking for this William J. French, and to no one's surprise, it was a fake name. And the business that William was proposing, Action Home Product, did not exist, nor did the alleged address. As far as the suspects go, the picture here might be a little bit clearer. See, detectives would go talk to employees at the post office in Acton, which is about a 20-minute drive away, and these employees would state that 2 men came in and asked 2 separate employees about Wayne's new address since he had just moved 5 months previously. The police obviously didn't know who these men were, and they would get a sketch created and released to the public, but it led to nothing. In addition, they would soon learn that there were 2 strange phone calls just a few weeks before the murder. One, Diane answered the phone, and a caller claimed to be from Bell South, informing her that she had won some movies and needed to confirm her address, while Justin would receive one a few weeks later from someone claiming to be a trucker who was going to send him some shirts for free, and again, ask him to confirm their address. These tips, though, led to nothing. However, police did eventually stumble onto a person of interest, one that might have surprised his family. The company that Wayne had worked for in the past, Surge Beverage Equipment, was owned by a man named Ed Gaelic. Him and Wayne would become good friends, and before long, Ed was friends with the whole family, and even Wayne's children would call him Uncle Ed. And when he would leave town for extended vacations in Arizona, something he did frequently, he left the company to be ran by Wayne. Detectives would talk to Ed, and he did not paint Wayne in the best light. In fact, he claimed the times that he had left Wayne to run the company while he was gone, his employees would complain that Wayne treated them, quote, like dirt. And it was apparently so bad that some of the employees quit. But it got worse. Wayne would get his wife Diane a job working for the company. But it turns out she wasn't very good, according to Ed, and he told Wayne to fire her, which caused some tension. But there was more. Ed would also claim that Wayne had been stealing money from him and acted weird in general, leading Ed to believe he was doing hard drugs. But Wayne would deny this, obviously. So police finally thought that they might have something here. But the problem was, all of these events were 3 years old at this point. Why would Ed still hold a grudge? And furthermore, why would he admit all of this to the police? Well, what Ed told detectives next would add even more intrigue to the case. See, Ed would tell investigators he heard that Wayne was involved in many thefts and may have crossed the wrong person, that being Ed's own son, Ed Jr., whom Ed Sr. no longer had a relationship with, and who had also worked under Wayne. However, it should be pointed out, there is no real evidence that Wayne was ever involved in any thefts. At least, the police haven't said so, if that's the case. There is at least one other theory too, one that is talked about often, and it is tied to Wayne's numerous affairs he had with several women that only become public knowledge after the investigation into his murder. This has led many to believe that Ed and his son are false leads, and the likely killer is the jealous husband of a woman that Wayne had an affair with. It's even possible that a woman Wayne broke off an affair with hired someone to build the bomb and send to him. May 7th, 1983, Rome. 15-year-old Mirella Grigori would leave school around 1:15 p.m. and begin to walk to stop in and see her dad, who managed a bar. She would visit with him for a while before calling her mother to state she would head home with her dad after his shift ended around 2:30 p.m. However, this plan would fall through because she got bored and decided to walk home alone, where she made it about 2 p.m. Now, conveniently for Mirella, the family apartment she lived in sat right above a different bar, whose manager had a daughter named Sonia DeVito, and she was Mirella's best friend, and the two spent a ton of time together, especially in that bar when there wasn't many customers. So before walking upstairs to her apartment, she decided to stop in and see her friend for a few minutes before finally making her way up to where her mother was. She would then relax for a little bit when, at 2:45 p.m., the apartment intercom would buzz. Thinking it was her father, Mirella would go and answer it. Meanwhile, her mother was in the other room and could only hear the mumbled voice through the intercom. So she would ask Mirella who it was, and she would reply that it was her former classmate, Alessandro, who invited her to come out and meet some friends. So she would eat lunch, put makeup on, and told her mother she would be back in 10 minutes, and walked out the door. Little could her mother know, this was the last time she would see her, and not only was it heartbreaking enough, but her case would become linked with one of Italy's most infamous unsolved disappearances, that of 15-year-old Emanuela Orlandi, which we discussed on part 27 of the mega series. Mirella's mother knew that she was punctual and would always inform her parents if she planned to be late. So as the clock ticked on, her mother got more and more worried, and finally, after 3 hours, her mother began calling people, starting with her other daughter and Mirella's sister, who was down below at the bar with friends. She, along with Sonia, would immediately spring into action and began searching. Sonia, though, had just talked to her a few hours prior and had some crucial knowledge. She stated that Mirella had came downstairs to the bar and the girls went in the bathroom and locked it, where they talked about girl things for about 10 minutes and then she left. According to Sonia, she planned to meet someone from Porta Pia and then go to Villa Torlonia to play guitar. This immediately struck Mirella's sister as odd. For one, Mirella didn't even know how to play guitar, and secondly, she did not know anyone from Porta Pia. Likewise, Villa Torlonia, a park, was currently being renovated, and pretty much no one was there. Yet her sister and family would go to search and found nothing. Coming back home, and now full-on panicking, Mirella's mother thought the best course of action was to call Alessandro, who had buzzed the intercom earlier. Interestingly, he told her mother that he had not been the one to ring it. In fact, he had not even seen Mirella in the 2 years since he had left school. And later on it was proven he had an alibi and was not in the area that day. With this, the family finally went to the police, were, depending on what you believe, turned into a botched investigation or a clever cover-up. See, in the following days, Mirella's mother suddenly remembered a man who used to frequently come into the bar below and would talk to Mirella and Sonia. This man never came back after Mirella disappeared, so it was an obvious lead, and one she took to the authorities, but they got nowhere with it. That would be all the stranger when 2.5 years later, the family were invited to meet Pope John Paul II, and it was during this encounter something odd occurred. Mirella's mother suddenly spotted the man that used to talk to Morella at that bar, and he was a security guard for the Pope. This man, according to her mother, tried to look away and hide his face. Knowing who she was, her mother kept quiet until they left, but she did go find the authorities afterwards to report it. And what did the police do with this possible person of interest? Nothing. Actually, it would take a full 8 years when in 1993, investigators finally followed up with her mother about it. See, they had found the man and brought him in and asked her to identify him in a lineup, and she couldn't do it. But it has to be emphasized, there were some unfortunate circumstances, because by this point, her mother was dying from an illness, and her mind might have not been the best. And I also have to point out, her sister denied all of this and stated her mother did tell the authorities he was the right man. And ever since, there's been speculation that the family was just pressured to shut up about the whole thing. Regardless, the man was eventually publicly identified as Raul Bonarelli, the then deputy chief of the security force of Vatican City. However, let's bring it back to that other case that it's linked to, that of Emanuela Orlandi. See, it was just 40 days after Morella disappeared that Emanuela did, and it was about 2 months after that the two cases were linked. Now from here, it all gets very convoluted and goes down a rabbit hole, and I covered the whole saga back in the Emanuela Orlandi segment on part 27, so I won't go over it again because it was all determined to be false leads anyways. That's right, 14 years after the two cases were linked, a new investigation in 1997 revealed the connection between the two missing teenagers was unfounded. By the 2000s, investigators began to look at a different angle. Specifically, a journalist named Max Parisi and a judge, Otello Lupacchini. These two men would study 12 cases of missing and murdered girls in Rome between the years of 1982 and 1990, and they come up with a startling theory. It was all the work of a serial killer. Due to the similarities in the murders and the proximity of the cases, it was thought it had to be the same person responsible. In fact, the going theory was whoever this man was offering jobs to girls of similar profiles, stuff like selling Avon products. And then, when they went to meet with this man, he would kidnap them. Interestingly enough, Morella and Emanuela were the only two who were minors, and the only two who were never found. This would become the main theory and one that was looked at for quite a while, but it's never been proven. The case then kinda got quiet for a decade when in 2016, a journalist, Tommaso Nelli, found a document from Italy's former domestic intelligence agency, dated all the way back to about 6 months after Morella's disappearance. And in this document, it was revealed an undercover agent went to that bar under the Gregori's home to see what he could find out. He reported that he overheard Sonia, Morella's friend, state to someone, quote, "Yeah, he knew us. We didn't know him. And he took Morella. He could have taken me, since we used to go together." End quote. This has brought a whole new take on the case, as now it's believed Sonia is probably aware of the man's identity, and for someone whose word on the case was already doubted, it doesn't make her look especially good. Although, the dark conspiracy involving the church is the one that gets a lot of publicity in connection with this case, the most probable theory is Morella was simply groomed by someone from within her circle. There had been more than one suspicious man seen at the bar in weeks prior, and it's quite possible the voice that Morella believed was Alessandro, which was on the other side of the intercom, was just someone faking it. Keep in mind, Morella had not spoken to him in about 2 years at that point, and it's quite possible she was just tricked. There's also the fact that Sonia specifically said, "He knew us, we didn't know him," suggesting he knew her routine. Finally, her last confirmed stop was that bar's restroom right under the apartment. It's likely she was taken very soon after leaving the bar. Other theories suggest organized crime or even the Vatican. March 8th, 1984, Newport, Oregon. 17-year-old Kelly Disney and her fiancé, 20-year-old Robert Ellis, would hold a little get-together for friends at their apartment. Although the couple were young, they were excited about the future. Now, the record isn't exactly clear on what happened at the party that night, but at some point, Robert would leave for a bit after an argument with Kelly. When he would return, he would find out that she was gone. He would ask some of the other people hanging out, and they would tell him that around 12:30, She got upset and walked out of the apartment on her own. Robert was stumped, but he jumped in his car and took off down the road to try and find her. And it didn't take long, as he would eventually find her standing near a highway junction. He would pull over to pick her up and presumably try to work everything out, but she refused to get in. Even though it was pouring the rain and late at night, she insisted that she was going to go to a friend's for the night. Robert relented and let her go, driving back home alone. Little did he know, this was the start of one of the darkest cold cases in Oregon State history, because the next day, when she did not return home, Kelly's mother called the police, who then began a search and tried tracing down where she had went. Luckily for them, they had quite a few tips, one that was very reliable. First, not long after Robert drove off, 2 local men going by stopped and offered her a ride. Kelly, however, declined. The 2 men rode on ahead and soon saw a police officer's car at a local market. So they pulled over and told him that they were concerned for this young lady who was just walking along the highway in the dark and rain. So the deputy got in and took off down the road looking for her, and it didn't take him long to find her. He too pulled over and asked if he could give her a ride, and again she refused, telling him she was going to her girlfriend's home. The deputy, of course, would become the key witness, and he recorded this encounter with Kelly as happening right around 1 a.m., and this was the last official sighting of her. And although it would take some time to figure out, investigators eventually learned that the window of time she could have disappeared was about 15 to 20 minutes after the deputy drove off. Unfortunately for Kelly's family, after the initial search came up with nothing, they just kind of wrote the whole thing off as Kelly voluntarily leaving her life behind, mainly because they found no evidence that a crime occurred. There were no articles of clothing, belongings, or any physical evidence. Could Kelly have just had some kind of mental breakdown? It would take investigators a decade to learn that foul play had been involved. When Kelly's skull was found in an abandoned car near Big Creek Reservoir, it was a recreational spot, and it seemed quite unlikely that the skull had sat there for a decade being unseen, especially considering that the vehicle itself had a reputation as a local hangout where young people like to gather and drink or party. In fact, detectives would find out that the neighborhood children had been around that exact same car the day before, and when they talked to them, they reported that no skull was there. So strangely, 10 years after someone had murdered Kelly, they placed the skull in that car in this area that is visited quite a lot. It was strange to say the least. However, there could be a reason. Interestingly, just days before it was found, cold case detectives had went to the local media to raise awareness about the case, as well as asking for tips. It's believed the person with the skull seen that news clip and planted it. But there was another issue. Although it had been found in that abandoned vehicle, it was not turned in right away. It was actually discovered by a man who was out driving his ATV, and he must have thought it was fake, because he took it home with him, even though it had been wrapped inside a carpet. Once he got back home, he would keep it for 2 days before his girlfriend encouraged him to take it to the police. But it was on a Saturday, and the sheriff's office was closed, so he took it back home and cleaned it with detergent and set it on his TV and took it back to the police the following Monday. Of course, that begs the question, why would someone take a skull home and wash it in the first place? The medical examiner will look at it though, and using dental records, confirmed that it had belonged to Kelly. Unfortunately, her cause of death could not be determined, although it was ruled a homicide. No other parts of the body were ever found, and since it was 1994, the case ground to a halt. With DNA testing being in its infancy, there just wasn't much that could be done. Now most of you are probably thinking, the fiancé was obviously the guilty party. She stormed off in the middle of the night, and he called up to her, and she refused to get in, so he done something. This was only amplified by the fact that he refused to talk to investigators, but we will come back to him in a moment. In the following years, without his cooperation, a cold case task force had been formed, and they spent numerous hours combing over old records and interviews, running down new leads, documenting new rumors, and soon they had a theory, a very good theory. Detectives now believed, not long after the deputy car drove off into the distance, 1 or 2 people pulled up beside Kelly, and this time, it was someone she knew, and they offered her a ride, and she took it because she trusted them. So she jumped in, and they took her to a secluded location where a group of young men surrounded and violated her, ultimately killing her to prevent her from telling the authorities. In fact, Some of the more recent rumors suggested that some of those young men that were there that night did not participate, but harbored guilt over not trying to stop it. The cold case detectives heard this same story over and over. Unfortunately, it was just rumors, and with no physical evidence, a resolution has been frustratingly just out of the reach of investigators. However, by 2025 though, the case got a breath of fresh air because the FBI joined in on the investigation, bringing in their expertise. And strangely, it was by this point that fiancé Robert Ellis came back into the picture, and he finally wanted to speak to investigators after decades of silence, which surprised them obviously. But by this point, detectives were almost certain he wasn't involved anyways, but they did question him and officially ruled him out. But he did confirm a few key things. One, he did argue with Kelly that night he disappeared, but he had nothing to do with it. Secondly, he gave names of people he thought they should follow up on. This led investigators to look back at 2 old persons of interest, and from there, they narrowed it down to 1. And in March of 2025, investigators announced that the case was very close to being solved, so it sounds like they are just waiting for that one final piece to fall into place. Since we are very close to a hopeful resolution to this case, we won't look at theories, and instead, just go back to the main one that cold case detectives have already provided. He was an acquaintance of Kelly, maybe 2, that picked her up and took her to a site where other young men were already waiting to do a heinous deed. In some versions of the theory, some of those guys just split the scene once the assault began, and may have been too scared to go to authorities. In either theory, you get a basic gist of what occurred, and it was terribly sad. July 15th, 1951, East Los Angeles, California. A 28-year-old man named Klaus Martins would rent a Cessna 140 from a local flight school to use for an upcoming business trip to Blythe, a town about 200 miles away and sits near the Arizona border. And Klaus, well, he was an interesting man and pretty well known throughout the area. He was good looking, had a pretty good job as a salesman for a diesel equipment company. He was also known to be highly intelligent and educated, along with being a combat intelligence veteran of World War II. All qualities that was slowly moving him up in the social circles of LA, and it should be of no surprise that, because of that, he was definitely admired by many of the women in the area. In fact, he was not taking this trip alone. Accompanying him was a pretty 26-year-old nurse named June Walker. The two had been dating for about 3 months, and by all accounts, she was crazy about him, in spite of the fact that he was still going through a divorce at the time, from a woman whose father was a prominent attorney in Los Angeles. In any event, the 2 young lovers would get into their small plane, and Klaus, who had 400 hours of flight time, never bothered to book a flight plan, and he would head down the runway and up into the air, flying off into a mystery. Because later that day, when the plane never touched down in Blythe, emergency responders were dispatched in a search effort. They knew it was a short flight, and it should have not taken very long to complete. However, in spite of the fact that this should have been a very straightforward path that the plane took, there was no sign of it anywhere on the ground. There was no debris, nor had they made an emergency landing of any kind. Searchers were stumped, and it would stay that way for a little bit over 2 weeks, when, on August 1st, across the border in Arizona, a ranger for the Fish and Game Department was working out in the middle of the desert, 50 miles southeast of Yuma, when he would come across the Cessna. He was just sitting there, undamaged. He, of course, would get into touch with California officials who would work along with the Arizona authorities to try and make some sense of what was going on, but they would just end up being more confused. First of all, there were no signs of June or Klaus. Secondly, this location was a total wasteland. In the summer, the temperatures here would often exceed 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Furthermore, to get here, they had to fly south of Blythe, their destination, and they would end up about 100 miles further than they needed to be. And this location, yeah, it was also an Army practice bombing range, which made it all the stranger. Investigators would check the craft thinking that there must have been some kind of emergency, but soon they found out the plane was totally fine. No mechanical issues whatsoever. Furthermore, there was still fuel in the tank, although it was a bit low. So why had the couple just voluntarily landed in the middle of nowhere? Well, investigators did get one other pertinent clue. Inside the plane, they found a note written by Klaus which read, 5:45 a.m. Monday. Started walking, heading due west on foot. Strangely, he gave no reason for why they landed in the middle of a sweltering desert. Next to the plane, though, searchers did find an arrow drawn in the sand which pointed to the west, in the area of the Mexican desert. And in that direction were 2 sets of footprints which went about 4 miles, ending on a low ridge as if they were swept away. Again, investigators were totally stumped, but they assumed at this point it was now a recovery operation, because they reasoned there was no way anyone could survive in this environment without food or water for more than a day or two. They would continue with an intensive search along the border and never found a thing. It was around this time that authorities began to pull back and wonder, not where they were, but why had Klaus landed here in the first place? For one thing, the town of Welton was just a 10-minute flight away from where he had landed, and you may think, well, he probably didn't know that. But here's the crazy part. When searchers followed those sets of footprints for about 4 miles, they found at one point they actually crossed a road, one which had a sign that plainly stated, Welton up ahead. And instead of following that road on up ahead, the two walked across the road and continued on into the desert. Not to mention, to have landed where Klaus did, he would have had to flown over the main east-west highway which crosses Arizona. So why not land there? Or at least beside the highway? The two would have most certainly been seen by a motorist, or they could have been picked up. Then, there was the fact that Klaus had left his map and compass behind. Additionally, the plane's radio was fine, and he could have called for help at any time. Add into the fact there were no signs of belongings or clothing in the area, nor any evidence they had taken shelter in the day's boiling heat. It just didn't add up. And as you probably already know, the couple were never seen again, and over the following decades, numerous theories have been proposed to try and explain what happened. The earliest was actually put forward by an Arizona detective working on the case. He simply believed the two landed in one of the most unfortunate spots they could have. Not only was the environment brutal, it was also an area where outlaws and drug smugglers from Mexico crossed. He proposed that smugglers, or even spies, don't forget, this was during the Cold War, seen the duo and had to dispatch them to avoid being detected. Interestingly though, June Walker's mother believed, along with many others, that the two were okay. She would tell investigators that they had simply eloped and moved to Mexico, or possibly even to Germany, since that's where Klaus was from and he still had family there. The Mexico story would actually get more traction 4 years later, when a few reliable sources would come forward and reported seeing a couple in the country that matched the description of Klaus and June. This pair was said by witnesses to keep to themselves, having little to do with other Americans in the area. These accounts were looked into, but no one could say for sure if it was Klaus and June. But there was an issue with this theory. See, Klaus's mother would tell investigators that this theory wasn't likely, simply because Klaus had been working to try and get his wife back. He did not want a divorce, and he had been begging her to take him back. In fact, he had tried to get his estranged wife to accompany him on this trip, but she declined, leaving Klaus to ask June to come with him, something I assume she did not know. Others pointed to Klaus's former work in intelligence. Could that have caused him to go into hiding? Or was he on a mission? Maybe the real explanation had something to do with his father back in Germany. See, he had actually been a prominent Nazi, and after the war, he joined the East German Communists, and according to Klaus's friend, he stayed in touch with his father. In fact, just a few days before he disappeared, Klaus told his friend that he had received a letter from his father that made him, quote, very happy, although we have no idea what the contents of that letter was. Finally, to make this strange mystery close on an even more bizarre note, the Yuma County Sheriff tasked with looking for the two, a Jim Washam, who admitted nothing about the case made sense, would reach out to the LA County Sheriff's Office and ask for a background check on the couple, stating he didn't think they died in the desert. He would not say for sure what he did think happened, but he pointed out to one other interesting thing. According to the sheriff, the area where Klaus and June's footprints abruptly stopped, there were marks in the sand. Marks he believed were made by the wheels of an airplane, as if they had been picked up by another aircraft. This would prove even stranger when Sheriff Washam would come out afterwards and denied saying any of that. So were these reporters confused? Did they print rumor as fact? Or did he just take it back for reasons unknown? Today, most armchair detectives believe that the disappearance was deliberate, yet where they were going or what they were doing, no one knows for sure. But it is very possible they were meeting someone in another plane that then took them somewhere else. March 17th, 1981, St. Helens, Oregon. It was around 4 a.m. when Sergeant Russell Yoakum set out in his police car to go on a routine patrol up the highway just west of the Columbia River. The cold night sky was partially cloaked by the mist which hung up in the air as he drove along what he thought would be a boring routine task. But as his vehicle continued along, Sergeant Yoakum was taken by surprise when he suddenly spotted a bright light that seemed to be flying upriver. Now Yoakum knew the Portland airport was about 20 miles away, and it was common to see aircraft passing over on the way. But this was different. The light was so bright that the river below was completely visible, as if it was in the middle of the day. Because of this, Sergeant Yoakum would actually radio back to headquarters and took off towards the county courthouse, which sat on the banks of the Columbia River and gave a much better view. Around the same time, the other officers on patrol that night, Ricky Cade and Tom McCartney, both from the state police, also headed to the courthouse, along with a few citizens who had heard about the light. Now, sitting on the other side of this river was Washington State, and one man named Don Atkin, a regular citizen who just happened to have a CB. Hearing all of the police traffic, which was being broadcasted publicly, he would take a peek outside because his house sat right next to the river. He would call out to the officers and noted that he was watching it now from his home as it continued to hover over the river, turning the whole area into daylight. But at first, there was some confusion. See, one of these officers would respond to Don, insisting that he must be wrong because the light they were observing was bobbing up and down, while the one Don was looking at was stationary. Officers finally discerned they were actually looking at a man-made light across the river that in the fog seemed to be moving, so they would try to reorient themselves and look for the original craft again, and they would spot it to the south, just where Don told them to look. It was low, next to the river, and everyone could see it clearly in the dark because this area didn't have any other artificial light sources around. While they were all standing around watching this, Don began to hear an eerie loud sound coming from the light, and the officers, thinking quickly, set up a portable tape recorder about 1.5 feet from their radio and recorded the conversation and sound. Meanwhile, Don volunteered to hand his microphone out the window so he could transmit the sound to the officers, and this is when Sergeant Yoakum would record maybe the strangest UFO audio mystery ever. The police, who had drove out to a nearby high bluff, would watch the light for the next 30 minutes while also recording, and the tape was eventually sent to the J. Allen Hynek Center for UFO Studies, and they would do analysis on it there. Now, crazily enough, this isn't like one of those lost media mysteries where we have to speculate. The audio is preserved to this day, and while we don't need to listen to the whole thing, we will check out the part that has made this case famous to UFO investigators: the sound of the craft whirling up.
We're watching. We moved up to a higher vantage point, so you tell us what it does. Well, listen. Sounds like it's revving up its engines. Can you hear it? I hope. Because it's your call out here. Taping this, you guys. Yes, we are.
The sound, as you can tell, and heard them mention, resembled a turbine or diesel motor, and its pitch changes over time, winding down and disappearing at 4:43 a.m. As mentioned, analysis was done on the audio, and it was found that there were 2 strong peaks at 1000 Hz and 3000 Hz with no even harmonics, and remained unchanged even when played backwards, which basically suggests that whatever this was mechanical or electrical in nature, and not something that could be attributed to a storm or some kind of weather event. The unusual part is the absence of harmonics, which is not typical of a conventional engine or motor. It could indicate some kind of unknown propulsion mechanism. Finally, the analysis revealed there had been no tampering of the audio, so there you have it. Not a hoax most likely, nor was it the weather, and it was not consistent with a known conventional aircraft or engine. As far as the light goes, it hovered and made this sound intermittently for about 40 minutes, and remained mostly stationary. It was about 30 feet in diameter and hovered about 90 feet above the river. The Coast Guard reportedly tracked it on radar and noted that it descended before disappearing, and they had dispatched a boat to look for it, but it was recalled when the craft vanished. They would later note they suspected that it was a helicopter engaged in illegal activity. Interestingly, the FFA wasn't even curious enough to investigate, and that might be because the Portland airport had been contacted when it began, and they confirmed they seen the craft on radar, but 5 minutes later, they called Officer Yoakum back and denied it. The story became big local news, but never caught on like some of the more legendary UFO stories, which is odd considering that it was actually a pretty convincing story. There has been some research on it, and some theories ruled out, like some believed they could have simply been seeing the moon through the fog, while a drug smuggling boat, along with a balloon, were also ruled out. Even a mass hallucination was dismissed because of the high number of reputable witnesses. There are, however, some questions about this case. For one, details kind of vary over some of the articles, like one newspaper claimed that it was actually 2 large orange balls the witnesses spotted. One officer even described them as being dome-shaped, and at least one of these was described as being on fire and thought to look like a downed plane, while the other just hovered over the river. Of course, this might come from the initial confusion when officers spotted an artificial streetlight in the fog they mistakenly took for a craft, while the important figure in this story, Don Atkin, is also listed as Don Askins in some sources. And as far as the tape recorder, some claim that Sergeant Yoakum come away with the recording, while other sources claim that it was a state trooper. Of course, these are all small details that could have just gotten confused over the years, but interestingly, Don allegedly took a photograph of this orange ball before it disappeared, and just like the craft, that photo is seemingly gone. As far as theories go, the most likely one today that skeptics believe is that it was just a helicopter with very strong lights. That would explain its ability to hover, producing loud engine-like sounds, and even using a searchlight, which was aimed at the river, causing it to look like a large bright ball. Although, it is odd that the FAA and airport stated that there was nothing out there, which might make it lean more toward the Coast Guard's theory, which was a helicopter involved in illegal activity, like some kind of smuggling operation, and the bright lights were being used to load and unload something onto a boat on the river. In fact, that light that the officers saw in the other location, you know, the one they first believed was the craft before identifying it as an artificial light, well, it's just possible they were correct the first time, and that light was moving too, and it was from an aircraft. It's just possible 2 helicopters were in on this operation. Of course, maybe it was also a classified aircraft being tested. Could Alaska's cold Arctic tundra hide a tropical valley? That's a story that's hung around since the early 20th century. According to articles from the early 1900s and later folklore retellings, this mystery first gained attention through accounts attributed to 2 prospectors named Hank Russell and Jack Lee, 2 men said to have been traveling through the barren wasteland of Alaska while searching for new mineral deposits. Russell and Lee reportedly become disoriented during a severe storm that forced them off their intended route and deeper into unfamiliar mountain terrain. Expecting it to only get colder and dwindling supplies, they instead noticed something deeply unsettling. The air, it began to gradually warm, and the wind softened, and patches of exposed earth appeared where deep snow should have been. After climbing a ridge in hopes of regaining their bearings, the men looked down into a valley and seen something unlike they had ever encountered in the Arctic before. Steam drifted from streams flowing freely through the basin, dense vegetation clustered along the valley floor, and animal tracks suggested a level of life rarely seen in such remote northern regions. Russell and Lee later claimed they camped out in this strange environment for several days, astonished by the warmth and convinced they had discovered a hidden oasis sheltered from the surrounding winter. Their account was soon followed up and expanded on by other early explorers and miners. One frequently cited is that of Captain Scott, a military officer whose story appeared in northern press reports describing how he spent extended periods traveling across Alaska's interior. According to these accounts, Scott claimed to have entered a secluded valley where the climate felt dramatically milder than the surrounding wilderness. He reportedly described open water, persistent geothermal steam, and vegetation that seemed unusually healthy for the latitude. In some retellings, he suggested he had returned to the valley more than once, spending significant time while traveling through the region, though later efforts to relocate this site proved unsuccessful. His account added a layer of credibility to the growing narrative though, because, unlike wandering prospectors, he was portrayed as an experienced traveler familiar with the realities of Arctic conditions. Another important man connected to this story was a mining engineer named Frank Perry, whose alleged encounter further intensified speculation about the valley's existence. Perry was said to be surveying potential mining routes when he stumbled upon a lush basin hidden among mountains that shielded it from harsh winds. He described it as having unusually tall vegetation, geothermal springs warming the ground, and wildlife thriving in an apparent abundance. His account emphasized the possibility that geothermal heat beneath the valley floor created a stable microclimate capable of sustaining plant life and attracting animals seeking refuge from the cold. His perspective, grounded in mining and geological observation, introduced a practical explanation that helped the story spread beyond simple folklore and into discussions about unexplored geothermal features in Alaska's interior. The mystery gained an additional dimension though, through reports attributed to Colonel J. Scott Williams, who allegedly observed the valley from the air during a flight of exploration. Williams described seeing mist rising from the ground and irregular patches of exposed vegetation interrupting the snow cover below. Though he was unable to land safely, the aerial perspective reinforced earlier ground-based accounts and suggested that the valley might be concealed within rugged terrain that limited access from surrounding routes. His account contributed to the sense that multiple independent witnesses had glimpsed the same phenomenon, strengthening belief in the valley even though its precise location was never found. Unfortunately, the experiences of Russell, Lee, Scott, Perry, and Williams all saw a similar pattern. Each individual reportedly encountered the valley unexpectedly, often while navigating unfamiliar territory, and none could later guide others back to it with certainty. Severe storms, shifting landmarks, and the sheer scale of Alaska's wilderness made retracing steps extremely difficult. Some reports suggested that those who attempted organized expeditions in search of the valley encountered worsening weather, navigation failures, or terrain barriers that prevented them from reaching the suspected area. The repeated failures transformed the story from an unusual geographical claim into a classic lost world legend, and the valley becomes something glimpsed only by chance. As the accounts circulated, observers began exploring possible explanations rooted in Alaska's geology. The region is known for its widespread geothermal activity, including hot springs and volcanic systems capable of producing localized warmth. Frank Perry's engineering background lent support to the idea that underground heat sources could create a sheltered basin where snow melted more quickly and vegetation persisted despite the surrounding cold. In this interpretation, Russell and Lee's initial descriptions of lush growth and warm streams may have reflected a real geothermal environment that felt extraordinary only because of the stark contrast with the Arctic landscape beyond the valley's boundaries. Captain Scott's reports of an extended time spent in the area further suggested that the valley's conditions were stable rather than fleeting. At the same time, you know how early 20th century newspapers were. They exaggerated a lot. and they may have did so here. The frontier press often favored sensational storytelling, and details of the valley's warmth and fertility may have grown vivid with each retelling. Colonel Williams' aerial observations of stream and vegetation could have been interpreted in increasingly dramatic ways as the story spread, transforming a plausible geothermal anomaly into something resembling a hidden paradise. Still, the consistency of certain elements, warm streams, sheltered geography, and unexpected plant life, kept the legend grounded enough to remain intriguing rather than outright dismissible. The valley's reputation was also shaped by references to wildlife behavior described by several witnesses. Russell and Lee reportedly noted abundant animal tracks within the basin, while Perry emphasized the apparent health and diversity of species using the area as a refuge. These observations reinforced the idea that the valley functioned as a natural sanctuary where animals could escape extreme winter conditions. Some storytellers went further though, speculating that the valley might preserve remnants of older ecosystems, or could provide a glimpse into environmental conditions that existed before climatic changes reshaped the Arctic. Over the decades, treasure hunters, explorers, and amateur researchers attempted to piece together the valley's location by comparing the testimonies of Russell, Lee, Scott, Perry, and Williams. Maps were studied, mountain ranges analyzed, and geothermal regions investigated in hopes of identifying a match. Yet, no expedition succeeded in rediscovering the valley in the original accounts. Some investigators concluded that the witnesses may have encountered different geothermal pockets, and later narratives merged them into a single mythic location. Others believe the valley might remain hidden within terrain so remote and difficult to access that modern searches simply had not reached the correct area. Despite skeptics, the story persists because it rests on the credible possibility of unexplained geothermal environments, combined with first-hand testimony from individuals portrayed as experienced travelers. Hank Russell and Jack Lee's dramatic initial discovery, Captain Scott's repeated encounters, Frank Perry's geological interpretation, and Colonel J. Scott Williams' aerial observations formed a story that felt too detailed to dismiss entirely, yet no one has been able to find it. You may not be familiar with the name Aldo Moro, but he was the Prime Minister of Italy 5 separate times between the years of 1963 and 1968 and 1974 to 1976. He was a prominent member of the Christian Democratic Party, which is center-left in policy, and is probably one of the most important politicians in Italy in the 20th century, being responsible for implementing a series of social and economic reforms which modernized the country. So, it's somewhat of a surprise, on March 16, 1978, as Moro was on his way to attend a confidence vote for Prime Minister Giulio Andreotti, his car was stopped and gunshots opened up on his entourage. Automatic weapons would kill 2 of the national police officers, while 3 city policemen were also killed. The car door was then opened, and Moro was taken alive. It was a flawless kidnapping, and one perpetrated by a terrorist group known as the Red Brigades, a far-left group. It was brazen, and happened right in the middle of Rome. It was almost unbelievable, and has been compared to Italy's version of 9/11, a national trauma, one that is still a sore spot to this day. Now, I could go into the alleged reasons that this happened, and all of the dynamics at the time, but it's not really important to our mystery. But over the next couple of weeks, negotiations began with the terrorist, whom wanted the release of some fellow imprisoned Red Brigade members. Now, the reaction to this by the government at the time was divided. One faction wanted to negotiate, the other one was completely against it, knowing if they gave in, more terrorist attacks would occur. And little did it matter, because they didn't know where Moro was being held anyways, and that would become the focal point of our mystery, because on April 2nd, a little over 2 weeks after his abduction, 12 people, including academics and industrialists, gathered at the home of a man named Alberto Clo, a university professor near Bologna, and it's here they performed a seance. What originally would start off as a game with the Ouija board took a serious turn when the participants attempted to contact the spirit world to find the location of where Moro was being held. The seance reportedly produced the words Bocena, Viterbo, and Graduli, but unfortunately, None of the participants knew the meaning of these words, so they would get out a map and look, and soon they discovered Gradali was a small village near Lake Bocina, 2 of the 3 words that the seance had produced. So they would take this information to the police, who just believed them and didn't question the seance. They would then perform a raid on Gradali 4 days later, and it led to nothing. But here's where things get interesting. See, the Red Brigades did have a hideout located on a street called Via Gradali, and considering it was one of the only 3 hideouts that they had, it's very likely Tomorrow was kept there for some time, and although he may not have been there during the seance, a raid on it at the time would have no doubt led to finding him. But there was some confusion. Morrow's wife kept telling the police that Gradali wasn't a reference to the village of the same name. Instead, it was a street in Rome that she knew existed, but the police searched the map and kept insisting there was no such street. So they did not search the location, but it was 2 weeks later, on April 18th, that it was discovered due to a water leak. And when firemen broke down the door, they realized they stumbled into the hideout of the Red Brigade because they found leaflets and documents, along with 2 terrorists who fled the scene. Unfortunately, it was a blown opportunity because a month later, on May 9th, Aldo Moro was executed. The man charged with the entire plot was Mario Moretti, who was sentenced to life in prison, but remarkably, spent 2 decades behind bars before being released on parole. But the mystery is the seance. Did this Ouija board really tell them where Morrow was being held? As you may have guessed, most skeptics dismiss the claims of this and point to something more plausible. In all likelihood, it came from a tip, and the seance claim was just a cover story to protect the source. It's why the authorities, like the police, also told the media it came from a seance, because they too couldn't reveal the real source. It's also just as possible that someone at the seance was intentionally moving the planchette to spell Gradali, knowing that the other witnesses would go and tell the police. Maybe one of these people knew all along and had to frame it as coming from the supernatural world, all to protect himself. And maybe there was some confusion that led the other participants to believe it was the village of Gradali and not the street. 1727, in a town called Medvegan, near Belgrade, Serbia, a man known as Arnold Paley was returning home, where he had intentions to buy a plot of land, build a home, and establish himself in the community. He had grown up in this area, but had actually left some years prior to serve as a militiaman on the frontier, which in turn guaranteed him some land upon his return, which unfortunately had been devastated due to the Austrian-Ottoman Wars. After moving back, he would soon meet a girl and was married, and it was his wife who he would first share his secret with. He would tell her he was haunted by a fear of an early death. Apparently, sometime during his military career, he had been stationed in Greece, and it was there he had a truly bizarre experience. According to Arnold, he was bitten by a vampire. For whatever reason, Arnold figured that the only way to be free of the curse of this bite was to eat the earth of the vampire's grave and smear himself with the vampire's blood. Now, sometime after Arnold confessed this strange story to his wife, tragedy would strike. As Arnold was working on the farm, he fell from a great height and was knocked unconscious, although some sources say he fell from a wagon. He was taken back to his home, where he laid for a few days, but he must have sustained severe internal injuries, because days later, he died and was buried. But it would be a month after this story that it would get truly bizarre, because, according to some citizens, they would see Arnold, with even some claims of him being in their home. At first, the reports didn't get paid attention to that much, but it would be several weeks later that these people that Arnold had visited began to turn up dead for inexplicable reasons. In fact, Arnold was directly blamed for 4 killings in the area. Some people began to panic, and local citizens went and dug up his corpse to examine it, exactly 40 days after he had been buried, and they discovered something that scared them pretty bad. Arnold was, quote, quite complete and undecayed, and that fresh blood had flowed from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, that the shirt, the covering, and the coffin were completely bloody, that the old nails on his hands and feet, along with the skin, had fallen off, and the new ones had grown, end quote. Since they now believed he was a vampire, the only thing they could do was drive a stake through his heart, and Arnold gave an audible groan and bled profusely. His body was then burned. That should have been the end of the story, but 4 years later, in 1731, 17 people mysteriously fell ill and died, all within a short few weeks. Reports vary on what exactly happened, but we do know the victims were from 10 years old to 70, and after getting sick, they would have a stabbing sensation in their sides, along with chest pain, fever, and their limbs would jerk around involuntarily. One of the victims, a girl named Stanoska, got really sick and woke up screaming that someone had came to her bed and tried to strangle her. The someone was a boy that had mysteriously died weeks before. As you may have guessed it, everyone was terrified, and they eventually reported it to the Austrian military commander in charge of the area, and he logically thought this could be an epidemic, and he sent for someone well versed in infectious diseases, the Imperial Contagions Medicus Glaser, who was actually stationed fairly close. He would come to investigate, but couldn't find any signs of a disease, and instead blamed it on malnutrition. The villagers, though, disputed this, and they began planning to leave the village altogether if the authorities didn't take care of the vampire problem. The doctor begrudgingly agreed and exhumed some of the bodies, but he would end up being shocked because while some of the recent burials had naturally started the decomposition process, there were others that had been buried long before these that had not begun the decomposition process, and they also had blood in and around their mouths. Because of this, the doctor requested that the military actually execute these vampires. Now the story was taking a hold across the country, and in response, the emperor sent a regimental field surgeon named Johannes Fluckinger, along with a few other men, to investigate. And just as he arrived, 2 more people died, prompting the villagers to dig up some earlier deceased victims, which revealed they had fresh blood in their organs. By this point, the villagers had made a crucial discovery. They realized that the first victims all had one thing in common: Arnold Palais. According to the story, in addition to Arnold killing 4 men, he had killed a few sheep, and some of the villagers didn't want that good meat to go to waste, so they would eat it. In fact, one of the women, owing to superstition, smeared herself with Arnold's blood, and she was actually the first one to die. Now strangely, this is where it all gets crazy. Fluckinger had seen enough, and he ordered everyone recently deceased to be dug up. It was 40 bodies in total, and 17 of these were in a preserved state similar to how Arnold's was. These 17 were staked, beheaded, and burned. All of a sudden, the mysterious deaths stopped. So what the heck happened in this one? Well, it's kind of multi-layered. First of all, the post-mortem changes to the body simply weren't understood at the time, and some of this stuff they seen was easily explained by modern science. However, it could also be that Serbia's extreme low temperatures in the winter could slow down composition, which again could make the medieval mind believe that the person was a vampire. As far as to why so many people in that small area died so quickly, one of the main theories was rabies. This area was surrounded by wildlife of all kinds: bears, wolves, bats, and in this area specifically, in the 1720s, rabies epidemics were not that uncommon. It would also explain the so-called attacks on livestock and people. Actually, some scholars believe that rabies is the root of vampire myths altogether. It's also possible that the meat supply in this area become tainted with some kind of disease, which explains why everyone that ate from those sheep died, not because Arnold had killed them, but because the animal died of some kind of disease. And of course, it's just possible that this town had suffered some kind of epidemic that left one in a deep coma, and these people were buried alive, which caused sounds to come from their grave, and could have caused the blood found on the hands from where they were trying to dig themselves out. August 30th, 1902, a woman from New York City named Ada Seaman Bates was out of town visiting her mother when the mail arrived, and her mother would give her a letter that had been sent from her husband, a Dr. William Horatio Bates. And I guess I should point out here that Dr. Bates was a very wealthy and very influential ophthalmologist, and along with his wife, They were one of New York's early power couples, as they were important to the city in the early 20th century. So it was somewhat of a surprise for Ada to receive this letter because it was a very curious one. It read, "My dear wife, I am called out of town to some major operations. I go with Dr. Forsch, an old student, to a mastoid, some cataracts, and other operations. He promises me a bonanza. Too bad to miss the horse show, but I am glad to get so much money for us all. I am in such a flurry. Do not worry. I will write details later. Yours lovingly, Willie." The note left Ada feeling perplexed. First of all, they were already wealthy, so why was he getting so excited about this opportunity? Second of all, why the rush? But maybe the most confusing part, and the reason it's a mystery to this day, after receiving this letter, Dr. Bates vanished. It was actually several days later, when he hadn't returned, that Ada realized something was up, and she soon began to contact family and friends in both the US and Europe. She would also request the help from the local Masonic Society, since Dr. Bates was a Freemason. They would help get his picture sent across the world, and thankfully, Ada would eventually get a tip. A letter showed up from Britain, which claimed that a man looking like Dr. Bates was working as a medical assistant at Charing Cross Hospital in London, and strangely, it was after he had been first admitted there as a patient. Now, these witnesses that saw him were actually friends of Dr. Bates, and they told Ada he looked haggard, thin, and his eyes were deeply sunken. Ada would immediately board a ship and head to England. The excitement built as she hurriedly tried to reach the hospital where he worked, hoping he would still be there. And luckily for her, she walked in and found Dr. Bates. However, there was an issue. When she approached him, he did not recognize her. He would even tell her, "I don't know why you bother, madam. We are strangers." She kept trying to convince him to go with her to the hotel so he could rest and recover, which he was finally able to do. And it was here that he sort of began to recall some memories, like leaving New York, boarding a ship, intending to do an operation on someone with a brain abscess. Mrs. Bates, for her part, stayed in London as long as possible, hoping that Dr. Bates would recover, as some more memories began to come back to him. However, about 2 days later, Dr. Bates stood up and walked out of the room when Ada was not around, and he walked off into the busy London streets and vanished again. None of this made sense, because Bates was at the top of his career, and he was well respected, not someone that would typically run away from their life. But that's seemingly what happened. Ada would continue to search, though, for years and years, both in Europe and the eastern coast of America. She would pass away in 1907, reportedly while still clutching the picture of her husband, Dr. Bates. And if that was the end of the story, that would be strange enough on its own. But it gets stranger, because 3 years later in 1910, a man named Dr. J.E. Kelly, an old friend of Dr. Bates from New York, just happened to be going through the town of Grand Forks, North Dakota, when he was suddenly hit with a pleasant surprise. There he found a small eye care practice in town, and its doctor was William Horatio Bates. Dr. Kelly would approach him, and the two men struck up a conversation, but Bates could not remember any details from his life in New York, which included the times that he hung out with his friend, Dr. Kelly. Despite this, he was able to convince him to go back home, and it's here that the two would open a practice together, and he would live with Dr. Kelly for a while. Even though being back in New York, he would not remember much about it, and he wasn't exactly sure what he'd done in Europe for those years. One friend would even note that it seemed like a chunk of his mind had been removed. Bates eventually left the practice and began working at a hospital. He even remarried and lived a normal life again, and everything would be okay, except the story would take another interesting turn. See, Bates at one time was one of the best eye doctors in the country, so it was strange that 7 years after he returned to New York, he came up with something pretty wacky. It was called the Bates System of Eye Exercises. He would appear in a magazine called Physical Culture, which even at the time was known to be ran by a grifter named Bernard McFadden, who promoted various elixirs and quack medical advice like a grape diet that would heal cancer. The fact that Bates agreed to be published in this magazine alone tarnished his legacy. However, His article in the magazine caused its subscriptions to skyrocket, which convinced Bates he should write his own book based on these theories, called The Cure of Imperfect Eyesight by Treatment Without Glasses. In this book, which is full of misinformation and weird photos, Bates claimed that vision problems were almost always caused by eye strain and tension, and it could be cured by performing a few exercises, like swinging your eyes back and forth from object to object, covering one's eyes with their palms, doing mental relaxation, and most crazily of all, exposing your eyes to direct sunlight. Because of this, Bates would get nailed by the FTC for making false claims, but it didn't matter because he would continue to grow, with many people thinking he was exposing some secret techniques that were hidden by the medical establishment. Despite all of this, our mystery remains. What actually happened to Dr. Bates in that disappearance? Today, the overwhelming theory is psychogenic amnesia. It's what caused the sudden travel, loss of memory, and identity. It's why he wandered around Europe and the US looking to start a new life, and most importantly, it's why he didn't recognize his wife. It's also possible he had some kind of brain disorder, maybe an infection, or a head injury which caused confusion, memory loss, and his general weird behavior. Remember, he was originally admitted as a patient to that hospital in London. Finally, there is the possibility that it was all intentional. Maybe Bates used his wealth to go abroad and start a new life, and when he got caught up to, he simply pretended to have amnesia. Maybe he was bored of his practice, or was just unhappy in his marriage. July 25th, 1977, Lawndale, Illinois. A 10-year-old boy named Marlon Lowe was outside playing with other kids after enjoying a family cookout earlier in the evening. It was about 8 p.m., not quite dark yet, when all of a sudden, Marlon's mother, Ruth, heard an awful scream. A scream she knew to be her son. She quickly ran outside to see what was going on, and she could not believe her eyes. Her son was running from what appeared to be two massive birds, flying in a wingtip to wingtip formation, picking and clawing at his shoulders. The larger bird would even sink his claws into his shirt and began lifting the nearly 56-pound boy off the ground. Luckily, Ruth went into full mom mode and began attacking the bird, causing it to let go of Marlon after carrying him about 35 feet. The two birds then flew off into the night, and while the thing sounds completely made up, it happened and was quite scary. Actually, it terrified Ruth enough to convince her to go to the police and let them know, in hopes they could spread the word to other parents just to be safe. However, the police laughed at her and basically kinda insinuated she made up the whole account. Regardless, they took her statement, and it's there she would give them a good description of the flying creature. She would write, "It had a white ring around its half-foot long neck. The rest of the body was very black. The bird's bill was 6 inches in length and hooked at the end. The claws on the feet were arranged with 3 front, 1 in the back. Each wing, less the body, was 4 feet at the very least. The entire length of the bird's body, from beak to tail feather, was approximately 4 1/2 feet. Obviously, the account by this point had started to spread around the small town, and it was soon picked up by the local newspaper. And as you can imagine, most of the town did not take it seriously. In fact, Marlon soon would become the joke of many students at school, earning the nickname Bird Boy, along with him having dead pigeons tossed onto the family porch. But what kind of bird was this exactly? I mean, it had to be pretty big to pack off a boy that size, and that, of course, takes us to the legendary cryptid known as the Thunderbird, the animal who traces its origin back to the original Native American tribes, especially Cahokia, whose vast tribe network near the Mississippi River and whose central location was only about 130 miles away from where this incident occurred. The earliest European explorers to the region would note that many cliff drawings documented the Thunderbird, although the Cahokia would later describe the creature as being more bird-like. Its earliest tellings claimed it was a hybrid-like reptile, which might be why some people claim this creature was a pterodactyl. Yup, in some cryptid theories, there is the belief that a tiny pterodactyl population survived and are spotted occasionally. although I have to point out, some people view the thunderbird and pterodactyl as the same exact creature. In either case, Marlin's encounter wasn't the only one in the region. In fact, days after the account, several witnesses would come forward to newspapers around the state to report their own sightings. Some included birds that would fly off with farm animals like a pig. Yet, considering they came after Marlin's account, they were viewed with skepticism. Although, 3 days before Marlin's story, one farmer had done an interview with a paper where he documented seeing a bird larger than a turkey with about a 4-foot wingspan and dull gray feathers and a white neck, small beak, and a crest of feathers on its head. And if you want to go even further back, there was an incident in the 1940s in a town called Alton, about 130 miles away. An army colonel named Walter Sigmund reported seeing a bird of a tremendous size. So big at first, he thought it was a glider or an airplane. A few days later, several people claimed to have seen it, along with some smaller ones. Even flight instructors at a local airport stated that the largest bird of the group cast a shadow about the size of a small airplane, which goes along with the several other witnesses who estimated the birds were about the size of a small aircraft. Yet, they disappeared and were never seen again until Marlin's encounter. But if we leave the cryptid theories behind, what are the more plausible ones? Well, there is the possibility of it being a turkey vulture, which is nowhere as big. But, with his mother Ruth panicking, could she have simply over-exaggerated the size? But, that does leave the issue that vultures rarely attack live prey. There's also the rather small possibility that it could have been a condor whose wingspans can be bigger than 10 feet. Yet, the issue there is, these creatures are endangered and they live on the west coast, although it is possible someone was keeping one as an exotic pet, and it just happened to escape, or was released. October 1979, Dover, England. 4 friends, Lynn and Cynthia Gibbsby, along with Jeff and Pauline Simpson, would leave their homes, excited about a road trip that the 2 couples had been planning for the end of the summer. They would eventually make their way to the coast, where they would take a ferry across the English Channel, where they intended to spend the next 2 weeks driving through the countryside of France and northern Spain. The trip went well, with nothing out of the ordinary occurring, and on October 3rd, as they drove along the freeway north of Montélimar, France, they began looking for a place to crash for the night. Before long, they would pass a motel that looked ideal. However, this would not end up being the case, because when they entered the lobby, they would meet the clerk, a man wearing a dark purple, odd uniform, who informed them there were no open rooms. He did, though, provide them with a good alternative. He told them if they got back on the highway and looked for this one certain exit to get off of, they would find a small hotel on that road that was sure to have some empty rooms. So the 4 piled back up into their vehicle and jumped on the freeway. And sure enough, just a little drive and they seen the exit, and they took it. As they pulled off, they would see an area lined with old buildings, many of which were plastered with posters advertising for a curiously old-looking circus. That's when they noticed the road, too, looked very old. It was cobbled and narrow, and was clearly not built for automobile travel. They found it strange, but didn't really give it a lot of thought, and kept driving along. And soon, they found a building that at least looked like it was occupied. They got out and started walking into the brightly lit building, and passed some men standing outside as they walked in the door. Inside, they found a clerk who told them this was not a hotel, instead, a small inn. So seeing they had not found this hotel that the man had told them about, they walked back outside and continued to walk around the small town. Soon, they ran into 2 other buildings, one that was a police station, and the other which said hotel. It was also an unusual, old-looking building with 2 stories, but the tired couples didn't care and walked in to find out there were rooms available. Unfortunately, there was a language barrier, as the clerk only spoke French, and the travelers only spoke English. After a long back and forth, the 2 couples were able to successfully book a room for the night. But as they began to bring in their bags, they would start to notice that the inside of the hotel looked even older than the outside, and in addition, the whole thing was made of an old-looking, heavy wood. including the dining room tables, which had no tablecloths. The bewildered couples continued to look around and noticed this wasn't the only odd thing. In fact, they didn't even see a telephone, nor was there an elevator to connect the two floors. The rooms themselves also seemed really old. The beds were large and had heavy bolsters instead of pillows. The doors, too, had wooden catches in place of locks, while the windows did not have glass and instead were covered by wooden shutters, while the bathroom was described as having vintage plumbing. But the tired couples did not care, as the room was at least clean and comfortable, so they decided to make the best of it. After unpacking, they went to the dining room where they were served a simple meal of eggs, steak, and potatoes, which they washed down with a lager. They then went back to their rooms where they had a night of good uninterrupted sleep. The next morning, the two couples got together for breakfast, this time being served bread, jam, and a thick, strong coffee, which they found almost undrinkable. And it was here that they continued to notice more strange things, mainly the people, like the woman who sat across from them wearing a silk evening gown and carrying a small dog under her arm, or the two officers wearing uniforms like they had never seen in France. The people's fashion also looked dated, like very dated, from centuries ago. Because of all this weirdness, the travelers decided they would need a photo, so Pauline would stand next to the wooden shuttered windows while Jeff took her picture. Meanwhile, Cynthia would stand inside the hotel while Lynn snapped her photo. Finally, Lynn would get one photo of the hotel itself. Lynn and Jeff would then walk over to the officers and ask for directions to the Spanish border. The policemen were very confused, and they just kind of shrugged their shoulders like they had no idea what the Englishmen were talking about. So again, a long broken conversation would take place until finally the officers understood they were asking about which road they should take to Spain, which they happily directed them to. The problem was, Jeff, at this point, knew enough of the local area to realize that the instructions the officers had given them sent them the longest possible route to get to their destination, which he probably attributed to the translation issues. So instead, the couples decided to backtrack the way they had came in and get back on the freeway. They packed their bags and went to speak to the hotel clerk, who charged them the equivalent of $3 in 1979. The confused travelers looked at each other, certain that this again was a translation issue. So Lynn would try to convey he needed the bill for all 4 people, not just himself. But the clerk just continued to nod yes. So Lynn walked over to the officers to try and explain, hoping they would understand. They too just looked at him and smiled and said yes, yes, correct amount. So the confused but happy couples got back on the road of this seemingly dead town with no traffic and hit the freeway, where they eventually found their way to Spain, spending about 2 weeks there. On the way back, they decided to stop at this same hotel, since you couldn't beat the price, and the whole retro gimmick was pretty neat. So they jumped off the freeway and made their way down the cobbled road, passing those same buildings with the flyers that promoted the circus. As they got down to their destination, they were stunned to see the hotel was gone. They would drive up and down the cobbled road several times, but no matter where they looked, they could not see the hotel, nor the place where it could have conceivably been torn down. They soon reasoned that the hotel couldn't have held out with the low prices they charged and was probably forced to close, although Jeff pointed out he thought it was odd that there wasn't any remnants left. They thought it was strange, but decided to stop at the motel up the freeway to go see the clerk that had originally suggested the place to them. And this would make it even more bizarre, because that clerk would tell them he had never heard of such a hotel, and he definitely had never heard of a hotel service which made their clerks wear dark purple uniforms. The couples were very confused, but tired, and needed to find a place to bed for the night, which they did, and they would soon arrive back home after their trip wrapped up. They were all curious about the weird hotel experience, and couldn't explain it, but they knew once they got their photos developed and returned, they would probably have an answer. And here's where it would get interesting, because when these photos returned, the 4 would dig through them to find the snapshots at the hotel were not there. Even crazier, each roll of film had the proper amount of photographs, and the negatives of those snapshots had also disappeared. The Gibbsbys and Simpsons had no idea what to believe anymore, and they decided they should not tell anyone outside their family and close friends, due to the fact that people would think they're crazy. One of the few people they did tell, though, was a friend of Lynn's, who was an amateur fashion historian. Going by the description given to him of the uniforms that the officers were wearing at that hotel, the friend was able to discern that these were very early 1900s French police, while another close friend would suggest that that hotel may have existed a long time ago, yet had been gone for decades, and that the four had experienced a time slip. The Gibbsbys thought there might be something to that theory, and they were open to sharing their experience in hopes of getting more research done, while the Simpsons preferred to stay out of the limelight, and they tried to forget the whole affair. But it was too late, because soon the story had reached a reporter from a local paper who published the story, making it famous locally. But it was 2 years later, when it appeared in the Unexplained magazine, that it became nationally famous, and then soon, world famous. And to this day, this case is one of the most interesting in the study of time slips. But what to make of it? Well, for one, isn't it a bit odd that so much was made about the officers' old clothing, along with the hotel staff, yet these people they met did not think the four travelers' clothing were odd, even though they were from the 1970s. Likewise, why did they not find their money strange? Or, taking it a step further, why did the fact that they were driving a 1970s automobile at least not make them a little bit curious? It's because of this that most skeptics believe the Gibbsbys and the Simpsons probably just had false memories of the whole affair. They were tired travelers who were dealing with a language barrier which no doubt stressed them out more, and it's possible several memories of the whole trip just blended together. The second most likely theory is it was a straight up hoax. One or more of the four made up the entire thing, maybe for attention or book sales. That might also explain why it was only the Gibbsbys who pushed the narrative along, while the Simpsons did not want anything to do with it. Finally, maybe it really was a time slip. Sunday, April 2nd, 1978, Belle Island, Newfoundland. It was a quiet morning in this sparsely populated area, one that typically sees many families going to and from church. But what started off as a quiet and peaceful morning would soon change in a huge way, because it was around 11 a.m. when something totally unexpected happened. A tremendous boom ripped through the air, and this was not an ordinary explosion. The shock waves alone caused houses to rattle, and it was heard from over 60 miles away. It was even strong enough that it knocked people to the ground. The epicenter seemed to come from the southern part of the island, and this was deduced from the simple fact that there was physical evidence left behind, like one farmer, a man named Jim Bickford, who reported that the explosion sounded like a shotgun blast, and it also caused a fuse to shoot 20 feet out of the home's fuse box, which was then followed by a streak of blue flame. Even worse was the shed attached to the barn had been blown off the foundation, killing all of the chickens, and a short distance away, he found 3 craters about 2 feet deep and 3 feet wide, as if someone had thrown bombs into the ground. But it wasn't just Jim's home. Other homes experienced similar issues after the boom, like lights flicking on by themselves or wiring being scorched. There were even appliances and TVs that were destroyed, along with power lines being melted. But it wasn't just the noise that everyone reported. Some witnesses seen something even more bizarre. They would report after the rumbling noise, they seen a big ball of fire, while other witnesses claimed a beam of light pierced the sky. One local kid, named Darren Bickford, had been outside on his bicycle when the commotion occurred, and he reported that 2 balls of light appeared, hovering off the ground, and in the center were colors of blue, which were surrounded by orange and yellow, and it only remained there for about 5 seconds before it vanished. But it wasn't just detected in this region either, or in Canada. In fact, it was so powerful that American satellites built to detect nuclear blast picked up the explosion. Soon, authorities were in the area to try and assess what had happened. Was it an earthquake? A meteor? Well, in the time since it's occurred, there have been numerous theories and debates. One of the first put forward was something called a superbolt, an extremely powerful type of lightning that occurs only once every 2 million lightning strikes, and usually happens high in the atmosphere or above the ocean. In fact, 2 scientists at the Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory would come forward and state, using the data from the satellites and investigating the site themselves, they believed it had been a superbolt. Yet, many did not believe that, and this is where the more bizarre theories come in. Some did stick to the lightning route, claiming that it was not a superbolt, but instead, ball lightning, something even more rare than a superbolt. Others contended that it might have been a rock slide or collapse that happened on the northern part of the island, breaking away into the ocean, while others contended it was a sonic boom from an aircraft. In fact, Jimmy Carter would order investigations which found there were sonic boom reflections. Some suggested, though, that it could be a meteor or perhaps an oil rig exploding off the coast. Some looked at the Cold War, though, and wondered if this was a secret weapons test, maybe an EMP, citing US involvement, or possibly even Russia. And of course, we can't forget, some people thought it was the result of a UFO. In the early morning hours of March 4th, 1994, around 4 a.m., a newspaper delivery man was making his normal route in Vancouver when he noticed something eerie as he seen smoke bellowing from an apartment building, and the fire seemed to be burning in one room specifically. He quickly ran to the nearest payphone where he dialed 911. The fire department, of course, responded and made its way to the neighborhood where the fire was, and made their way into the apartment and then upstairs where they found the room burning. They would bust the door down, and the fire, while a bit threatening, was put out fairly easily, and the firefighters would begin to search the rooms looking for survivors, and unfortunately, they would not find any, instead making the disturbing discovery of a 28-year-old woman who seemed to succumb to smoke inhalation. That is, until the firemen moved in closer. That's when they would discover that it wasn't a terrible accident, but instead a murder scene, and the fire had been started to cover up the crime. The victim's name was Jillian Fuller. Detectives were soon dispatched and began looking over the scene. She was left nude, and although there has never been an official cause of death released by law enforcement, she was described as being assaulted, and they do not clarify if that includes in a sexual way. Likewise, neighbors who reportedly also seen the room claim to have spotted blood, although Jillian's death certificate lists strangulation as the cause of death. But how did Jillian come to meet this fate, and who was responsible? Interestingly, she had been the stereotypical girl growing up. You may even say she was one of the popular kids. She was the daughter of a lawyer and doctor, and had actually been a very competitive outdoor speed skater and runner, one of the top ones in the entire country. But in her 20s, things began to change. Jillian seemed aimless, and would eventually end up living off government assistance, and soon began a battle with alcoholism, and she would even gain a reputation for being a loner, although that was not completely true, because she did hang out with some people, some who were described as questionable characters. In fact, she had been assaulted twice in recent months by men she had been drinking with, and she had actually been engaged to a man with a lengthy criminal record before breaking it off. But were any of these people responsible? Well, before we get to that, let's take a look at that night itself. It started somewhere around the midnight hours when she found herself at a local pub, the one she visited often, and around 1 a.m., witnesses placed her talking to a man that was described as having an olive complexion, with dark eyes and eyebrows, and dark curly hair. He too was about 28 or 29 years old, and about 6 foot in height. After about 10 minutes of talking, the two got up and left. Now, detectives were firm in stating they were not claiming he was a suspect, but he could be. He was at the very least a person of interest. Based on several witnesses that seen him, a sketch was soon created, which showed a very unique looking man, which was made all the more odd that, in the 3 decades plus, he has never been identified. And that brings us back to the other possible suspects, the sketchy friends that she hung out with, the 2 men she had previously been assaulted by, and her ex-fiancé. Well, investigators were able to rule out the men connected with the previous assaults. However, her ex, along with some of these questionable friends, and this one man at the bar, are all still considered possible suspects. See, the problem is, this is a case where there are too many possibilities versus not having any suspects at all. But one thing police did bank on, though, was Jillian knew her killer. They based that on the fact that there were no signs of forced entry. Whoever had came in had most likely been invited in by Jillian. Now I know some of you may be listening and thinking, yeah, this is a sad story, but it's not really a mystery. She was running around with the wrong crowd, as indicated by the 2 previous assaults, and she just ended up meeting the wrong guy, and it led to her demise. But here's where the very weird and creepy part of this mystery comes in. See, the case would go cold with no big breaks in evidence, and with no key witnesses coming forward, so the case was put on the back burner, that is, for 8 months at least, when police would get a very strange lead. A letter came into the Vancouver Police Department with a tip. It read, "Dear Sir, I am writing about the murder of Jillian Fuller on March 4th, 1993, for which there has not been an arrest. To say that, if you have not already done so, you should consider, name redacted. While I would like to think that if I gave my name, you would hold it in confidence, I hope you will not discount the information or ideas in this letter because I write anonymously." Now I have to note here, the vast majority of this letter the Vancouver Police Department has kept secret. Even after all these years, this is the only paragraph that has not been redacted, and at least one source has leaked that part that's missing describes this key suspect, and possibly the crime itself. But the strange part of this letter is where it came from. It came in an envelope that did not have a postal code or street address, yet left one pertinent clue. It was postmarked as coming from Washington, D.C. Even stranger, it was postmarked on November 15th, just a few days before it came into the Vancouver Police Department. Now why is this a big deal? You have to go back to the time period itself, 1993. This was a time well before the vast majority of people had internet connections in the home. At the beginning of the year, there wasn't even more than 100 websites, although it was growing quick and would elapse 600 by the end of the year. Still, for the average Canadian, the internet was something a few people only had access to. But why is that important? Well, for one key reason that you might not see right away. That is, how the heck did this anonymous letter writer know who the suspect was and all the details of the case if he was not the suspect himself? The internet was still in its infancy, and there were not numerous websites which discussed cases or the details. Even today, there's not a lot of info about Jillian's case online, so there almost certainly wasn't any in 1993. Which brings us back to the next point. This wasn't a story which grabbed headlines in the US. Actually, it wasn't even a nationally followed story in Canada. It was more regional, or heck, maybe even just local, meaning this person would have had to have been in Vancouver and just by chance hear a program discussing it in detail, which is unlikely since there's no indication that it was even being discussed on TV 8 months after, and more than likely, it was not being discussed in the papers either. And even if it was, it would have had to have been in November, cause keep in mind, in the letter that was postmarked November 15th, he notes that he knows the suspect hasn't been arrested yet. But couldn't it be a hoax? Well, about that, why would the police redact the bulk of the letter if they felt it was not a legit one? Actually, if they believed it was a hoax, why disclose it to the public at all? That would just muddy up the leads. No, this letter was almost certainly from the killer himself, or someone that was told about it, which leads to the next question. The letter seemingly had a lot of details, and even the name of the suspect, so why no arrest? And why did the letter writer not follow up? Or if he was the suspect, is he still out there, maybe living in Washington, D.C., and has killed again? March 17th, 1995, Pickering, Ontario. A group of 6 teenage boys, 17-year-old Jay Boyle, 18-year-old Chad Smith, 17-year-old Robbie Rumbolt, 17-year-old Michael Cummings, 16-year-old Danny Higgins, and 17-year-old Jamie Lefebvre would go to a party in a neighborhood where teens, like a lot their age, would start drinking. After hanging out at the party a while, they would leave and begin walking back through the neighborhood, and what would occur within the next few hours has led to decades of disagreements on what really happened that fateful night. What we do know is about 3:30 a.m., 2 different girls who said they were the girlfriends of 2 of the boys and had went to the party with them called the police to report all of the boys had vanished. Now the officer that ended up taking the call was a man named James Gillum, who worked for the Durham Regional Police Service. He first asked the young girls to get a hold of the boys' mothers so they could file an official report. And since the girls had no idea where the boys had went to, or where they were last seen, the officer could not do much since he had no general area to search. And while all of this is understandable, the officer would then get off the phone and tag the report as false, citing that no one was really in danger and he was done with it. Now why he did this is something we will come back to later. However, a day and a half later, the Durham police, along with the Coast Guard and Toronto Marine Unit, would begin searching. They were joined by aircraft and helicopters from a local air and sea rescue, as well as hundreds of volunteers who helped search, but yet, not one body or piece of clothing was found. Now we all know the disappearance of 6 people at once is very rare, but it's not unusual when a large body of water like Lake Ontario is nearby, and the police actually had some info that kinda pointed to that. In fact, the morning the boys went missing, police would receive a call that 2 boats were missing. One of these was a 13-foot imitation Boston whaler and a 3-wheeled paddle boat. As detectives went out to investigate the missing boats, they would soon find security video of 3 of the boys walking around the marina. So now the police, although they still didn't have much to go on, stated that the case was basically solved. Their conclusion was the 6 drunk youths broke into a building at this marina, stole 2 boats, took a ride out onto the lake, and met their demise due to an accident enabled by alcohol. And you have to admit, that's not a bad theory. And I just have to note here as well, now that detectives knew the boats were missing, and the police had came up with the theory that the boys had stole it, well now the officer who had taken the original call and wrote down that the girls were lying and that the boys were safe, yeah, now he decided to file his report, almost a week after the girls had called it in. But there were other inconsistencies. For one, why is it that only 3 of the boys appear in the video? Secondly, it doesn't actually show them stealing anything. In fact, it doesn't even show them breaking in. And it was actually when the families of the boys asked to watch the video that the 3 teens, Jamie, Robbie, and Michael, were identified. But what makes it strange is when they asked to watch the video again, the police denied their request. The families would have to basically make the equivalent of a FOIA request to be able to watch the video again, along with 16 other hours that it recorded. It was only then that they discovered that the other 3 boys never make an appearance in the area. Not only that, the 3 boys who do show up make their appearance at 1:48 a.m. and then just minutes later, at 2:10 a.m., 2 females and 1 male would enter the frame. It's then that this unidentified male suddenly moves ahead, turns back to the girls, and points to something in the distance. These 3 people have never been identified, and nobody knows what they were doing there, nor what it was he seen or heard in the distance. The parents were not happy because in the official file on this case, they completely left that part out. And if not for the request made by the parents, the public would not even know about it. But it gets worse, because at 2:21 a.m., just 2 minutes after these people are recorded, the main security camera, the one that has the best view and gets the most important footage on the dock, just goes off. And it's never been established if someone turned it off on purpose or if the camera failed. There's also some evidence to suggest that the police had a strained relationship with one or more of the boys. Although it's not officially stated which one, it's most likely Jay Boyle, who had been arrested and done time previously for an assault charge, as well as he was still facing more assault and weapons charges. So with these charges, detectives also believe Jay was the type of person who would be capable of breaking and entering and stealing, which led investigators to just quickly close the case, citing the boys went on a drunk joyride that cost them their lives. Of course, Jay's family and friends stayed in spite of the assault charges. He was not one to steal, but we all know that friends and family can be biased, and to the detectives' credit, they did find local residents who all heard the sound of a motorboat the night they disappeared. However, there's still the issue that if they did drown, there's been very little in the way of proof that they did. In fact, 3 years after the incident, human remains and red jeans were found near Niagara River. This was important because this is the exact color jeans Jay was wearing that night. However, DNA test would eventually rule out the possibility that it was him. Other than that, the only evidence ever found was a gas tank that washed up near Wilson, New York, some 2 hours away. That tank was later thought to have come from the stolen boat, although that wasn't conclusive either. Now, the reason we even know any of this is because of FOIA request made by the parents and the work of a recently deceased private investigator named Bruce Ricketts, who also wrote a book about the strange case. He is the one that uncovered the sketchy things we went over, like the slow law enforcement reaction, the officer writing off the initial reports as being nothing, the strained relationship between one of the boys and law enforcement. It's him that tracked the case for years and really brought out a lot of info. He always speculated there was a drug connection related to the incident, citing the drug smuggling that went on between Durham and New York. Another odd thing about this whole case is the boat itself. That Boston whaler, or the replica, is a boat that supposedly is almost impossible to sink or capsize. They are often called unsinkable, as they will remain above water even if swamped or overturned. Although, if they had taken a steep turn, it could have tossed all the boys out, who then drowned or succumbed to hypothermia. But the fact the boat was never found is very odd. However, the police still to this day cite the simplest answer is the most likely. 6 drunk teenagers going on a joyride and had an accident in the lake and drowned. And as far as the other 3 boys never appearing on camera, they probably waited somewhere else for the others to break in. It was the early morning of October 12, 2000, Baytown, Texas, when 48-year-old Mary Henderson Morris would leave her ranch, get in her vehicle, and head to her job at a bank in Houston. But she would never make it, and later that day, an ATV rider came across her burnout car on a remote road, and inside the vehicle was the charred remains of Mary's body. The fire had been so intense that investigators could not determine the exact cause of death, but strangely, her purse and wedding ring were missing, although other pieces of melted jewelry were still on her body, which made robbery seem unlikely. Detectives began to dive into her life, going over the obvious things, like, did she have any enemies? Had she been threatened? Well, investigators couldn't find anything like that. In fact, they couldn't find a motive at all. She was described as a friendly woman with a stable life, and detectives were quickly able to rule out her husband, along with her ex-husband, who are often the obvious suspects. But here's where things get crazy. Not long after that, a Houston newspaper would receive an anonymous call, one in which the caller said, quote, "They got the wrong Mary Morris the first time." At the time, no one could say exactly what that meant, or whether it meant anything at all, and it was pretty much just ignored, which may have been a mistake, because 3 days later, on October 15th, 2000, another Mary Morris would vanish and meet a violent end. See, this Mary Morris, or including her maiden name, Mary McGinnis Morris, just so we can separate the two, was 39 years old and worked as a medical director and nurse practitioner in the Houston area. And on that afternoon, at 5:34 p.m., she would call her friend from her cell phone to say that she was out running errands. And while she was out, she told her friend of an eerie encounter. Apparently, she had been at a drugstore and saw someone who, quote, gave her the creeps. Yet, she told her friend she was going back to the clinic to log out of her computer and then go home. 12 minutes later, at 5:47 p.m., she would call 911, and the contents of that call have never been released publicly. Yet, police say it is chilling. What we do know is Mary was found dead the next morning in her vehicle on a remote county road. She had been beaten and shot in the head. The passenger side door was open, and blood was found on that side of the car, while her keys lay outside. Her clothing had also been torn, her wrists were bruised, and there was evidence she may have been gagged. The scene suggested a violent struggle. It seemed like someone had tried to give the appearance that Mary had ended her own life, but investigators quickly determined that is not what had happened. The details surrounding her life added even more weight to the case. She had been having trouble with a co-worker named Dwayne Young. For example, on October 12th, Mary found that items in her desk office had been rearranged, and she saw the words, quote, "Death to her," written on a calendar on Dwayne's desk. She became frightened enough that she started carrying a gun for protection, and according to reports, she asked her husband, Mike Morris, to show her how to use it, and she would place it under the driver's seat of her car, and that same gun would be later identified as the murder weapon. But this would lead to issues for Mike, because he and Mary had reportedly been dealing with serious marital problems. He had accused her of having an affair with a family friend, whom both denied it. He also had a $700,000 life insurance policy on Mary. Not to mention, after her death, he refused to take a polygraph and would not allow police to interview their teenage daughter, Katie, without an attorney present. Although, I do have to point out here, that does not mean one is guilty. He did provide an alibi, saying that he and Katie were at the movies around the time that Mary had died. One detail in particular kept drawing detectives' attention though. About 2 hours after Mary had made the 911 call, Mike made a 4-minute call to her cell phone. He said he had called and let it ring, hoping she would answer, and phone records showed the call was completed, which meant someone would have had to answer it on the other end. But Mike would claim that it had to be a phone company glitch. Then came another strange detail. Months later, a family friend would notice that Katie Morris, the daughter, was wearing Mary's missing ring, but Mike would say that he had found the ring in the house and he simply forgot to tell the police about it. Now let's go back to Mary Henderson Morris's case for a minute. See, her phone card would later turn up in Galveston, about a 55-minute drive away, and it had $2,000 worth of charges on it, and that card had been inside her purse when she was killed. Detectives would actually trace down who had this card, and it might surprise you to find out that it was a teenage girl. See, she had found the card, along with Mary's other belongings, in a purse at a convenience store parking lot, and she basically just took the card and used it, which was dumb, but she was just a teenager, and was definitely not involved, so she was cleared. But the strangest part of all this, when the police showed the purse to Mary's family, yeah, it didn't even belong to her, at least according to them, but her wallet was never found. So, whose purse was this? That is still unknown as well. As time passed, the two cases became more closely tied in the public mind because of the obvious. Same city, same surname, they happened within days of each other, both women found dead in cars, but there were also basic differences that mattered. Mary Henderson Morris lived in Baytown and worked in Houston, while Mary McGinnis Morris lived in Sugar Land and worked in the medical field. They did not know each other, they had different lives, different routines, and different people around them. Still, the shared name kept people coming back to the same question. How could this happen twice in a matter of days? Later interviews and podcast coverage would add more details to the already confusing case. For example, Mary Henderson Morris's daughter, Marilyn, described the day that her mother disappeared. She would state that Jay Morris, who was Mary's husband, called to say that Mary seemed to be missing, and after hearing about the burned car, she and Jay went looking together, and according to Marilyn, Mary's husband, Jay, did not seem to be in a hurry, and when they reached an intersection, she was prepared to go forward to the highway, but instead, Jay steered them in a different direction, down a rural road, and not long after, they come upon the burned car and police, and their fears were confirmed, making it seem like he already knew where the vehicle was, which is a little bit strange, but doesn't automatically mean he was guilty. Marilyn would give other details too, like what happened after the funeral. See, she would call the medical examiner's office to go retrieve her mother's jewelry, and she was told that the body was still there. This was confusing because they had just had the funeral. That's when she realized there was another Mary Morris that had just recently died. That moment of confusion revealed just how easily the two Marys could be mixed up in records and conversation, even though they were two separate people with separate families. So you can kind of see the problems this caused. But now let's jump back to Mary McGinnis Morris. Remember the guy at work that she was afraid of? The man who had wrote "Death to Her" on his office calendar? Dwayne Young? Well, he would speak in later interviews as well, and he said his relationship with Mary McGinnis Morris was not hostile, but friendly. He said they had traveled together for business and that he had left his job when his position came to a natural end. He denied making any threatening notes and denied that there had been a deep conflict between them. After Mary's death, He said he hoped the real killer would be caught so suspicion would be lifted away from him. And we also have to talk about Mary McGinnis's friend too. Remember her friend that she called after she ran into the guy at the drugstore who gave her the creeps? Well, her name was Lori Gemmell. And since she was the last person to speak with Mary before the 911 call, detectives obviously wanted to talk to her more. She would claim Mary was uneasy while she was at that drugstore and said that Mary told her she thought that she had met this guy before through someone at work connected to Dwayne, though she did not know his name. Now here's where this already crazy story takes another bizarre turn. Remember the person that anonymously called the local paper and claimed they got the wrong Mary Morris the first time? Well, that account comes from one person only, Lori. She claimed someone at the Houston Chronicle confirmed to her that a call had came in which stated the wrong Mary was killed. However, when the Houston Chronicle was asked about this by detectives, they claimed they could not verify such a call. I should also clarify here, there are some wrong details about this case that gets posted over and over online. For example, the two killings did not happen down the street from each other. Mary Henderson Morris was found in Baytown, while Mary McGinnis Morris was found in a different part of the Houston area, about 25 miles away. The locations were both within the greater Houston metro area, but they were not next door. However, both scenes did involve remote roads, both women were found in cars, and both women had similar descriptions, and both cases remained unsolved to this day. So this one is pretty crazy and really confusing, but we'll break down the theories into two basic camps. First, we'll start with those who think there was no connection between the cases. In that line of thinking, most today believe that in the murder of Mary McGinnis Morris, her husband seemed to be a little bit sketchy. First, there's the life insurance policy, not to mention the well-known marriage trouble the two had. But he also refused to cooperate with police, which, again I have to point out, does not necessarily make one guilty, but it's just with all the other things added in, it makes it look a little bit suspicious. Especially that strange 4-minute phone call to Mary after she was already dead, and apparently someone did answer it. So who did Mike talk to? Well, he claimed it had to be a glitch by the phone company, something they denied. But it's also that missing ring Mary had that ended up in the possession of her daughter, in which Mike claimed he just randomly came across it in the home, that also looks bad. Of course, it's all circumstantial, and he allegedly had an alibi, but for the people that believe it, they contend Mary Henderson Morris's murder was completely separate. Now for the camp that believe the two cases were connected, they pitch a complex, tragic narrative of a botched hit. According to them, Mary McGinnis Morris, again, was the intended target. This time though, by a hitman who was hired, either by her husband or by Dwayne, that she had issues with at work. This hitman found a Mary Morris who had a similar appearance and similar car, and he made a mistake, a tragic mistake. And it's worth pointing out here, hitmen in real life are nothing like in the movies or video games. They are usually just low-level criminals or acquaintances hired for quick money, and they are not the brightest. So this one is very plausible, but it could also fit because of the so-called source at the paper who told Mary's friend that the wrong one had been killed. Although that begs the question of why a hitman would even call in and say that to begin with. Finally, others think Dwayne was behind Mary McGinnis's murder, while Mary Henderson's murder was not connected. July 2nd, 1938, Rocky Mountain National Park in Colorado. The Billhartz family went camping to celebrate Independence Day weekend. The family included 10 children, and they set up camp roughly a quarter-mile west of a nearby lodge, close to the convergence of the Roaring and Fall Rivers. It would be the following morning the family patriarch, William Harvey Billhartz, decided to walk to a nearby stream and wash up. His 4-year-old son, Alfred Edwin Billhartz, accompanied him, while family friends Orion Bronson and Walter Hanson had also gone upstream to freshen up, about 500 feet away. William and Alfred would finish washing, and William would return to camp, while Alfred walked upstream to follow Orion and Walter once they returned. But when they got back, everyone would make the horrifying discovery that Alfred was missing. He apparently had disappeared between the time William returned and when Oron and Walter had came back. The family immediately sprang into action and began looking for him. There was over a dozen people at the campsite, and they all believed that Alfred could have not gotten far and he would be found soon. Yet, after searching, there was no sign of him. By early afternoon, the family would go to the nearby ranger station and inform the officer there. He would call in members of the Civilian Conservation Corps, a New Deal work relief program. Within 45 minutes, over 100 workers were assisting in the search, and it continued into the following day, Independence Day. By this point, bloodhounds were brought in, and the dogs tracked Alfred's scent for about 500 feet up a hill where they lost a trail at a fork in the path. No footprints were found where the scent had been tracked, however, and strangely, the dogs started to get nervous once the trail ended. Authorities assumed Alfred had fallen into the river, and going on this theory, they decided the following day to build a dam using sandbags, rocks, and logs, diverting the river so they could comb the riverbed with grappling hooks and pikes. Despite this, they found nothing. Not to be deterred, a wire net was also built near the river to catch any evidence floating downstream. But again, no trace of Alfred was discovered. By July 6th, the river search had ended, leaving searchers frustrated. They believed Alfred could not have passed all 5 beaver dams in the river, nor the wire net, without being detected. So they continued to focus on the land, with about 200 searchers, but Alfred was nowhere to be found. That is when things became a little bit strange, because a man named William J. Ills would come forward with some pertinent information. According to him, on the day of the disappearance, around 1 p.m., he and his wife were walking on the nearby river road when they saw a small boy sitting atop a rocky outcrop called the Devil's Nest near the top of Mount Chapin, about 6 miles west of where Alfred had vanished. The child reportedly made a shrill noise before disappearing from sight. They assumed the boy's family was nearby and did not contact authorities immediately. Only after seeing newspaper reports about Alfred did they realize the boy they had seen matched his description. So they returned to the park and alerted rangers, who sent over 150 men to search that area. But again, Alfred was not found. Rangers, though, considered it impossible for a child to actually reach that spot, considering it was about 2,500 to 3,000 feet higher in elevation. So they may have doubted the sighting. By July 8th, the FBI was brought in, and they would perform forensic tests on a soiled bandage that had been discovered in an abandoned cabin within the park. See, Alfred had a blister on his foot when he had disappeared, and his mother had used similar bandage material to treat it. Although the findings from the forensic test were unclear, some suggested the drop bandage indicated an abduction. Around that same time, a Mrs. C.A. Lynch of Big Spring, Nebraska, reported seeing Alfred walking with a mysterious man along a highway between Big Spring and Ogallala, which is about 230 miles away from where Alfred disappeared. She only realized the sighting's significance after seeing his photograph in the newspaper, but if police investigated this, they never released their findings publicly. Over the following days and weeks, searches of Rocky Mountain National Park continued, including nearby rivers, trails, and rugged mountain areas, but Alfred was never found. Despite extensive efforts by the Civilian Conservation Corps, rangers, bloodhounds, and dozens of volunteers, no physical evidence or reliable trace of Alfred was ever discovered, and the case went cold. But months later, on November 27th, Alfred's father, who had already went through a ton of turmoil, along with the family, received a ransom note. It read, quote, "Sorry for your son. We went west out of money. The boy doesn't take to us. We will return your son if you leave $500 in a can 1 block from your house and the note. We will return your son within 24 hours. For context, $500 back then is about $11,500 in today's money. However, authorities quickly determined that the note was likely a hoax, and 2 suspects were investigated, but were never charged, and the kidnapping theory was largely abandoned. This disappearance is one of the most discussed cases that comes from the missing 411 mysteries, mainly because of the weird details which surrounds it, like the bloodhounds losing his scent at a trail fork, and no footprints being left behind, along with sightings which placed him in locations far from when he was last seen, including that treacherous outcrop called the Devil's Nest, which was 6 miles west and thousands of feet higher than that camp they were at, plus that bandage which was found in an abandoned cabin, matching the same one his mother had used. And we obviously can't forget the reports about seeing him walking with a mysterious man all the way in Nebraska. Finally, I have to point out, there are actually 2 variations of this story online. Some sources claim that William left Alfred behind to walk back with the 2 family friends, Oran and Walter, yet those 2 men assumed that Alfred had walked back with William. But there are some sources that claim the family were hiking together along a creek when Alfred fell behind and vanished, so I'm not sure which one is accurate. But let's take a look at the theories. Today, in spite of all the strangeness surrounding the disappearance, the most simple explanation is the most likely. Alfred probably died in or near the river, and the body was washed away before it could be found. He was, in fact, by all accounts, last spotted near the water, and even though they dammed and dragged it, his small body could have still been missed in the rough water, especially if it got caught under debris. The second most likely theory is again nature related. It's very possible that this 4-year-old simply wandered off into the dense mountain range. He disappeared fast, panicked, and kept moving, and ended up in a place searchers never thought to look, and his remains were just never found. There is also the smaller possibility that he was actually abducted. There is the sighting on the trail, plus the one on the Nebraska highway, and that bandage, along with the ransom note that investigators assumed was just an extortion attempt. It's possible they were wrong about that, since no one actually got arrested for it. In either case, it's one of the most baffling disappearances to ever occur in the Rockies.